Hello and welcome. In this course, you will learn professional game development using Unity game engine, and you will learn and develop GTA 5 game clone. So in this course, you will learn all the professional skills which are required for developing professional 3D games just like GTA 5. As you can see, you will learn and develop how to develop a professional inventory system for the player character weapons. So when the player character pick up any weapons, then it will be saved to the player inventory. As you can see, currently this player has picked up these 4 weapons. Now the player can pick out any weapon the player character want. Okay, let's take out the guns. Okay, then the player character can pick out any gun the player want. Okay, for example this one. Now let's pick out this one, this weapon. Okay, as you can see, and now let's pick out this one. In this course, you will also learn how to develop a professional police AI, or the police station and the police officers professional AI system, which will work just like you guys see in GTA 5. For example, if the player character whose name is Trevor, if he kills someone, then here you can see Trevor is now in the wanted level. So if any policeman see this player character whose name is Trevor, then he will arrest or he will shoot Trevor. Now you can see that the wanted level is 1, which simply means that the star highlighted is 1. Okay, so as you can see here, the policeman is coming toward Trevor, towards our player character. When the policeman is shooting at our player character, then the player character health decreases, as you can see above the map. Okay, now when Trevor killed the policeman, then the wanted level become 4. As you can see, 4 stars are highlighted. Okay, so wanted level 4. So now Trevor is in wanted level for the army, for the police, and for the FBI, as you can see. Okay, just like you guys see in GTA 5 game. So now if any security forces see Trevor, then the security forces will directly kill our player character, which is Trevor, because now the wanted level is 5 stars. Okay, that is all are on the security alert. That is, Trevor will be shoot down if the security forces, if any security forces see Trevor, just like you guys see in GTA 5 game. You will also learn how to develop the human AI system, where any kind of human or even the security forces, as you can see, they are walking in the city, as you can see here. So the professional AI system for the humans, just like you guys see in GTA 5, where there are different kind of people who are in that game. Okay, so same kind of AI system for the humans we will develop in this game, where you can see these humans who are basically going for their jobs. You will also learn how to develop a professional car controller system, that is, with the help of which our player character will drive any car the player character want. As you can see, the player is driving this car from his home, and you can also see that in the map. That is, when the player character moves the car, then it is also showing in the map. You will also learn how to develop a professional map system. Okay, as you can see at the left bottom, we have a professional map system where the player character can see from the map that is where he is going. The yellow arrow represents the player movement. As you can see, you can also see the AI car system. Okay, you will also learn that professional AI car system, where there will be civilian cars, as you can see, and also the security forces cars. The security forces cars will be patrolling in the city, as you can see. Just like GTA 5, you will also learn in this course how to create cutscenes for your game and how to develop story-based game, just like GTA 5. For example, if I start the game, then the story starts. Now let's listen.
Hey driver, your bus stop is coming up. Be ready. Oh boy, such a long journey. Thank you, driver. Back to my hometown. Can't wait to see my home, my beautiful home.
Hey, what's in the bag? Show it to me.
It's none of your business.
Just give us the bag or we will shoot you right here, right now.
Okay. Please don't shoot. Please don't shoot.
So you have already seen that Trevor come from another city to his hometown, and on the bus stop some thugs, some gangster loot him. That is, some gangster took the bag of money from the Trevor. So now all the missions started from here. Okay, mission 1 is basically for the Trevor is to locate his house and save game, as you can see at the left side at the top. Okay, in this small black screen which you can see, mission locate your house and save game. Now the missions, this is the first mission. Okay, now Trevor has to basically complete the first mission and then get details, or you can say get information about that gangsters. Okay, those gangsters who looted Trevor, and Trevor has to take his money back from them. Okay, so Trevor has to get his revenge from those gangsters. Now Trevor do not know anything about those gangsters, so Trevor will search for them. Okay, now let's follow the mission system. The first mission is to locate house and save game, and this is the Trevor house. Here comes Trevor. Okay, Trevor has 2 cars in his yard, I mean in the garage you can say, and Trevor has to just come here. Okay, and now Trevor will save the game. So we have also the save game feature and load game feature. When Trevor moves towards this green light, then it will save the game. Now if we go to the menu and quit the game, now let me open up the game again, and now let's load the game by clicking the continue button. Then the game will starts from where we leave the game. Okay, from where we quit the game, as you can see here. Now as you already know that we have completed the first mission, and the second mission details has been given to the player, which is player character has to find Frank. You can see mission find Frank in police station. Okay, locate Frank in police station. So Frank is now going towards the police station. Okay, that is in order to talk to Frank, who is the Trevor friend. Okay, Frank is Trevor friend. Now the reason why Trevor is going to meet Frank in the police station, Frank is basically living in this town long time ago. Okay, that is, he has spent years in this town and he has knowledge about every gangster or about every thug. He is now going to police station, so he believes that maybe Frank may give him some information about those gangsters who looted Trevor. And here comes the police station. So let's go inside the police station. Let's quickly open up the police station door. Okay, so let's open it, and now let's go inside. So this is the police station, and here are 2 police stations. Okay, the police girl is working on her computer, as you can see. She is doing her job, and there is a security alongside with that police girl. And now if we go inside where there are lockup rooms, so Trevor has to find his friend Frank, who is in the lockup basically. Here are also some police. Okay, these 2 are working on their computers. Now let's go towards the lockup room.
Frank, how are you, my friend?
Hey, what's up, Trevor? So happy to see you.
Hey man, some guy stole my money.
What guys, Trevor?
There were these two guys who steal my bag at the bus stop.
Yes, there's one big gangster named Gonzalez. He live up west.
So after meeting Frank, now Trevor knows that this is the Gonzalez. So Gonzalez is the main culprit, or you can say the main gangster. And those thugs who looted Trevor, they basically belongs to the Gonzalez gang. So Trevor, now as you can see, the mission has been completed. Okay, now the third mission is to find weapons at home. So Trevor now going towards his home in order to find the weapons. Okay, Trevor will pick up the weapons, and then let's see what's the next mission is. So Trevor is now going toward his home in order to complete this third mission, which is to find weapons at home. And Trevor is now about to reach. Now Trevor has to locate the weapons and pick up the weapons in order to complete this third mission. So here are the weapons. So Trevor has to basically pick all these weapons one by one. As you can see, Trevor has no gun right now. Okay, so let's start picking up each and every weapon. So here is the first gun. Okay, the first weapon, as you can see. Then let's start pick the next weapon, which is this one. And you can see it is keep adding to the Trevor inventory system. As you can see, okay, 2 guns picked up successfully. Now let's look at the third one, which is here, I think. Okay, here we have this one. And then the last one is left, which is a rocket launcher. So let's just find that also. So let's go outside, okay, and let's see where it is. So here we have the fourth weapon. Now after picking up the fourth weapon, as you can see, mission has been passed. As you can see, the mission details has been changed, and this is the last mission, which is find Gonzalez and take revenge. So now Trevor has to find and go to the villa of Gonzalez. Okay, Gonzalez is the gangster in this city. Okay, and Trevor is now going toward his villa, toward his home. So let's just go in this car, and you can see in the map, that is when Trevor start driving, then you can see that the player character arrow icon, yellow icon, changed to the car icon. So as you know that now Trevor is inside this car, and the map is, you can see on the map, that is the car is moving, okay, in which Trevor is sitting and driving this car. And here we go, here we reach towards the villa of Gonzalez, and you can see when we reach toward this home, then it shows this G sign, which means Gonzalez area. So this whole area is, or you can say this villa is the Gonzalez villa, where are the thugs hiding with the Gonzalez, okay, Gonzalez gang. So let's just take revenge, okay, I mean Trevor has to take back his money from the Gonzalez gang. And here we go, here is the security guard of Gonzalez, and these were the guys, if you remember. If the player character takes damage, then here you can see their health decreases also, okay, the health bar you can see. Also you can see the ammunition system, okay, when the player fires, then the ammunition, for example, now you can notice it. So now as you can see, you can notice the ammo number, which is decreasing, okay, when the player character fires. And you can also see that Trevor is reloading, and also Trevor can change weapons. Now Trevor fires with the rocket launcher. So now let's just go and find the Gonzalez, who basically did bad with Trevor. So Trevor is now searching for Gonzalez, who is basically the boss. This is the guy who threatened Trevor at the start of the game. I hope you remember the story. Now let's go and find the boss. Okay, the boss of these guys. So Trevor is now searching. Okay, as you know, this is a big villa. So Trevor is now going and trying to find him. And then when Trevor kills the boss of these gangsters, then the mission will be completed. Let's find here above. Let's just go here at the top and let's go inside and let's check him out if there is any other guard available. So all are killed, and here is the boss. Here we find him. He is sleeping in his room. So now Trevor will simply kill him. All missions completed successfully. So now Trevor is the new owner of this city in this game. So just like in GTA 5 you have seen, okay, in the same way we will develop that professional game clone. So in this course you will learn all these professional skills. At the end of this course you will be able to make your own professional 3D games just like GTA 5 using Unity Game Engine. So you will learn all these things and all these skills, all these professional skills in this course. I hope you will love this course and you will learn many skills, many professional skills in this course. So I'll see you guys in the course.
Hello guys and welcome to this new course. So now from this video onwards we will start working on our GTA 5 clone. So for that open up your Unity hub. As you can see right here my Unity version is 3.1.2, and if I click on this installs right here, this is the Unity version which is 2021.3.2 F1. Okay, now let's get back to the projects, and right here I will click on new project and I will just simply select this 3D core. Let's name this as GTA 5 clone, and I will save this inside this Unity project R folder. So I will select that folder and then just simply click on create project. Now in few seconds our project will be ready and up running, so just wait for it. So as you can see our project is being created. Here is the scene and game window, and this is our scene folder in which we have our sample scene right here. This is the main camera, directional light, everything is set up. Now the next thing which we will be needing is the environment. So in the next video we will add environment to our scene and set up our environment. So for that, catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so in this video we will add environment to our project. So let me tell you guys that you can use your own environment if you want, but if you want to follow me, then I will provide the download link to the environment which I will be using. So here is the environment zip file, and let me tell you one thing more, that I don't own this environment. This is from the Unity Asset Store, so you can just go ahead and take this environment from the Unity Asset Store. Okay, so let's go ahead and extract this right here, and after extracting it will give us this new folder in which there will be an environment package. So double click on the package, and as you can see it will automatically open up the Unity, and then it is now preparing the package. So this is all of the files inside this package. Let's just quickly click on import, and in few seconds this package will be inside our project. So as you can see right here in the assets we have this starter asset file, and then we have this environment, then town constructor pack, and right here you will find all of the materials, the modular parts of different buildings, highway, on-road decoration, roads, etc, etc. Then you will have this pre-built buildings as well, so you can add this to your own environment if you want, but we want a pre-built environment as well. So if you click on scene, and then in the scene we have this town scene, and as you can see inside the town scene we have this beautiful town already created, as you can see. So we will use this whole environment, okay, for creating our GTA 5 clone. So let me give you an overview of the environment. If you open up this main environment game object, right here we have the directional light, then we have the particle system, okay, the smoke particle system which will be coming from the ground, as you can see right here, okay. And after the particle system we have the static mesh, which is for the trees and different decoration pieces, as you can see. And at the end we have the event system, then this is the camera, okay. And if we see our beautiful environment, as you can see there are many detailed buildings and streets, and then we have the street decoration, the street traffic lights, etc, etc. We don't have the police station right here, nor we have the player home or the gangster home, or you can say Gonzalez home. We will add that in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about that. For now we just have this open beautiful environment and it is already set up. So now in the next video we will add our player to this environment, and we will design our player, and we will also make the player controls, and we will move on further and further. So with our environment added, catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so now in this video we will add the player character to our game. So as you know, this is the GTA 5 clone, so for that we need the GTA 5 player characters. For that I have this zip file. You can just go ahead and download this from the resources, okay. And after downloading it, just simply click on extract here, and after extracting this zip file it will give you this folder which is by the name of player characters. After extracting in the assets folder, let's create a new folder by the name of player, okay. And then open up this player folder, and in there we will drag and drop this folder now. So just drop it right here, and as you can see, here is our player. Here is the Franklin. As you can see, the Franklin doesn't have any material, and then right here we have the Trevor, as you can see. So you know that the main character of our game will be this Trevor, so let's go ahead and add Trevor to our game. For that, let's select some place in our map, and let me actually resize this a bit, like that. Okay, now let's get down right here, and then just simply drag and drop this Trevor right there. And as you can see, there is the lightning. So just simply first of all click on prefab, then unpack completely, and after unpacking, let's remove this light game object, okay. And also we don't need the camera, we just need this body skeleton and then the body parts of the Trevor, okay. Now if we click on Trevor, as you can see, this is the Trevor animator, this is the Trevor avatar right there. But now we need to add materials to the player, okay. But first of all, let's change its name to player. Then in the Trevor folder, make sure that you open up the materials, Okay, as you can see, the materials have the names. So this is the Trevor shirt, so just simply drag and drop the Trevor shirt. Then we need the Trevor jeans. Okay, so just drag and drop it. Then the shoes, and after the shoes we have the Trevor hand, so just drag and drop the hand. Then Trevor face, then the Trevor teeth. So for that we will just simply zoom in a little bit and then just drag and drop it like this. Okay, and then we need to add the hair material as well, so just drag and drop this right there. Okay, now as you can see, the Trevor have all of the materials added, and with this done, let's end this video right here. Okay, so now in this video we will add the Cinemachine to our game. For now, as you can see, we just only have this main camera. Okay, so we want a Cinemachine that will follow our player around the environment. Okay, so for that, if we click on window and then package manager, and then right here change this package from in project to Unity registry, and then in here you can search for Cinemachine, or else you can just simply click on this 3D character and animation, and then right here you will find this Cinemachine package, or else as I told you, you can search right here for Cinemachine as you can see. So just simply click on install, and now in few seconds Cinemachine will be installed inside our project. So as you can see, it has been added. Now you will notice that we don't have the Cinemachine right here. This is because the Cinemachine has been updated and they moved the Cinemachine to this game object. So just simply click on game object, and right here you will find different Cinemachine cameras. Okay, but we don't need this camera because I have already designed two cameras for my player. So this is the zip file. You can just go ahead and download this, and after downloading it, extract it, and this will give you this folder. So first of all, in the assets, let's create a new folder by the name of prefabs, and now inside this prefabs folder we will simply drag and drop this. And after doing that, if we click on aim Cinemachine, and then we have this third person Cinemachine. Okay, but before adding this to our hierarchy, let's click on our main camera. Okay, and right here you will need to add a component which is by the name of Cinemachine brain, and if you have this component already added, then just leave it as it is. Okay, and then just simply drag and drop the third person Cinemachine and then the aim Cinemachine, and then click on prefab, unpack completely. Now the third person Cinemachine priority level is 10 and the aim Cinemachine priority level is 9. So this main camera will show us the third person Cinemachine, as you can see right here. Now if you check it in the game view, as you can see, it is being following the third person Cinemachine. Now we want both of this third person and aim Cinemachine to follow our player. So select both of them and then drag and drop the player in the follow, and then right here in the look at, and that is it. So now if we play the game, you will notice that now we will have a moving camera, as you can see right here, but this camera is colliding with this grass or whatever this is, so that's why it is showing this effect. But when our player will be moving, we will fix all of these issues. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a beautiful Cinemachine in our game. So with our Cinemachine added, catch you guys in the next one. So from this video onwards, we will start adding player movement. So for adding the player movement, you will be needing a player game object and then a simple script for moving the player. But not everyone want a simple player movement in their game. Okay, everyone want gravity for their player game object. Everyone want that their player should jump, drag, and the player should have in-air movement. The player can handle slopes, steps. The player can run, crouch and interact with physics objects. So as you know that in our game our player will not be having just simple movement. Our player will have the gravity, jumping, drag. Our player will have in-air movement. Our player will interact with slope, steps. Our player will run, and our player will interact with physics objects as well. So for this purpose, Unity provide two components. The first one is the character controller component and the next one is the rigid body component. By default, the character controller component handle steps, slopes, and it doesn't get stuck on walls, and it also make the player movement neat and smooth. And then there is the rigid body component which comes with a built-in gravity, built-in drag, and it interact with physics objects. So now for our player game object, we will be using the character controller component. So just simply click on this player and then right here add component, search for character controller, and here it is. Okay, as you can see it has the slope limit, the step offset, and then the skin width, the minimum move distance, then it has this center xyz values, it has the radius and height. So add the character controller component, then make sure that you turn on the gizmos as you can see right here, and then let's change the center y value to 1. As you can see now it is covering all of our player object. Let's make the radius of it as 0.3 and the height will be 1.9. Okay, so with our character controller added, now in the next video we will create a script for our player, and inside that script we will add all of the functionalities for movement, jumping, sprinting, etc, etc. So catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the basic player movement to our player game object. So if we click on the player, as you know in the previous video we have added the character controller. So the character controller is basically an engine which will move our player game object. Okay, so for that we will be needing a script. So in the assets, let's create a new folder by the name of scripts, and in here we will create a new folder by the name of player, and inside this player folder it will contain all of the scripts attached to the player game object. Okay, so the first script will be the player script. Okay, so create a player script, then click on player game object and drag and drop this script right there. That's it. Now double click on it and open it in Visual Studio Code or any text editor which you are using. Okay, remove the start and update function, and at the top we will create a header by the name of player movement. Okay, and in here we will simply create a public float by the name of player speed. This will be equals to 1.9f. After this we will create a new header by the name of player animator and gravity, and here we will be creating a reference to our player character controller. So type public character controller, and let's name this as CC, or you can name this whatever you want. Okay, and after doing that we will create a new function then which will be by the name of player move. Okay, and in here we need some inputs. Okay, because we want to move the player. Okay, so as you know for the movement we need inputs for the forward and backward direction, and then for the left and right direction as well. So right here create a float by the name of horizontal axis, and this will be equals to input dot get axis raw, and we want to get the horizontal axis, so we will say horizontal. After this we need the vertical, so we will say vertical underscore axis, and this will be equals to input dot get axis raw, and let's get the vertical. Okay, and basically this horizontal and vertical are the predefined control inputs in the Unity. So click on edit, okay, right here, and then click on project settings, and in the input manager, as you can see, we have this horizontal and vertical. Okay, so this horizontal is for the left and right, and these are the keys which is assigned, okay, which is A and D, and then the left arrow key, right arrow key. And then for the vertical, it is the up arrow key, down arrow key, and then the S and W. Okay, so now if the player is pressing the A key or the left arrow key, then this horizontal value will be 1, and if the player is pressing the D key or the right arrow key, then the value will be -1. And the same for the vertical, if the player is pressing the W key, or you can say the up arrow key, the value will be 1, and if the player is pressing the S or down arrow key, the value will be -1. Okay, so now we have the inputs for moving the player forward, backward, left and right. Now we need to assign a direction to our player in which the player will move. So for that we will create a vector 3 by the name of direction, and this will be equals to new vector 3. So for the x value we will pass the horizontal because it is the left and right. Then for the y, which is not needed for our player, so we will leave this as 0f, and then for the forward and backward we will pass the vertical axis. Okay, and then we want the player movement to be normal, okay, to be smooth. So for that we will use the dot normalized keyword at the last. Okay, and now we have the direction in which the player will move. Now right here at the last we will type that if the direction dot magnitude is greater than or equals to 0.1f, it means that if the player is moving, then what we want to do, as you know that we created a reference to the character controller. Okay, and as I told you that the character controller is an engine or motor that will drive our player. So by using the character controller we will move our player. So we will say cc or character controller dot move, and we want to move it in the direction, okay, which we give it to the player, this direction, and we will normalize that, and then we want the player movement to be according to the player speed, and we want that movement to be time dependent, so we will then multiply it by time dot delta time. That's it. So now we have a basic player movement. As you can see, this is the inputs. Then after taking the inputs we create a direction, and then we say that if the player is moving, then we want the player to be moved from its current location. Now right here at the top, let's create a update function, and inside this update we will pass the player move function. Okay, that's it. Now let's save the game, and if we get back to Unity, click on player. As you know, the player speed is already added. We actually want the player speed to be 1.1. Also change it in the script as well to 1.1. You can keep the speed according to your player, but I will leave this as 1.1. And then we will be needing to attach the character controller, but first of all let me move the script right there at the top, and then let's drag and drop the character controller. That's it. Now if we play the game, as you can see, now if we press the W key, as you can see, our player is moving in the forward direction, then to the right side and left side and backward, as you can see. but our player doesn't have any rotation. But don't worry about that, we will add rotation to our player. But for now, as you can see, we have a basic player movement, as you can see. So with this done, let's just end this video right here. Okay, so in this video we will add the player rotation. As you can see, for now our player can move forward, backward, and to the left and right side. Now we want the rotation. So for that, if we get back to the player script, right here before moving the player, we will say float target angle, and this target angle will be equals to mathf dot attend2. And what this attend2 will do is basically it will return the run angle in radians, whose tan will be the y and x. Okay, so we will say direction dot x and then direction dot z. Okay, after this we will multiply this by the mathf dot rad to deg, not beg, deg. Okay, and what this rad to deg will do is basically it will then convert the radians to degrees. Okay, and now what this whole line means, this is basically a simple mathematical equation. So if we just visualize this, then you guys will understand this more accurately. Okay, so consider this as our coordinate system, or you can say the environment, and consider this red circle will be the direction in which we want the player to look, or you can say point in. So here comes the attend2 function, to which we pass the y coordinate and then the x coordinate, and we divide the y and x coordinate. So simply we give the y coordinate of our direction and then the x coordinate of our direction in order to get the angle from the x-axis to the vector. So this assumes that our rotation start as at the 0 degree right here, or you can say at the x-axis, and then it goes or increase counterclockwise from 0 to 90, then 180, and then to the 270. But in Unity our player will have a rotation of 0. So what this means that if our player is facing forward, okay, right there, then the rotation will be 0, and this is actually accurate because our player is facing forward. So it means that the player is not rotating to the left and right side or to the back side. So in Unity you can say that our rotation increase clockwise. So for example, if we are facing forward, then it will be 0, and then it will increase clockwise like this. As you can see, 0, if right here in the forward direction it is 0, then right here it will be 90, and then 180, and then right here it will be 270. If we check it in the Unity, so make sure that you select the rotate tool. Now as you can see, in the forward direction it is 0, as you can see. Now let's move it to the right side. As you can see, it is increasing, and now its value is 90, as you can see. Now if you face in the backward direction, now as you can see it is 180. Now if we rotate it to that side, now as you can see it is 270. Okay, so in Unity the rotation work like this. Okay, in the forward direction it will be 0, then on the right it will be 90, backward it will be 180, and then on the left it will be 270. So I hope you understand from this visual representation of how this attend2 will work. So now in order to take this into account, in the attend2 function we will now first pass the x coordinate and then the y coordinate, and after that our turning will just work perfectly fine. So as you can see right here, we are first passing the x and then the direction z. So this will basically give us the angle which we need. So this line of code right here will give us the direction in radians, and then after that we will convert that into degrees. Okay, so now let's rotate the player according to the direction, okay, which the player will be pointing in. So for that we will say transform dot rotation, and this will be equals to quaternion dot Euler, and let's pass 0 for the x. For the y we will pass the target angle. Okay, as you can see right here we convert the target angle from radians to degrees, so now it will be 90 degree. First of all, if the player is facing forward it will be 0, and if it's facing right it will be 90, backward it will be 180, and to the left it will be 270. Okay, so we will pass that, and after that for the z we will pass 0. That's it. And what this quaternion dot Euler will do is basically it will return a rotation that rotates z degrees around the z axis and the x degree around the x axis, and the same for the y degree, it will rotate the y degree around the y axis. So now after this let's just simply save the script and get back to Unity. Everything is set up. Now let's play the game. And now if we try to move in the forward direction, as you can see our player is moving forward. Now if we press the A button, as you can see our player is now rotating towards the right side. Okay, and now if we move to the D, if we press the D button and move to the right side, as you can see the Y value changing. As you can see now if we move to the backward direction it is now minus 180, and then it is now minus 90. Okay, so as you can see now our player can rotate around, but as you can notice the player rotation is not that smooth. So in the next video we will make the player rotation smoother. Okay, so with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will make the turning of the player a little bit smoother. So for that open up your script, and then right down below let's add another header by the name of player jumping and velocity, and in here we will create a public float. Let's name this as run calm time, or you can name this as run smooth time if you want. I will make the default value of this as 0.1, and after this I will create another float. Okay, this will be a private float, so let's name this now as run calm velocity. Okay, and then after this target angle, let's create another float by the name of angle, and this will be equals to mathf dot smooth temp angle, and in here let's pass the transform dot Euler angles actually, and then dot y, and after this we will pass the target angle, and then we will pass the truncome velocity, and then the truncome time. After this what we will do now is simply right here, now instead of the target angle we will pass just the angle float. Okay, now if we save the script, and make sure that you type f right here at the end because this is a float value. Okay, get back to Unity. Okay, here is our player, there is the truncome time. You can change this value according to your game, but for now let's just test this on 0.1. and now if we move forward and move to the left side, as you can see now the turning is a lot more smoother. As you can see now, let's change this value to 0.5, and you can notice the turning of the player, which is basically a lot more slower. And if we leave it on 0.1, as you can see it is working perfectly fine. As you can see, Now in the next video what I want to do is to simply move this player, or you can say rotate the player according to our camera. Okay, for now as you can see our player is not rotating according to the camera, so in the next video we will do that. Okay, so now we will add the functionality in which the player will move in that direction where the camera points. So for that let's open up the player script, and first of all right here after this player animator and gravity, let's create a header by the name of player script camera, and inside this header we will create a public transform, and basically this will be a reference to our main camera. So for now let's just name this as player camera. So now as you know that we want to rotate the player where we point our camera, so right here as you can see this code is for the direction. Okay, now with this we will add the camera functionality as well. So for that we will add a plus sign, and then we will say player camera dot Euler angles dot y. Then after this right here let's create a vector 3, and we will name this as move direction. This will be equals to quaternion dot Euler, and in here for the x we will pass 0f, then for the y we will pass now the target angle. Okay, this target angle, and then for the z we will pass 0f again, and then we will multiply that by the vector 3 dot forward, and then right here instead of the direction vector 3, okay, now we will pass this move direction vector 3 right here. That is it. Now if we just save the script and get back to Unity, now if we click on player, as you can see the player needs the camera, okay, the main camera. So in our case this is our main camera, so we will just simply drag and drop this right in here, and you will be saying that why we didn't add the third person Cinemachine or the aim Cinemachine, because that two are also cameras, but as you know that our main camera rendered the whole scene, and these two just sits there and tell the main camera where to look. Okay, so we will just add the main camera in there, then let's play the game. Okay, now if you notice that if we move to the left side, okay, as you can see the player is moving to the left. Now let's move to the right, now backward, now let's move in the forward direction. But now if we try to move our mouse, and as you can see our player is rotating in the environment, as you can see. Okay, we can look up, down, and then left, right. Okay, our player can only move on the y-axis, okay, because as you know that we can't move our player in the up direction, in the down direction, just left and right, as you can see. So that's why we use the Euler angles dot y right here in the script. Okay, so now our player can move according to the camera. Now the next thing which we will be adding is gravity. As you can see our player is in the air, and we don't want that. We want the player to be on the ground every time. Okay, we want to add some gravity. So for that I will catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so for adding the gravity, let's open up the script again, and right here where we created a reference to our character controller, right here we will create a public float by the name of gravity, and by default this will be equals to minus 9.81f, because this is the default gravity number. After this we have this player jumping and velocity header. In here we will say vector 3, let's create a velocity vector 3, and after that we will create a public transform reference to our surface check. So for that we will say public transform surface check, okay, and then after this we will create a bool by the name of on surface. Then we will create another public float by the name of surface distance. This will be equals to 0.4f, and then at the last we will create another reference to our layer mask, okay, and let's name this as surface mask. Then right here in the update, first of all we will check that if the player is on the surface or not. Okay, let us actually change this O to small. Okay, this should be on surface. Okay, so if the on surface is equals to physics dot check sphere, okay, and in the check sphere we will pass the surface check position, so we will say dot position, and then we will pass the surface distance and then the surface mask, okay, and then we will say that if the player is on the surface, or you can say on the ground, then the velocity dot y will be less than 0. It means that if the player is on the surface and the velocity dot y is less than 0, then what we want to do, we want to make the velocity dot y to be minus 2f, okay. So if the player is on the surface and the velocity y is less than 0, then we will make the velocity simply minus 2f, and after that let's add the gravity. So for that we will say velocity dot y will be plus equals to the gravity value, and we will say time dot delta time. So for example, if the player is in the air, okay, then the player fall will be the gravity value dependent, which is minus 9.81 f, and also we will restrict that by the time, okay. So according to the time and gravity, our player will fall to the ground, okay. We want the falling to be smoother, so that's why we use this. And after this we will say character controller dot move, okay, and we will pass the velocity, and let's multiply that by time dot delta time. So now the falling of the player will be really smooth, okay. So now let's just save this, get back to Unity, and if you click on the players you will find all of these things to fill in, okay. So first of all we need the surface check, then we need the surface mask, okay. For the surface check, let's open up the player main game object, let's create an empty game object, okay, and as you can see it is already in the player feed, but make sure that your game object is in the feet of the player, okay, and change this to surface check, okay, then click on player, drag and drop that in there. Now we need the surface mask, so for that what we will do, let's just move ahead from there, okay, and let's open up the environment, and inside the environment let's open up the static mesh. Okay, now if we come right here, we have this road decoration, and then this all roads, as you can see. So onto this road we will add the surface tag, okay, and also the surface layer as well, because on these roads, as you can see, on this area our player will jump, okay, and also the gravity things will work on that area too. And also we can make the decoration as well, but for now let's just focus on the roads. So on the roads, just simply if you don't have the surface tag, then click on add tag, okay, and then right here you can create a new tag and save it, and then after that click on road and just simply add this surface tag, okay. You can name this ground or whatever you want. And then for the layer, you can click on add a layer, and then let me create a layer right here at end by the name of surface. Or let's just move it down below a little bit more, because we will be having more layers in the later videos. Okay, so just add the surface layer right there, click on yes, change children, that is it. Okay, so now let's just close this off. Let's click on player, and let's tag our player as player, and let's add a layer to our player by the name of player. Okay, and then click on player, add this player layer, yes, change children. And guys, let me tell you one thing more, but for that let's just first of all check our game. Actually, just stop the game and click on the player, and let's add this surface mask as well, because we forgot that. Now if we play the game, okay, and we can't see our surface, as you can see. And guys, if you are using this asset, okay, this town scene, then I think in the culling mask on our main camera, make sure that you check this surface layer as well now, so that we can see our surface on the main camera. Okay, because it was unchecked, so make sure that you check that as well, and then play the game. And now as you can see, we can see the surface. Okay, now let's check out the gravity, and as you can see, our player is using the gravity. As you can see, if we move down, now as you can see, our player is sticking to the surface or ground. Okay, so it means that our gravity is working, as you can see. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly add the jumping functionality. So I want that whenever we press the space button, our player should jump in the air. Okay, for that, let me first show you the jump button. So if we click on edit, then project settings, in the input manager, as you can see right here, we have this jump button, but this is for the joystick. For the keyboard, this is the jump button, which is set to this space button. Okay, so we have the jump button already set up, so we can just simply open up the player script, and right here let's create a public float by the name of jump range, and this will be equals to 1f. Now let's just scroll down below, and after the player move, let's create a world jump, and inside this function what we will do, we will simply say that velocity dot y will be equals to mathf dot square root, and we will take the square root of the jump range, we will multiply that by -2, and then multiply that by the gravity. Okay, so this will do our work for moving the player into the air, or you can say jumping. So now after this player move, let's call the jump function right here as well. Okay, now let's save the script, and if we get back to Unity, everything is set up. Now let's just simply play the game, and you will notice that our player is now moving in the air, and this is because the jump function is being calling again and again in the update, okay, every second. So that's why our player is just jumping and jumping. So what we want to do with this is that when we press the jump button, as I show you the jump button, when we press that, then we want the player to jump. Okay, so for that, right here we will create a if statement, and inside this if statement we will check that if the player press down the jump button or not. So we will say get button down, and as you know, the button name is jump, and also we will check that if the player is on the surface. Okay, so If that is the case, then what we will do, we will make the player to jump in the air. That is it. Now our jumping will work perfectly fine. So now if we play the game, as you can see, our player is on the surface. Now let's press the space button, and as you can see, our player is jumping in the air. Okay, and the gravity is doing it work perfectly fine. As you can see, our player is getting down to the surface fine. As you can see, you can change the jump range if you want the player to jump more at the high height. Okay, for example, if you make it 10, as you can see, the jump is then a lot more higher, but we will leave this as 1. As you can see, 1 is a fine value for our player. Okay, and with this done, catch you guys in the next one. So we have the player movement, and now the player has the gravity, the player can jump. The next thing which is missing is running, or you can say sprinting. So let's add sprinting to our player. So right here in the player script at the top, as you can see, we have the player speed. Now let's create another public float by the name of player sprint. Okay, and the sprint value will be 5f by default. After this, let's scroll down, and after this jump button, let's create another function by the name of sprint. Okay, and now inside the sprint we will make the sprinting code, or you can say the running code. But before that, click on edit in Unity, then project settings, and right here we need to create a sprint button. So if we click on this file 3, as you can see, it is set to the left shift. Okay, so in most of the games, as you notice, that the player run or sprint on the shift button, so we will use the left shift button in our game as well. But remove this mouse 2 from there. Okay, and change the name to sprint. That is it. Okay, now save it, get back to the script, and in here we will say that if we hold the sprint button, so for that type input.get button sprint. Okay, and while sprinting, if we are pressing the W or the up arrow key as well, then we will sprint. But in the end we need another condition as well, and that is on the surface. So if the player is on the surface and then sprinting, then at that case we will allow the player to sprint, because we don't want the player to sprint in the air. Okay, so now in here we can just simply copy this code from up there. Okay, from the player move, and let's just simply paste it down right in here. And the only thing which we will be changing is this player speed to player sprint. Okay, so player sprint, and that is it. Now our player will sprint as well. So let's save this, get back to Unity. Okay, everything is set up. Now if we just simply play the game, you will notice that our player can walk, and if we hold down the shift button, as you can see, our player can't sprint. And this is because if we check our script in the update function, we didn't call the sprint function. So make sure that you call the sprint function right here as well. Okay, so now save it, let's play the game again, and now this time it will work perfectly fine. As you can see, we can move, and now as you can see, we can sprint as well, moving, sprinting, as you can see. And now we can jump as well, we can walk and jump, as you can see. So now our player has everything. The only thing which is missing is the animation. So in the future videos we will now animate our player. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start animating our player. So in most of the games the main player character have more than one animator controller. If we take GTA 5 for example, then the player character of the GTA 5 game have different animator controller for different things. So in this game we will be having more than one animator controller. Okay, for example, for the basic movement we will have one controller. Then if the player is holding a gun or shotgun, then for that the player will have different animator controller. And for the rocket launcher, or you can say bazooka, for that we will have a different animator controller. So basically we will be having more than one animator controller in this project. And having many animator controller can be good for the game as well, because it will solve most of the animation glitches. For example, in some of our previous courses we have only one animator controller, so there were animation problem in our game. But in this project we will solve all of that issues. So just follow me step by step. Okay, first of all, in the assets folder, let's create a new folder by the name of resources. And inside this resources folder, let's create a animator controller by the name of player controller. And this player controller animator will be for the basic movement of the player, for example idle, walking, running, jump. Okay, so if we click on the player, as you can see the player already have the animator right here. It just need the controller, so let's just simply drag and drop the controller right there. So now it is attached. And guys, make sure that you created a folder by the name of resources. Okay, make sure that the spelling is same to mine. Okay, resources. Okay, so we have now the animator controller right here. Okay, let's just set this up. If we click on parameters, here we can give the parameters, and this is the main area where we will add all of our animations. So let's go ahead and add animation inside our project. But for that, first of all, let's go inside the player. Okay, this is the player character. So what we will do, we will simply create a new folder by the name of animations, and let's open this up. Now in here we will add this basic locomotion pack. Okay, so you can just go ahead and download this as well, and after downloading, extract this zip file and it will give you this folder. Then just simply drag and drop this inside Unity right here inside the animation folder. And if you open this up, then there are these 4 animations inside. Okay guys, let me tell you that you can use your own animation if you want, but I am using these animation. Okay, so I will use these. So this is the animation. It just need a model to for preview. But before doing that, let's just select all of these animations like this, then click on rig and change this animation type from generic to humanoid. Okay, click apply. Because if we see our Trevor character right here in the resources, as you can see, the Trevor animation type is humanoid. Okay, so make sure that you change the animations type, okay, of these animations to humanoid. Or if you are using some other animation, then make sure that your character and animation are set to humanoid. Okay, now if we click on animations, as you can see, this is the animation. Now let's just simply drag and drop our player in there, and now as you can see, the player is playing the animation, as you can see. Now let's test out some other one. As you can see, this is the jump animation, and if we check the first one, it is the idle animation, as you can see. Okay, so now we have the animations right here. So let's just simply drag and drop this inside the player controller. Okay, so the first one is the idle unarmed. Okay, So this will be our idle. If we double click on it, make sure that you change the loop time to tick. Okay, so check that box right there. After the idle, let's add this walk forward right here. Okay, and after walking we have this run, or you can say sprinting, so add this as well. And then we have the jump. So these will be the animation for our player controller. Okay, for this player controller. So with our animations added, now in the next video we will give all of the parameters to it, and then we will connect all of the animation using transitions, and then we will add a conditions to them as well. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next video. Okay, so if we change to parameters right here, let's click on this bool. Okay, this will be our first parameter, which will be of type bool, and name it as idle. Okay, and then after that, let's create another bool by the name of walk, then another bool by the name of running, and then the next one and also the last one will be the jump. But actually we can make this jump a trigger. So if we click on trigger and then name it as jump, that's it. Now let's connect all of the animations by transitions. So let's add a first transition to our walk, and then from our walk back to idle unarmed. And if we click on this transition right here, just simply remove this as exact time 0, and right here make the walk true. Then select this other one, which is from walk back to idle. Right here remove as exact time 0, and then make the walk false, and also make the running false as well, because we will get back to the idle when the walking and running is set to false. Okay, if either walk or running is true, then we don't want to go back to the idle. Okay, after this let's make a transition from idle to run, and then from run to idle. Click on this one, the first one. Right here remove as exact time 0, and this time make running true. Then select the other one, remove as exact time 0, and right here make running false. That's it. Now let's create another transition from the walk to running, and then from run back to walk. Select the first one, remove as exact time 0, and right here make running true. Then select the other one, remove as exact time 0, and now make running false. Okay, and as you know that it will go back to idle when the walk and running is false. So right here we are making running false, and then if we click on this transition right here, as you can see the running was set to false in this transition. So right here running is false. Okay, running is false, and then when we go back to the idle we make the walk false as well. So the condition will be then true, and like this the player will get back to idle. Now let's make a transition from idle to jump, and then from jump back to idle. Select the first one, and right here make the jump trigger true. Then select the other transition from jump to idle, remove that, and then simply make the idle true. And that is it for the transitions and conditions. Okay, now if we select the first one, it is already set to loop time. Now let's select the walk and make sure that it is also on the loop time. Click apply. Okay, then select the run, make it to loop time, click apply, and as you can see now it is in loop time, and the jump will be the same. Now we have the transitions and parameters conditions added. Now in the next video we will apply this all by using script to our player. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Let's open up the player script, and right here in the player animator and gravity, let's go ahead and create a reference to our player animator. So we will say animator, and let's name this as animator as well. After this, let's scroll down to player move, and right here we are moving the player. So if the player is moving, then we want to play some certain animations. Okay, so we have a reference to our animator, so now we can say animator dot set bool. Okay, and let's make the walk true. And guys, make sure that your names are as same to the parameters names, okay, because these are actually the parameters. If I show it to you right here, okay, this is the idle, walk, running, jump, these are the parameters, and then this is the true and false value for it. Okay, so right here we make the walk true, and then make the running false. Okay, because when the player is walking we don't want the player to run, so make it false. After this, let's add a else block, and inside this else it means that if the player is not moving, then if the player is not moving, what we will do, let's just copy and paste that to right here and make the walk false and running to false as well. After this we have the jumping animation, so let's add the jump animation as well. So right here if we press the jump button, then we want to play the jump animation. So if the player is jumping, then what we want to do, we want the idle to be false first of all, so set it to false. After this, let's say animator dot set trigger, because as you know the jump is a trigger, so let's trigger the jump. And when the player is done jumping, then we want to reset the trigger and set the idle to true. So let's just copy paste that and change this to true, and right here now instead of the set trigger, let's say reset trigger. After this we have the running, or you can say sprinting. So right here if we are sprinting, then what we want to do, as you know now, we will say animator.set bool, we will set the walk to false and set the running to true. After this we will say else, and in here we will simply copy paste that again, and this time set walk to true and running to false. That is it. Now we have the animations added. Now let's go ahead and test it out. If we click on our player, this is the animator, so let's drag and drop this animator in there, okay, in the script where we have created a reference. Now let's save the game, and let me bring down the animator right there, okay, like this, and click on the player so that we can see what animation is being played in the controller. So now let's go ahead and play the game. Now as you can see, our player is playing the idle animation. Now let's walk. As you can see, the player is playing the walk animation. Okay, now if we try to run, as you can see, without any glitches, our player is playing the running animation, as you can see. And now if we try to jump, as you can see, our player is jumping as well. Now if we try to walk and jump, as you can see, the jump animation is being cut off. So for that, what we can do is to simply get back to the script, and right here in the player move, when we are moving, then we want the jump range to be 0, or you can say that we don't want the player to jump. And when the player is not moving, we will set the jump range back to 2. Okay, and let's do the same in the sprinting as well. Right here, make the jump range to 0f, and when we are not sprinting, then we will set the jump range back to 2f. That is it. So now if we test out the game again, Okay, here it is. We can walk, and now if we try to jump, as you can see, our player is not jumping. Now if we try to run and jump, as you can see, our player is not jumping. Okay, so now if we stop and jump, as you can see, our player is jumping, but the jump value is a little bit too higher, so let's just change this jump range to 1. Okay, and now if we jump, okay, it is set back to 0. So actually let's make this 1 and this one as well back to 1. Okay, because I forgot that our jump range was 1 by default, so make sure it is set to 1. Now if we test it out again, so now if we try to walk, as you can see, our player is walking. Now if we run, he is running, and now if we jump, okay, he is jumping perfectly fine. So our animations are now working fine, and with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start working on our rifle system. So as you know that in this game we will have a bunch of different rifles. So for adding rifles you can use your own rifles, but if you are following me then I will provide a link to this rifle pack, so just go ahead and download it. And after downloading it, as you can see, this is a WinRAR file, so I will simply click on extract here, and after extracting it will give you this rifle pack, okay, which is actually a Unity package. So if we double click on it, as you can see, it will automatically open up Unity, and then the Unity package window. Okay, there are the gun models, materials, sounds, and the textures. So just simply click on import, and after importing it will give you this guns folder in the assets, guns. Okay, then if we click on prefabs, then gun models, right here you will find these different gun models. As you can see, this is the knife, then we have this machine gun, then we have the bazooka, Uzi, and then the shotgun, and then the gun. Okay, and if we click on this rocket folder, right here we have this rocket launcher, as you can see. Now if we click on the sounds right here, these are the different sounds for our different rifles, and then we have the textures, and then we have this FPX folder in which we have all of the gun models, as you can see. Okay, so with our rifles added, now in the next video we will attach some rifle to our player and then allow the player to shoot on it. So for that I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so after adding the guns models, now let's go ahead and add the gun animations as well. So for that you will find this handgun WinRAR file, so just go ahead and download it, then click on extract here, and after extracting it will give you this folder, and just simply drag and drop this inside this player, then player character and animations folder, okay, where we have the basic locomotions. So just simply drag and drop it right here. So here is the handgun animations. If we try to select one animation and then drag and drop the player in here, as you can see the player is not playing any animation. This is because the rig of all of these animations are generic, as you can see. So make sure to click on rig and then click on humanoid, click apply, and after apply let's click on animations again and then drag and drop the player in there. Now as you can see, this is the player. If we play the animation, there is the reloading animation for the guns, okay, and then these are some different animations, as you can see. So now we have the animations. Let's create a gun animator as well. So as you know that we will be creating all of our animators inside the resources folder. So right here let's create a new animator controller by the name of gun animator. Okay, press enter. Now we have the animator right here. So for now we can just change this animator from player to this gun, okay, just for testing the guns. So right here we have this gun animator. Let's open up the gun animator. Let's move this animator tab right there. Okay, and let's focus on it. Let's move this right here, and then after this let's go inside player character animations, handgun animations, and let's pick the shooting animation. Okay, right here we have the shooting animation, as you can see. So just drag and drop it right there. Okay, so this is the shooting animation. Let's now leave this as it is. So now our player will just play this shooting animation, and while the shooting animation we will set all of the two guns in the player arms. Okay, but for that I will catch you guys in the next one. So let's go ahead and add a rifle to our player. For that, if we open up the player main game object, then inside the amateur, let's open up hips, then spine 1, spine 2, then open up the right shoulder, then the right arm, right forearm, then right hand, then in the right hand open this right hand thumb 1, then the thumb 2, then the right hand thumb 3, then 4, and right here in the right hand thumb 4 end we will create a new empty game object by the name of rifle holder. Press enter. After this, let's close this right shoulder for now and open up the left shoulder, then left arm, left forearm, left hand, then left hand thumb 1, thumb 2, thumb 3, 4, and then in the 4 end let's create an empty game object by the name of rifle holder as well, because our player will be holding two guns at the same time, so we need two rifle holders in both of the arms of the player. So now let's minimize the left shoulder as well and open up the right shoulder. There is the rifle holder. So let's go ahead and click on guns folder, and in the guns go inside prefab, then gun models, and here is all of the guns, or you can say rifles. So first of all we will add our gun, okay, in the right hand of the player. So just drag and drop it inside the rifle holder, then click on prefab, unpack completely. And in the last video you guys noticed that we have added the gun animator to our player. Okay, if we check the resources, we have created the gun animator in the previous video. So now we have added the gun. As you can see, we have the gun animator added, and basically this will play the first animation, which is this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and play the game. And as you can see, it played this shooting animation. You can see the player is in the shooting animation. Okay, so now if we click on our gun, okay, and then get back to the scene view, so that we can position our rifle, or you can say gun. So what we will do is to now simply make this gun position accurately. So you can do the same as I am doing. If your character and rifles are different, then make sure that you do it according to your own game. Okay, so let me just quickly do that and then I will show it to you. So I think this looks good in the player arms. As you can see, it looks good like this. Okay, and as you can see, the player is holding the gun, as you can see. So now first gun is set accurately. Now let's do this for the other hand as well, because our player will be holding two different guns. So in the left shoulder, left arm, forearm, hand, then left hand thumb, 1 2 3 4, and in the four last we have the rifle holder. So what we can do is to simply duplicate this one, okay, and then drag and drop it inside the rifle holder of the other hand, okay. And then let's move the position of this gun to this hand, and now let's position it correctly as well. So as you can see, it looks perfect like this. Okay, we have both of the guns set correctly, as you can see. Now guys, don't stop the game, because as you know that we are playing the game, okay, so that our player will be in the shooting animation, and then we will set the guns. As you can see right here, we set it already. Okay, now don't close the game. First of all, notice these values of both of the guns, okay, because if you stop the game, these values will be gone. Okay, so just don't stop the game. If you are using Windows, then open up the snipping tool, or you can use your mobile phone and just capture these values, okay. Or else you can do this is just simply copy the component, okay. But since we have two different guns, so we need to take a screenshot of one of the guns. So I will take the screenshot of this left hand gun, okay. So what I will do is to simply click on new, and let me capture these. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a screenshot of the left hand gun, and for the right hand, what we can do is to simply copy the component values of it, or you can actually take a screenshot of this one as well, but I will simply click on copy component. Now if we stop the game, you will notice that our gun is gone and our gun position is now gone as well. So we have the right hand gun. So what we will do, we will simply paste the values. As you can see, the values is being pasted. Okay, you can notice it. And now what we can do is to actually duplicate this again and move it inside the rifle holder. Okay, so drag and drop inside the rifle holder. Now we have these values, so let's type these values. So for the position X, it was minus 0.0564, and then for the other one, it was minus 0.0424, and then for the Z, it was minus 0.0416. Okay, then let's change the rotation of it as well to minus 55.011. Let's change this the X per rotation to 212.939, and then this one to 63.569, and now everything is set up already. Okay, so now what we can do is to play the game again, and now you will notice the guns will be in the same direction in which we have added. As you can see, if you check the scene view, there are the guns, okay, already being set up now. So what you have to do is to simply add the animator, okay, to the player right here, and then play the game and set up all of your guns in one position as you saw in this video. And after setting it correctly, copy the values, or you can actually take a screenshot of it and then paste that values again when the game is being stopped, okay, so that the values saved. Okay, so now we have the guns added, okay, and the next thing which we need to do is to add some shooting to our rifles. Okay, so in the previous video, as you know that we have added both of the guns to the player and we have the gun animator. Now in this video we will add some shooting. So for that, in the scripts folder, let's create a new folder by the name of rifles, and inside this rifles folder let's create a C# script by the name of handgun. Let's simply go inside the left hand gun of the player, okay, actually the right. So right here select this gun and then drag and drop this script to this gun, okay, which is on the right hand of the player. After doing that, let's open the script and now let's add some shooting. So for that, right here let's create a header by the name of rifle things, and in here let's create a public reference to the camera, and this camera will be our main camera. Then create another public float by the name of give damage, and this will be the value of how much this handgun will give damage to different objects, okay, for example the police, gangsters and the AI characters. After that, let's create another float by the name of shooting range, and this will be the range to which one bullet, or you can say raycast, of the handgun will reach, okay. We will basically restrict our shooting because we don't want the handgun to shoot in infinity direction, okay, or distance. If you say we want that distance to be restricted, and we will restrict that by the shooting range. So the shooting range of the handgun will be 100f. After this, let's create a new function by the name of shoot, and now inside this shoot we will add some shooting. So as you know, we will shoot using the raycast system in Unity. Let me explain how this raycast system will work. For example, if this is our camera, okay, and this is the AI character, so how this shooting will work, consider this main camera as our player, okay, because the main camera is following the player. So what we will do is, by using the raycast system, we will cast a ray from our main camera in the forward direction, okay, and if that raycast hit the AI character, gangster or the policeman, then it will give it the damage of 10 units. So it is simple as that. We are just casting a ray from the main camera, and if that ray hits something, okay, for example AI character, as I told you, gangster or the policeman, then we will give damage to that object. And also we add restriction on this raycast of 100 units. So if the AI character or the gangster is out of the range of the handgun, okay, which is 100 units, then the shooting will not work, okay, or you can say that the damage will not be then given. So now we see how this system will work. Now let's do this in coding. So first of all, we need a raycast hit, okay, in which we will store the information about what we hit. So we will store that in this raycast hit variable, which is by the name of hit info, okay. Now after this, we will say that physics dot raycast, and we use this for raycasting array. And now in here we will say that from where we want to raycast array. So it will be from the camera, okay, the main camera. As you know, we have added the reference already, so we will say cam dot transform dot position, okay, and this means that we want to raycast array from the camera position. And now we will tell this raycast in which direction it will go. So for that we will type cam.transform.forward. Okay, we want the raycast to be cast in the forward direction, and then if that ray hits whatever that is in the forward direction, we want to store information about that object in the hit info, as I told you. So we will say out and then hit info, and after that we want to restrict this ray, so we will restrict it by the shooting range. Okay, after this, for now we don't want to give damage to anything because we don't have anything in our environment. So what we will do, we will simply print the name of whatever we hit in the console. So for that we will say debug.log, and then we will use hit info because in this we store the information about whatever we hit, and we will say hit info.transform.name. so whatever we hit, it will give us that game object name. Okay, you can type position right here if you want to know the position of whatever you hit, but for now I will just simply say name. Okay, so let me tell you again what this will actually do is simply it will raycast array in the forward direction. Okay, and then we will store information of whatever we hit, and then we restrict that ray, and then we will show the name of whatever we hit in the console. That is it. And after this function right here, let's add the update function, and in here just simply call the shoot function. But as you know that we will not shoot every second because this update function is called every second. Okay, we want to shoot whenever the player hits the fire button, or you can say the mouse left button. So we will say that if input dot get button down, and that button is the fire 1 button. Actually, let's add this inside the double quotes, and then add curly brackets, call the function, and close curly brackets. That's it. And this fire button is already defined in Unity. If we get back to Unity now, if we click on edit project settings in the input manager, here you can see the fire button which is set to mouse 0, or you can say the left button of the mouse, and also the left control, but we will remove this left control. That's it. Now if we close this and go inside player, if we click on gun, as you can see now it needs the main camera right in there, so just simply drag and drop the main camera. That is it. Now if we check our player, the gun animator is already attached. Let's play the game. Okay, now if we move, for now the walking animation will not be played because as I told you we have the gun animator. But now if we try to shoot, okay, or press the mouse left button, as you can see we are shooting ourselves. As you can see it shows player. Okay, because the main camera is pointing the player, as you can see right here. Whenever we shoot, as you can see now we are shooting the road, now we are shooting ourselves again. As you can see now we are shooting the road circle, as you can see. So now this means that shooting works perfectly fine. And now in the next video we will continue our work on shooting. Okay, so now in this video we will add crosshair to our rifle, and also we will switch cameras, and by that I mean we will add aiming to our guns. Okay, so for that, in the rifles folder, let's create a C# script by the name of switch camera, and let's add this script to our player main game object. That's it. So now we have the script. Now let's quickly add the crosshair. So for crosshair you can use your own crosshair if you want, but if you want to follow me, then I will provide a link to this sprites. So just go ahead and download it, then extract it wherever you want. After extracting, This will give you this Unity package by the name of sprites. Let's double click on it, and as you can see it will open up Unity, and this is the sprites folder. Let's click on import, and it will be imported in seconds. Now if you check out these sprites, so these are all of the sprites which we will be using inside our game. Okay, for now we need this crosshair. So in the hierarchy, let's create a UI canvas. Let's name this as crosshair canvas, and inside this crosshair canvas let's create a UI image by the name of crosshair, and in the source image let's drag and drop this sprite now. And if you check the game, as you can see, there is our sprite. If we now click on set native size, it will set the default size of this crosshair. Now let's play the game in maximize screen. Okay, and you will notice that now this is our crosshair. As you can see, it is in the middle of the screen, and now we can shoot according to it. As you can see where this crosshair points, it shows the name of that game object. Okay, so we have added the crosshair. Now we need to add the switching camera functionality because we want to shoot and aim. Okay, so for that I will catch you guys in the next one. So let's go ahead and add the functionality to switch cameras. As you can see, we have the script already set up. Let's open this up and let's remove the start update function. At the top let's create a header. Okay, and let's name this as camera to assign. Okay, because when we will be aiming, you know that we will be switching cameras from third person camera to aim camera. Okay, so for that we need a different header, and inside that header we will have two references. The first one will be to our aim camera. Okay, and then the second one will be our third person camera. So let's name this as third person camera. After this, in the update function, what we will do, we will type a code, and in here we will say that if input dot get button, okay, if we press the fire to button, which is the mouse right button, and as you know in most of the games we aim using the mouse right button, so it means that if we press the mouse right button, okay, and if we are walking, so for that we will type input dot get key, and the key code will be W, and also we can move using the up arrow keys, so we will type that as well, input dot get key, key code dot up arrow. That's it. So now this means that if we are aiming and moving at the same time, then what we want to do, we want the third person camera to be disabled. So for that we will say third person camera dot set active. Let's disable it, so we will say false, and since we will be aiming, then we want the aim camera to be active, so we will say set active true. That's it. Now after this, add another else if, and in here we will say that if we are just aiming, or you can say if we are pressing down the mouse right button, if we are doing that, then what we will do, we will do the same as we did up there. We will disable the third person camera and activate the aim camera. After this, in the else block, it means that if the player is not aiming, then what we want to do, we want the third person camera to be activated and the aim camera to be deactivated. That's it. Now if we save this get back to Unity, then click on player. As you can see, it needs the aim camera and the third person camera, and this is the header, which is camera to assign. Okay, it's this header. So now let's drag and drop the third person camera and then the aim camera as well. So now if we play the game, and let's maximize our game window, as you can see, if we hold down the aim button, as you can see, now our player is aiming, as you can see. Okay, now if we don't hold the aim button or the mouse right button, we will get back from the aiming. And as you know, there is this animation which is really slow, and we don't want that. So in order to remove that, if we click on the camera, and right here we have the Cinemachine brain, so change the default blend from 2 to 0.01. okay, and now when the default blend becomes 0.01, you will notice that now if we press the mouse right button, as you can see, now we can aim really fast, as you can see. Okay, and now if we try to shoot somewhere, as you can see, we are shooting this bear pub, as you can see. So now we can take aim, and with our aiming done, catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video I will show you how you can give damage to any random object. So for that, in the scripts folder, let's go inside the rifle, and right here create a new C# script by the name of object. And now if we open this script, let's remove the start and update function, and let's create a public float by the name of object health, and let's give the health of 120f. After this, we will create a function, and inside that function we will type a code in which we will give damage to any object to which this script is attached. Okay, so for that we will say public void, let's name this as object hit damage, and this will we will pass a float by the name of amount. Okay, and this amount will come from the handgun, which is, as you can see, give damage is 10 units. So now that give damage amount will be sent to this amount float. Okay, and as you know that it is 10f, so now this amount is 10f, and what we will do, we will reduce the object health by this amount, which is 10f. So when we hit that object to which this script is attached, so as you know the health is 120f, so if we hit it, its health will be 110, and if we hit it again it will be 100, and then it will decrease by 10. Okay, after that, when we give damage to the object, after that we will say that if the object health is less than or equals to 0. Okay, it means that if the object is dead, then what we want to do, we will call a function by the name of die. And now let's create this die function right here, and what we will simply do is to destroy that game object. So we will say destroy game object, and make sure that the game object G is small. So that is just a simple code for giving damage to any object. So now, as I told you, this amount will come from this handgun. So now there is no connection between the handgun and object. So how we can pass this give damage value to this amount? For that, in the handgun right here, when we are shooting and storing information of whatever game object we hit, so right here we will say that object, which is basically the script name, this object script, and let's name this as object as well, and this will be equals to hit info. So right here we are simply saying that if we hit whatever object and if that object has this object script, okay, then what we want to do, we will say hit info dot transform dot get component, and if that object has the object script, then what we want to do, so if the object script is being found, okay, so say object is not equals to null, okay, then what we want to do, we want to give damage to that object to which this script is attached. So say object dot, and now let's call this function which is object hit damage, and it needs the amount, so object hit damage and the amount will be the give damage amount, okay, which is 10f. So we will give this amount. So now this give damage amount 10f will be passed to this amount, and this amount will be now 10f, and that 10f will be reduced from this object health. And if that object die, we will simply destroy that game object. So it is simple as that. We first create a reference right here to whatever we hit, and if that game object has this object script, then we will give this game object some damage. That is it. So now let's save this. And guys, before going back to Unity, change this from object to obj, because object is a default word in Unity, so we don't want any errors, okay, so make sure that you change this to obj, this one and this one as well. Save it, get back to Unity, and now let's select some object to which we want to give damage. For example, this telephone booth. So if we click on it, here is the phone booth, okay, and let's drag and drop the object script right here. This is the object health, okay, and now if we play the game actually, so let's go ahead and play the game. Now you can see the object health right there. Now let's walk towards this object, okay, right here. Let me focus. Okay, now let's try to shoot this. Now as you can see, we are shooting the phone box, and you can see the object health is decreasing. As you can see, now it is 100, 90, 80, 70, decreasing now, and when it becomes 0, as you can see, the object has been destroyed. So in this way you can give damage to whatever game object you want. Okay, so now we can simply give damage to different game objects. Now in the next video we will add some effects so that we can see our rifle shooting, and if you are hitting this phone booth, we want to add some effect to this so that it shows the shooting effect more beautifully. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. So let's go ahead and add muzzle spark to our handgun. So for that, what we're gonna do is, first of all, open up a browser. So you can open whatever browser you want, then go ahead and search for the assetstore.unity.com or simply Unity Asset Store, and then when you are there, search for varfx, which is created by this developer. And as you can see, this is a free package on the Unity Asset Store. This is the file size, which is 9.2 MB. So I have already added this to my asset, but if you didn't, then it will show a button right here that add to your asset or something like that, and after you add that, it will give you this open in Unity button. So if we click on open in Unity button, now it will give you this dialog, and once this appear, then just simply click on open Unity editor. And as you can see, this will automatically open up your Unity and then the package manager. As you can see now, it is refreshing the assets, or you can say fetching the asset, so just wait for it. As you can see now, the WarFX is right here. Now as you can see, I have the import and the re-download button, but if you are using this package for the first time, it will show the download button right here, so just simply download it. And once you have downloaded this package, then simply click on import. It will give this window which is preparing package. So now it is prepared, and this is all of the effects, okay, which we will be needing inside our game. So what we can do is scroll down a little bit and let's check it fully. Okay, let's click on import, and now in a minute it will be imported. So as you can see, it has been imported, and it is giving these two errors which is inside this package. As you can see, it shows that cannot convert type unity engine.game object to object. So let me double click on it, and once you double click on it, it will open up that script which contain the error. And let's check the line on which this error is, which is 138 of this script. So let's scroll down to 138, which is right here. Okay, just simply type game object, that's it. Now save this script, get back to Unity, and as you can see, the error has been gone. Now it has an error on 138 of this script, so double click. Okay, this is the same script. Let's find the line which is 183, and it is right here. So as you can see, we can't see any object, and the object is actually on 161. As you can see, it takes the object O. Okay, just change this to game object, that's it. Okay, I think this is due to the Unity versions updated, so this package is created in the older versions, so that's why it gives these errors. So if you have these errors as well, so just make sure that you solve it as I did. Okay, and now as you can see, both of the errors are gone and everything is working perfectly fine. Now let me close this script, and if we check the JMO assets, now if we go inside WarFX, then in here let's check the fire effects. Okay, so if we drag and drop it in here, as you can see, these are the effects. Okay, there are different effects, you can use whatever you want. Now as I told you, in this video we will be adding the muzzle spark. So for that I have a different effect which is created basically from this war effects, but I have modified that effect. Okay, so I will just give you that effect as well, but if you want to use your own effect, then you can use your own as well. But if you are following me, then I will give you this muzzle spark effect. Okay, so just go ahead and download this, and after downloading, click on extract here, and as you can see, it will give you this muzzlespark.prefab. Now what we will do, if we simply drag and drop this inside our wirefx, okay, right here, and now if we click on this, okay, and drag and drop it in here, as you can see, this is our muzzle spark, okay, which we will be adding to our handgun and many different guns. Okay, so this is the muzzle spark, and as you can see, I have added this inside the JMO asset var effects and then file. Okay, you can add this wherever you want, for example in the prefabs folder as well if you want. Okay, but I will for simply just leave it right here. So we have now the effects right here. The next thing which we will be doing is adding the actual muzzle spark to our handgun. So for that, first of all, let's click on scripts, rifles, and then let's open up this handgun script. And once you open this up, minimize the text editor, then get inside the player, then the armature, then inside this hips, spine, and let's open up the handgun. Okay, so right hand, it is inside the right hand. For now we will be focusing on this gun. Okay, so as you can see, here is the handgun script attached. Now open up this gun, and inside this gun 04, let's drag and drop the muzzle spark which we have added. So gmo asset, var effects, and then effects, then fire, and we have the muzzle spark right here. So just simply drag and drop this inside the gun 04, and as you can see, it is showing the muzzle spark right here on the gun top. Okay, right here. Okay, so if you are using my assets, okay, then it will be the same as you can see right here. Okay, but if you are using some other war effects, okay, then make sure that you change the position of your effect to right here in front of the gun bullet hole, as you can see. Okay, make sure that you change the position of it. For example, do the same as I did. Okay, first drag and drop the muzzle spark. Okay, and after drag and dropping the muzzle spark, click on prefab, unpack completely, and then just change the position of your muzzle spark to in front of your gun. Okay, the gun bullet hole, so that when we fire, it shows the effect in front of the gun. Okay, so that it shows that beautiful effect that yes, this gun is firing, as you can see. Okay, this will be more beautiful when you will be firing. Okay, for now let's just leave it in the gun 04 right here. Okay, and now, as you know, we have opened up the script right here at the top. Let's create a new header. So we will say header, and let's name this header as rifle effects, and inside this rifle effects, let's add a reference to our muzzle spark. Okay, so as you can see that right here in the gun 04, this muzzle spark is a particle system. So right here we will say public particle system, and let's name this as muzzle spark. Okay, so now we have the reference to our muzzle spark. Now in the shoot function, okay, so whenever the shoot function is called, we will first of all play the muzzle spark. So we will say muzzle spark dot play. That's it. Now if we save the script, get back to Unity. Okay, now if we click on gun 04, as you can see, there is the reference. So now just drag and drop this muzzle spark from there to here. Okay, from there to right here, as you can see. So once you do that, okay, now let's change the name from gun to handgun, for example. Okay, so this is the handgun. Now if we try to shoot on this handgun, it will play the beautiful effect. Okay, so let's play the game. Let me click on the game window, let me maximize it, and let's play the game. Now you will notice the beautiful muzzle spark. For now we don't have the effects, okay, for the handgun, but we will add that in the future. For now let's just test it out on this idle shooting animation. Okay, now as you can see, whenever we shoot, it plays the muzzle spark effect really beautifully, as you can see. For now we don't have the muzzle spark effect for the other gun because we don't have any script on that gun, but we will do that in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about that. For now just focus up on this first gun. Now as you can see, it plays the effect really smoothly. As you can see, we can shoot wherever we want. We can shoot this middle floor of this pub, okay, and wherever we want, as you can see. So now our muzzle spark is looking really beautiful. Now in the next video I will show you guys how we can add the impact effects. Okay, for example, as you know that now we can give damage to this phone booth. Okay, so in the next video we will try to damage this phone booth and we will add the impact effect. So for that I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the impact effect to this phone booth. For that, first of all, in the GMO assets, let's go inside the OR effects and then in here, then inside this bullet impacts. Okay, and if you notice this, there are, as you can see, many impact effects. Okay, let's find the best effect for this. As you can see, this is made up of some metallic material, so we can use this impact metal from this bullet impact folder. Okay, as you can see, this looks really beautiful, so we can use this metal effect. Okay, right here we have this effect, so let me delete that again. Right here we have this metal effect. Now let's open up the handgun script again, and right here after this muzzle spark, let's create a reference to our core effect. So we will say public game object. Okay, and let's name this as metal effect. Okay, and now as you know that we are damaging the phone booth, right here we have attached the object script to that phone booth, and right here we are damaging it. So now right here when we damage that booth, okay, then we will show the metal effect as well. So for showing the metal effect, what we will do is that we want to show the effect wherever we shoot. Okay, for example, if we are shooting the phone booth from this front direction, then it should show the effect right here. If we shoot up there, then it should show the effect perfectly fine right there and on the sides as well. So right here we will say instantiate, and we want to instantiate the metal effect, so we will say metal effect, and from where we want to show this effect, it will be from the hit info dot point. Okay, and this what this hit info dot point means, as you can see, we store the information about whatever we hit inside this hit info. So now we want to show this metal effect to the hit info dot point. It means that if we shoot right here, it will show the effect right here, and if we shoot right here, it will show the effect everywhere. Okay, where we try to shoot. After this, we also want to give it a rotation, and the normal thing to do here is to make the particle point out from where we shoot. Okay, so for example, if we shoot right here, okay, then we want the particles to be shown in this direction. Let me show you in visually. For example, if this is the phone booth and then we shoot in this direction, okay, and now if we shoot this area, okay, this area, then what we want the effect to be shown like this. Okay, in this direction. Okay, we don't want to show the effect in that direction, we want to show it in this direction, so that it gives that beautiful effect that yes, we are shooting in this direction. Okay, so for this we use the surface normal, and you will be thinking that what is surface normal? That is basically a three-dimensional vector that is perpendicular to its underlying surface. So as I told you, if this is our surface, okay, and then we shoot a bullet from here and we hit this point, then we will show the effect in this direction. Okay, so now let's first of all give it a rotation. For that we will say quad vanian dot look rotation, and as I told you, we will be using the surface normal, so we will say hit info dot normal. That is it. So now if we save this, get back to Unity, and in the player, now go inside the handgun, it needs the metal effect now. So go inside war effects, effects, fire, and I think it was the bullet impact, yes, and we have the metal effect right here. So let's simply drag and drop that in there. After this, let's click on maximize, play the game. Now let's move towards this phone booth right here. Now if you try to shoot it, as you can see, it shows the metal effect from wherever we shoot. As you can see, it shows the effect really beautifully. And guys, we want the cursor to be locked whenever we play the game. So in the handgun, let's first of all lock the cursor. So let's create a awake function, and in here we will simply say that cursor dot lock state. This will be equals to cursor lock mode dot locked. So now whenever we play the game, the cursor will be locked. And also, if you want to show this effect wherever you shoot, okay, wherever not on the phone booth, wherever in the environment, and you want to show this metal effect, then you can just move this outside from this if condition, okay. And if we save the script now and let's play the game, first of all you will notice that the cursor will be locked. As you can see, now the cursor is locked, okay. Now if we try to move to this point, let's shoot on the road. As you can see, it shows the effect. If we shoot on the walls, as you can see, it shows the effect, okay. So let's shoot. As you can see, it shows the effect wherever we shoot. Now if we try to shoot right here as well, it shows the effect right here as well. So in this way you can add the metal effect wherever you want, but I just want to show this effect, okay, whenever we shoot the phone booth. So I will leave it inside the if condition. Now I want this metal effect to be destroyed after some seconds, okay, because we don't want this effect to be instantiate again and again inside our game, okay. So for that, let's create a game object and let's name this as metal effect go. This will be equals to this, and after this we will say destroy, and we want to destroy the metal effect. So type that, and also you can type that from how many seconds you want to destroy this effect. So I will type 1F. So after 1 second, now this metal effect will simply be destroyed, and actually it is metal effect go. Okay, so make sure that you type the name of this game object, okay, not the metal effect. Now let's get back right here. Let me minimize that. Now if we play the game, okay, now the cursor is locked. Let's now try to shoot this both, okay. As you can see, after every 1 second the effect is being destroying, as you can see. Okay, so now as you can see, the effects are now destroying from here, okay. And make sure that you do the same as I did, okay, destroy the effect, or else it will make your game a lot more heavier and laggy. So now we have the metal effect, or you can say the impact effect added, and in this similar way you can add impact effect to whatever game object you want. And with this done, let's end this video right here. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will add fire charge to our handgun. As you know that we will be having different types of rifles, so we need different fire charge for that rifles as well. So right here at the top, let's create a public float by the name of fire charge, and for the handgun the fire charge will be 10F. And don't worry, when we will be testing this, then you will know the difference of how the normal shooting works and how when we add fire charge, then how that shooting works. Okay, so add fire charge. After this, let's create a private float by the name of next time to shoot, and this will be equals to 0f. Then if we scroll down right here inside this if condition, we will add and time dot time is greater than or equals to the next time to shoot. Then what we will do, we will say next time to shoot will be equals to time dot time plus 1f, and let's divide that by the fire charge. That's it. And right here, let's remove this down from there. Okay, just type get button. That's it. Save it, get back to Unity. Now if we click on handgun, okay, as you can see there is our fire charge. Okay, now let's play the game actually, and you can notice the fire charge is 10. Okay, now if we try to shoot, as you can see we can fire really quickly, or you can say in the automatic way. Okay, as you can see. Okay, now if we try to increase this fire charge to 500 for example, now you will notice that it shoots more quickly. Okay, because the fire charge is increased. Now for example, if we leave this to 1, now you will notice, sorry, my mouse right button is a little bit messy. Okay, so just ignore that. Okay, now if we try to shoot, as you can see, in after every 1 second our handgun shoots, as you can see, because the fire charge is 1. Now if we make it 2, now in every 1 second we will shoot 2 bullets. As you can see, in every 1 second we shoot 2 times. Now if we make this 5, now in every 1 second we will shoot 5 bullets. As you can see, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now if we make the fire charge as 10, okay, now in every 1 second we will shoot 10 times. As you can see, okay, we are shooting 10 times in every 1 second. So all the logic behind this code was that we actually say that we will shoot according to the fire charge every second. Okay, so if this 5 fire charge is for example 5, then we will shoot 5 times every second. Okay, it is simple as that. So now you can set the fire charge according to your rifle. Okay, if you are using different rifle, but for my handgun this fire charge 10 is enough. Okay, and that is it for this video. In this lecture we will add the magazine, ammo and reloading system. So for that, let's open up the handgun script quickly, and right here at the top, after this rifle things, let's create a new header. Let's name this header as rifle ammunition and reloading. In here, let's create a private integer by the name of maximum ammunition, and this handgun will have maximum ammo in one magazine will be 25. Okay, and after the ammunition we need magazines, that how many magazines this handgun will contain, and that will be 10f. Okay, or actually just 10 because this is a type integer. After this we will create a public integer again by the name of present ammunition. We will leave this as it is. After this we will create a public float by the name of reloading time, and this will be equals to 4.3f. okay, because after every 4.3 seconds our handgun will reload one magazine. Okay, after this we will create another public, actually private bool, and this will be by the name of set reloading, and by default the set reloading will be set to false because our handgun will not be reloading when we start the game. Okay, so make sure that it is false. After this, let's scroll down in the shoot function. What we will do, we will simply decrease the present ammunition. Okay, but first of all, right here in the awake, what we will do, we will basically set the present ammunition to the maximum ammunition. So whenever the game start, the present ammunition will be equals to 25. Okay, after this, when we shoot, we will decrease the present ammunition one by one. So right here, what we will do, we will say that whenever the shoot function is called, then we will say present ammunition minus minus, which will basically minus one integer value from the present ammunition whenever we shoot. Okay, and then after that we will say that if the present ammunition is equals to 0, okay, then it means that we have used one of our magazines and it is time to make the magazine value decreased as well. So we will say mag minus minus. Okay, so what this means that, for example, if we are shooting, okay, then we will make this present ammunition minus minus. Okay, so as you know, it is equals to maximum ammunition. Now this present ammunition is 25. Okay, and when we shoot, it will be then 24, 23, and it will decrease one by one according to the fire charge, which is set to 10f. Okay, and it means that it will fire 10 bullets every second. So when the present ammunition is equals to 0, then we make the magazine minus minus, which means that this magazines will be 10, and when the present ammunition becomes 0, this will be then 9, and when it becomes again 0, then it will be 8, and it will be decreased like that. Okay, and now what we will do if the magazines become 0, so for that we will be adding if conditions as well. So we will say that if the magazines is equals to 0, then what we will do, we will simply show the ammo out text. Okay, or you can say the ammo out UI, but that is for the future. For now, let's just leave this as it is. So now we have the ammunition and magazine system added. Now we can check this as well. Let me for now scroll up, and right here make sure that you type F right there. Okay, because this is a float value. I have noticed this, so that's why I've come here to change this. After that, save the script, and if we come right here, we have now the magazines and the reloading time. Now if we get into the debug mode, okay, now as you can see, this is the debug mode, and we can see all of the private variables, the maximum ammunition, present ammunition. Now you will notice that when we start the game, this present ammunition will be decreased to 25. You will notice it. Okay, as you can see, it is now 25. Okay, now if we try to shoot, okay, as you can see, the present ammunition is decreasing. Okay, and now when it becomes 0, now as you can see, it is going in minus 17, and it is going in the minus values. Okay, we don't want that. Right here comes the reloading function. So in the reloading function, what we will basically do is that we will say that if the present ammunition becomes 0, then we will reload our handgun, and this present ammunition will be again equals to 25. But we will do that in the next video. So let's go ahead and open up the handgun script, and right here in the bottom, after this shooting, let's create a enumerator type function by the name of reload. And you will be saying that what this means, this actually means in Unity the enumerator allow the program to yield things like the wait for second function, which let you tell the script to wait without hopping the CPU. So you can say that enumerator is basically used for simply pausing an iteration. And as you know that while reloading we will pause the iteration. Okay, while reloading we don't want the player to shoot or do whatever. Okay, we will pause everything and we will first reload the handgun. Okay, so that's why we will be using the enumerator. So now in the reload function what we will do is actually we want that when the player reloads we don't want any movement, etc, etc, but let's just leave that for now. Now right here we can simply say that when we are reloading we will set the reloading to true. Okay, and after this, just for testing purposes, we will debug a message in our console that reloading. Okay, so that we know that yes, we are reloading. After that, what we will do, we will stop the iteration, so we can say yield return new, wait for seconds, and the seconds will be the reloading time. Okay, after that, when we are done reloading we will actually debug a message again right here that done reloading. Okay, and after that what we will do, we will set the present ammunition again back to the maximum ammunition because that's what we wanted. Okay, we don't want the present ammunition to go in the minus. Okay, we want it to be set it back to the maximum ammunition, which is 25. Okay, so make sure that you do this, and when we are done reloading we will set the set reloading to false because now our handgun is reloaded and we can set this back to false. Now after this, if we move up right here inside this update function, what we will do at the top is that we will say that if set reloading, okay, it means that if we are reloading then we don't want to move further, we just want to say return. And if you are not reloading, then we will check that if the present ammunition is less than or equals to 0. If that is the case, okay, if the present ammunition is less than or equals to 0, then we want to call the reload function. For that, as you know that it is a enumerator function, so for calling the enumerator function we first type start coroutine. I don't know if I spelled that right or wrong, but it is like this. Okay, so just make sure that you type this as it is, and then we will simply call the reload function in there, and that is it. Then just simply say return because this start quarantine needs a return. Okay, this enumerator function actually. So now this will basically do all of the reloading. Now we can just save the script, get back to Unity, and right here we have the present ammunition, everything as it is. We have the set reloading. Now let's play the game. You can see we have the present ammunition and set reloading, everything set up. Now if we try to shoot, okay, as you can see the present ammunition is decreasing, and when it becomes 0, as you can see set reloading is set to true, and after 4.3 seconds, as you can see, it has been reloaded again. Now the present ammunition is again equals to 25 and the magazine is now 9. Now if we end this magazine as well, now as you can see the number of magazines is 8, and after 4.3 seconds we have the gun reloaded again, as you can see. And now when we are reloading, as you can see, we can't shoot anymore, and once the reloading is done we can shoot again, and this is due to this line of a code right here. Right here we say that if set reloading is true, then we will simply say return. Okay, we don't want to do any shooting or anything, we just simply want to return again and again once the reloading is set to false. Okay, so now we have the magazine ammunition system and the reload system. Now in the next video we will show the UI that you are out of ammo, something like that. For that, catch you guys in the next one. In this video, we will add the ammo out UI to the player whenever the magazines become 0 and there is no ammunition and magazines left in the player handgun. Okay, so for that, right here, we will create a canvas. Let's name this canvas as ammo out canvas, and then in here we will create a UI panel. Let's go into game view. As you can see, this is the panel. Okay, let's get back to scene view. Let's focus up on the ammo out canvas. There is the panel. Now what we will do with this panel is make this on the middle center. Okay, make sure that you click that, press the alt button and select middle center. After doing that, let's design this. Let's move this right here, then this one there. Let me turn on the gizmos so that we can see everything. Let's move it right here and this one right here. Now let's click on this again and select middle center. Now as you can see, it is in the center. Okay, let's do that so that it fits all of these boxes. Okay, these square boxes. Now we can actually resize this a little bit more again, like that. Okay, so here is the panel. Let's maximize it. Now we can simply move this to the top center and move it right here. That's it. Okay, now inside this panel, let's create a UI legacy text. Before moving any further, we need a font style. So go ahead and download this fonts zip file, then extract it. It will give you this fonts folder. Let's drag and drop this inside our assets main folder like that. So here is the fonts. Now we can click on the text and select this font. Okay, this is actually a GTA 5 type of text. Okay, and now right here let's type ammo out. Okay, let's make the size of this text as 40. Let's move it like this. Okay, make sure that it fits this whole area like this, and let's move it down to the center and then down like that. Okay, now as you can see, it will show this beautifully text which will be ammo out. Okay, and we can make the color of this fully white. Okay, and from the panel let's remove the image. Okay, we don't want any image right there now. Okay, so now we have the ammo out text. So ammo out text. After designing your ammo out UI, you can just then simply open up the handgun script. Then after this, rifle effects, create a new header by the name of, let's just say, sounds and UI. And in here we will make a reference to our ammo out canvas. We will say public game object. Let's name this as ammo out UI. That is it. Now let's simply scroll down after this reload function. Okay, let's create another enumerator function by the name of show ammo out. And in here what we will do, we will say ammo out dot set active, and we want to show the ammo out UI, and for how many seconds we want to show that. That will be for, let's remove the reloading time and say for 5 seconds, and after that we want to remove the ammo out UI. Okay, so we can just copy that, paste it down below and change this to false. That is it. Now if we scroll up right here, when the magazines become 0, we will show the ammo out UI or text. So now we have the function. We will say start coroutine and then show ammo out, and then we will say return. That is it. Now let's save the script, get back to Unity, click on player, and actually the handgun, we need the ammo out UI right there now. So this is our ammo out UI. Let's actually disable that by default. Click on handgun, let's drag and drop that in there, and then actually let's make the total number of magazines for now as 1. Okay, let's play the game. So now we have the magazines 1. Okay, let's finish that out. Okay, now as you can see, the total number of magazines are now 0, and as you can see, we can see the ammo out canvas, and after 5 seconds it disappeared. Now if you shoot again, as you can see, it is showing again, as you can see. Okay, it shows ammo out. Now if you try to shoot again, as you can see, it shows ammo out. Now if we make the magazines 5, now we have the magazines, and as you can see, it works perfectly fine. But let me tell you guys that you can use your own ammo out UI if you want. Okay, you can create a more beautiful one from this one, but now you know how we can add the UI for ammo out. And with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous videos we have completed our work for the right hand handgun, as you can see. For this one, now as you know that our player will be having 2 handguns, so now it is time that we make this left hand handgun workable. So for that, what we will do is, first of all, in the scripts folder and then the rifles folder, let's create a new script by the name of handgun 2, or you can name this whatever you want, and then select the second gun and name this as well handgun 2. Now on this handgun 2, what we will do is simply drag and drop this handgun 2 script, and now let's open this up. Let's remove the start and update function from here, and then if we get back to handgun script, then what we will do is to simply copy all of the variables. So Control C, and right here we will paste it. Okay, and after this we need the awake and update function, and let me tell you that the code for the handgun 2 will be similar to handgun, but we will be making some changes in the handgun script, but that is for the future. For now, just follow me. Okay, after copy and pasting the awake and update function, after this let's get back right here and let's copy this shoot function. So we can just copy it like this and then paste it right down below the update function. Okay, I'm doing this one by one so that you guys follow me. And then we have the reload and the show ammo, so copy that as well and right here paste it down. That is it. So now this is the code for our handgun 2. Let's save the script, and then in the rifle things, let's create a public transform actually. So we will say public transform, make sure the T is capital, and let's name this as hand. And then in the awake function, what we will do, we will say that transform dot set parent, and we will set this hand as the parent of the handgun. Okay, let's do the same for the handgun script as well. So get back to handgun at the top. Let's paste that hand variable and then the awake function code. So paste it right here. So what this will do is basically it will make this handgun the child of this hand, and we will assign this hand in Unity. So now let's save the script, get back to Unity. If we click on handgun, okay, the first one, as you can see, it needs this hand. So the hand will be this rifle holder, so just paste that in there. And now let's click on handgun 2 right here. It needs the camera now, so we will drag and drop the main camera. Then everything else will be the same. Then for the hand we will paste the or drag and drop the rifle holder for the left hand, okay, because this handgun 2 is in the left hand of the player. After the rifle holder, let's add the muzzle spark and metal effect. So for that we can click on that. Okay, there is the muzzle spark. Now we need to set the muzzle spark for that handgun as well. So if we go inside the JMO asset to RFX, then effects, and then muzzle spark, I think it was the fire. So here is the muzzle spark. Let's open up the handgun and inside the hand 04 paste it. As you can see, it is now in front of the gun. Then click on prefab, unpack completely. Now click on handgun 2, drag and drop the muzzle spark, and now it needs the metal. So in bar effects, go inside effects, okay, underscore effects, and then bullet impacts, and here is the metal. So let's drag and drop that in there. After this, it needs the ammo out UI, so we will drag and drop the ammo out canvas in there, and that will be it. Now we can close all of that, and we are ready to test the game. So let's click on play, and as you can see, here is our player holding the guns, okay, you can see, and the gun moves with the rifle holder, as you can see. Okay, now if you try to shoot, as you can see, now both of the guns are shooting and now reloading. Now after reloading it will shoot again, as you can see. So okay, ammo is out for the one gun, that's why that gun wasn't shooting. So it was this handgun. Let's make the total number of magazines as 10. Okay, and this is 10 already. So now both of the guns will shoot. Okay, there it is. Let's shoot. As you can see, now both of the guns are shooting. Now they are reloading. Okay, now they are shooting again. So now as you can see, both of the handguns are now shooting and working perfectly fine. And let me show you that they can give damage as well. Okay, if you try to hit this, as you can see, it gives damage as well. So with all of this done, let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. In this video we will be working on the animations for our handgun. So in most of the games you guys know that the main character doesn't only have one animator controller. The player has more than one animator controller. So we will be having more than one animator controller in this course as well. As I told you in the previous videos, for just the player we will be having one animator controller, then for the handgun we will have a different animator controller, and then for the shotgun and the bazooka or rocket launcher, and for the mini machine gun as well. For now we will be focusing on our handgun, and if you see right here in the resources folder we have a gun animator right here. If we open this up, this is our gun animator. The only challenge now is that we will have to change the controller right here from player to gun animator controller in runtime. Okay, if the player is holding the handgun or the player picks up the handgun, then we will change this controller to gun animator. Okay, from player controller to this animator controller. We will be doing that at runtime, not manually like this. So you guys will be learning more new things if you follow me step by step. So if we double click on our gun animator, this is the shoot primary two guns animation. Okay, and on the player we have the gun animator for now applied. Let's change this back to player controller. Okay, because we don't have any animation for the handgun, we just have simple animation for the player basic locomotions. Okay, if we play this on the player controller, the player will play the animations. As you can see, it plays the basic animations. Okay, so now we want that if the player is holding the handguns, we want to change this controller, and also we want to disable this player script as well, because for the handgun we will be having different walking and running speed and also different animator. So for that, if we open up the handgun script right here, first of all we will add the movement code, so we can get that code from our player script, because on the player script we have all of the moving, walking, jumping code. Okay, we are doing some reusable coding right here. So let's open the script. Okay, for now just close down this handgun 2 script because we don't need that. Now from the player script, what we need, we first of all need the player movement variable, the player animator and gravity, then also this player script camera, then we need the player jumping and velocity as well. So basically we need all of the variables first of all. So follow me step by step. The first step is to copy all of these variables from the player script, get back to handgun, and right here at the top make some space so that you don't get confused, and paste all of the variables in this. You can add a comment if you want. So these variables are for the rifle shooting, so we can say rifle shooting variables, and then these are for the movement, so you can just copy that, and right here you can say rifle movement variables. Okay, you can do that if you want for better understanding. So now we have the variables right here. After the variables, let's get back right here, and in the update function let's copy all of this code from the update, get back to handgun. Now we can scroll down to the handgun update function. Okay, here it is, and right here in the update function at the top, okay, right here we will paste all of that code right here. Okay, after this we need all of these functions. So the first one is the player move, so let's copy the player move from the player script, get back to handgun now, and after this update, okay, and above this shoot function paste it. Okay, make sure that the player move is the first function. After the player move we need the jump, so let's copy the jump, and after the player move now and above the shoot let's paste it. After the jump we need the sprint, so we can just simply copy this from there and paste it right here. That is it. So now we have all of the functions, variables, everything set up. And guys, follow me step by step. You can just rewind the video if you didn't get it. We first of all took all of the variables from here, then we take all of the functions and also this update function code and then the other functions, okay, and we paste it right here one by one. Okay, player move, jump, and right here we have the sprint, and then down below we have the shooting variables, but leave that as it is because the shooting is already completed. So now we have added all of the code right here. Now we can end this video right here, and in the next video we will join all of this code and then we will have a different walking for the handguns. So let's end this right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video we have added all of the code. Now in this video we will be adding the animation for the handgun. As you know, for now we have the animations for the player simple walking. On the handgun we don't need all of these, so actually we can just remove all of these. Okay, so let's remove them one by one. Okay, let's remove these one as well, and that is it. And let me check at the top, we have the animator reference right here. Okay, so you can double click on animator and it will give you all of the animation in which location they are added. So remove all of them, and after this get back to Unity. Okay, we will have to assign all of these things. So for the character controller we will be using the same character controller. So what you can do is simply drag and drop the player in there and it will automatically select the character controller component. For the animator, drag and drop the player, it will select the animator from there. Then for the camera we can drag and drop the main camera. For the surface check we will add the surface check and then the surface layer mask, and then everything else is already set up. So after doing all of this, now if we go inside the resources folder, we have the gun animator right here. Let me double click on this animation, and as you can see it opens up the handgun animation which is inside the player, then player character animation, then handgun. Okay, so this is this animation which is the shooting animation. Okay, as you can see, now what we can do right here is remove this animation, and now the first animation for our handgun will be this draw two guns, because whenever the player picks up, or you can say take out the guns, it will play this animation. As you can see that yes, the player draw the two guns. So let's now add all of the animation one by one, but as you know that before adding the animations, let's quickly create all of the parameters. So the first parameter will be of type bool, and let's name this as idle aim, and you can find these parameters if you click on these parameters. Okay, if you are on the layer, make sure that you change to parameters. So once you added the first parameter, now let's add the second one. It will be a bool as well, and its name will be walk forward. After this, the next parameter will be the run forward. Okay, and guys, make sure that you are inside the gun animator controller. Okay, on the resources click on gun animator controller. After this, let's add the next parameter, and that parameter will be the aim walk. After this, the next one will be the jump, but this jump will be actually a trigger, so let's add a trigger instead of bool. Name this jump. After this, let's create another bool by the name of shoot. After the shoot, we need the next one for reload. After the reload, we need the next pool, which will be by the name of shoot aim. And that is all of the parameters which we will be needing for this gun animator controller. And once you have added all of the parameters, then the next step will be adding all of the animations. So in the player character animations handgun folder, this is all of the animations. If you didn't download it, make sure that you go ahead and download all of the animations. And now in the next video we will join all of these animations. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so in this video we will join all of the animations. For that, in the resources folder, let's open up the gun animator. Okay, we have the parameters set up in the previous video. Now let's add the animations. So let me go down right there, and then let's go ahead in the player folder, player character animation handgun, and the first animation will be the draw two guns. Okay, if we double click on it, this will be the animation. Let's drag and drop the player in there. As you can see now, it shows the player drawing the gun. Okay, after this, the next animation will be this idle hold gun. Okay, so make sure that you add that. So this will be the idle when the player will be holding the gun. Okay, as you can see right here. After this, we need the walk. So actually we need the jump as well, so of the jump right here. After the jump we need the walk, so let's see where the walk is. There it is. Okay, we need this simple walking, so we will put it right here. After walk we need the run, so right here we have the run forward two guns. Okay, this is it. Let's move it right there. After this we need the aim walking, so this is just the walk, and right here we have the aim walk, so let's move it right here. After this we need the aim. Okay, so for that we will use this shoot. Okay, this shoot will be our aim animation as well. Let me move right here. Okay, fixing this animator controller is really hard. Unity should work on this. Okay, let's rename this to idle aim rifle. That is it. Okay, move it right here. After the idle aim rifle we need the shooting, so for the shooting we will use the same, okay, the same animation, which is shoot primary two guns. And also now we need the reload, so right here we have the reload. As you can see, let's drag and drop the reload in here. That is it. Now we have all of the animations. You can set this animation according to your own positions, okay, but I will leave this in this way. So now after adding the animations, let's actually rename them as well, but let me move them down a little bit. Okay, now let's rename this just to idle. Okay, and let's rename this to idle forward to rifle. Okay, we will be using this animator for our shotgun, okay, and for our other rifles as well, so that's why we need the names to be same. Okay, but we will be changing this motion, or you can say animation, in them the names will be the same. Now let's change this from run forward to guns to run forward rifle. Okay, we are just changing the names, not the animation in them. Then let's change this to run forward aiming rifle, and let's change this to shooting primary rifle. This one jump to apex rifle. Okay, after this we need this reload to reload fast or just reload rifle. Okay, so now we have renamed them. Now we need to connect all of these animations and then add the conditions, but we will do that in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the transitions. So let's create a transition actually from this draw two guns to the idle, and then we can leave the condition and everything as it is. Okay, after this let's create a transition from idle to walk forward rifle, then from walk forward rifle back to idle. Now select the first transition, remove as exact time 0, and right here we will make the walk forward true. Now select the other transition, remove the as exact time 0, actually it is just as exact time, and right here we will allow the player to go back to idle when the walk forward is false and also the run forward is false. Okay, so it will go back like that, and this will solve our walking animation problem which was in the previous courses. Okay, let's just leave that topic and let's go ahead and make another transition from walk forward rifle to run forward rifle and then back and forth like that. Select the first one, remove as exact time, make the run forward true, then select the other one, remove as exact time, and make the run forward false. That is it. Now let's make a transition from idle to run and from run back to idle. Select the first transition, make the run forward true, select the other one, move as exact time, and in this one make the run forward false. That is it. Now let's make a transition from idle to jump, and let's make a transition from jump to idle. Right here remove as exact time, add a condition, make jump trigger, and then remove as exact time and make idle true. Okay, in this transition which is from jump to idle, you can notice this blue line and notice this line and you will know that on which transition I am. Okay, so make sure to do that. Now we have the simple walking running animations. Okay, we can now test this as well. So let's open up the handgun script. Actually, first of all, get back to scene, click on player. Okay, on the player we for now have the player controller. Let's drag and drop the gun controller right here. Okay, for now manually we will be typing code for this so that at runtime we will be changing this, but for now just for testing add this manually. Okay, after adding that disable this player script as well. Okay, and now let's open up the handgun script and add the animations. So right here we already have the animator reference. Now if we get inside the player move function right here, let's add the animation. So we will say animator dot set bool, and in here we will say walk forward, and let's make this walk forward true. After this we will say animator dot set bool, and in here we will make run forward false. Okay, because if we are moving then we don't want the run to be false, we want the walk to be true. Okay, and we want the run to be false. Then in the else, let's say animator dot set bool, let's make the walk forward false, and make the run forward as well false. So just copy and paste that line right down below. After this, let's get inside the jump, and right here we will say animator dot set bool. Let's make the idle aim false, because when we are jumping we want that to be false. And we will say animator dot set trigger. Now as you know that our jump is a trigger, so we will say jump. Okay, set trigger jump. After this, let's get inside the else block. Right here we will say animator dot set bool, and let's set the idle aim to be true, and we want the animator dot reset trigger, and we want the jump to be reset. Okay, right here it is set trigger, and then right here it is reset trigger. After the jumping, let's get inside the sprint, or you can say running, and right here we will say animator dot set bool. Let's set the walk forward to false, because when we are running we don't want the walk to be true. And then we will say animator dot set bool, and let's set the run forward to be true. Okay, after this, in the else block, let's copy all of this, paste it down below, and make this true and the second one false. That is it. So now as you know that we only connected the walking, running and idle animations, so now that all animations will work perfectly fine. The shooting, reloading and other animations are still remaining, but we will do that, don't worry about that. Now we have the script disabled and we have added the gun animator. Okay, now we are ready to test the game. Let's play it, and now as you can see it plays the draw guns. Okay, and now we can walk. Okay, I think the animations are not set to loop time. Let me click on draw two guns. It will not be loop time, the idle will be loop time, so tick that, click apply. After that we have the walk, make sure that it is loop time as well. Then the run forward, make it loop time. Okay, just double click on it and it will select this animation. Click on loop time, click apply. Let's do the same for the other ones. Okay, it is already set to loop time. Then the reloading, it will not be a loop time. Okay, now the other ones are set to loop time. Now let's save it, get back to scene view, let's play the game. Now as you can see our player is playing the animations, but as you can see the gun is not in the right place. Okay, the other gun is positioned correctly, but this gun is not positioned correctly, and as you can see our player is not moving in the direction of our camera. And you guys will be thinking how we will fix that. I know exactly how to do that, but we will do that in the next video. So let's end this one right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will fix this issue. As you can see, when we walk and try to rotate our player in some other direction, as you can see it is just the handgun which is rotating, as you can see. Okay, so we don't want that. We want the player to rotate with the camera and also on the forward, backward, left and right keys. For this, let's open up the handgun script, and at the top right here inside this rifle things, let's create a public transform by the name of player transform Now let's scroll down to the player move function. So it is right here. Now right here, instead of this transform, we need to type player transform. Okay, now let's copy that and paste it right here as well instead of the transform. Then if we scroll down to the sprint function right here, remove transform and type player transform and right here as well. So once you do that, let's go ahead and save this. Then back in Unity, let's click on handgun, and right here let's drag and drop the player in the player transform. So now the whole player will rotate towards the camera, and also the player will move in the forward, backward, left and right direction. So if we play the game, okay, there it is. Now as you can see, the player is moving forward and now backward. Now the player can move to the left and to the right side, and also if we rotate the camera, as you can see now, the player is moving, and also the handgun is now in the player hand because we removed the transform from there. Okay, now you can notice the animations for handgun. Okay, now the player is moving forward. Okay, the player can now jump as well, and the player can sprint, as you can see. So with this added, now in the next video we will add the remaining animations. Let's go ahead and connect all of the remaining animations. So in the resources, open up the gun animator. Let's make a transition from run to walk forward aiming rifle, then back to run forward rifle. Select this first one and remove as exact time and make run forward false, and then select this one right here, remove as exact time and make the run forward true. After this, make a transition from walk forward rifle to walk forward aiming rifle, and then from here back to there, select the first one, remove as exact time 0, and right here we will say aim walk true, then select the other one which is from walk forward aiming rifle to walk forward rifle, remove as exact time 0, and simply make the aim walk false. Then let's make a transition from idle to walk forward rifle, and from here back to there, select the first one, remove as exact time, right here make the aim walk true and the shoot aim false. Then select this one, remove as exact time 0, and right here make the aim walk false. So aim walk, make it false. Now let's make a transition from walk forward aiming rifle to idle aim rifle, and then from here back to there, select the first one, remove as exact time and make the shoot aim true, then select this other one, remove as exact time and make shoot aim false. That is it. Now let's make a transition from idle to idle aim rifle, and then back there, select the first one, right here make shoot aim true, and then select the other one, uncheck the has exact time, then make the shoot aim false and also make the aim walk false as well. After this, make a transition from idle aim rifle to jump, and then from jump back to idle aim rifle. Select the first one, remove as exact time and set the jump trigger, then select the other one, remove as exact time and make the shoot aim true. After this, let's make a transition from idle to shoot primary rifle, and from shoot primary rifle back to idle. Select the first one, remove as exact time, make the shoot true, then select the other one, and right here we can leave the as exact time true and then make shoot false. That is it. Now we have added the transitions. Now let's transition to the reload as well. So make a transition from shoot primary rifle to reload, and right here simply make the reload true. Then let's make a transition from idle aim rifle to reload and make the reload true. Then from reload rifle to idle make a transition, leave the as exact time and then add a condition, make a reload false. Okay, so whenever the reload becomes false, the player will go back to the idle. Then from there the player can shoot again. So now all of the transitions and conditions are done. Now let's add all of these conditions using the script. So right here in the handgun script, get down to the shoot function, and as you know that we call this shoot function right here when we press the fire 1 button. So right here we will play the animations. So right here in the if conditions, let's type animator dot set bool, and we will make the shoot to be true. After this, let's add a else block, and inside this else we will say animator dot set bool. Let's make the shoot to false. After this we will have to get back to the reload function, and in here we will say animator dot set bool, and we will set the reload to true. After this, when we are done reloading, we will say animator dot set bool, and let's set the reload to false. Okay, so this animation work for the shooting and reloading. So just save the script, get back to Unity, and as you know that there are many animations which are remaining, but we will do that. For now, let's just test the shooting animation and see how does it looks. So as you can see, the player draws the guns. Now if you try to shoot, as you can see, the player is shooting, but the shooting is not that accurate. Now the player is reloading. As you can see, everything is set up, so there is problem with our shooting. If you notice, the player actually shoots back and forth. As you can see, we don't want that. So in order to fix this, let's get back to animator and click on this shoot primary rifle right here. Make the speed of this animation as 0.2. okay, if you are using my animations, okay, or if you are using your own animation and you have the same issue, then make sure that you change the speed to 0.2. or if your animation is longer, then it will work perfectly fine. But my shoot rifle animation is, as you can see, it is 0.17 seconds, so it is really short. So that's why it plays this animation back and forth. So we need to make the time of this animation a little bit more longer. Now let's play the game. And now if we try to shoot, as you can see, now the player is shooting perfectly fine. Okay, as you can see, now the player is reloading. Now let's shoot again, and as you can see, now the player is reloading. So now the shooting is working fine. Now the next thing which we will be doing is adding this other animations, okay, which is this walk forward aiming and also this aiming animations, okay. And as you know that we do the aiming in our other script, which is the switch camera script. So in the next video we will be focusing on this. So catch you guys in the next one. let's go ahead and add the remaining animations which are for aiming and aim walking. For that, open up the switch camera script, and then right here we need to create a reference to the animator. So we will say public animator. Let's name this as animator as well. After this, at the top, let's say animator dot set bool. Let's set the aim walk to true. After this, we will say animator dot set bool. Then we will make the shoot aim to false, because when we are aiming and we are walking, then we want the aim walk to be true and the shoot aim to be false. After this, we will say animator dot set bool. Let's set the shoot aim to true, and then animator dot set bool. Let's set the aim walk to true. So we will say aim walk true. When we are aiming, we want the shoot aim to be true and the aim walk to be true as well, because in that case we are aiming and we can then shoot as well. Then in the else block, we will set the aim walk and the shoot aim both to false. That is it. Let's save this script, get back to Unity, click on player, then we have the switch camera right here. Let's drag and drop the animator in there, and that will be it. Now the player will play all of the animations. If we play the game, okay, there is the draw rifles, okay, then we have the aiming animation, as you can see. After this, if we try to walk, as you can see, we can walk as well, we can run, and we can walk and aim as well, as you can see. So now the animations are working fine. And guys, we don't want this uh, guns to be shaking like that, okay? It is actually the player shooting. We don't want this. When we are aiming, we want the guns to be stand still. So for that, what we can do is go inside player, then player character, then animation, handgun. Where is the shooting? Here it is. We have the shooting, then we have the shooting aim. Okay, there is the shooting, and then this is the shoot primary gun. Okay, select the other one, which is this shoot primary two guns aim. Okay, and right here extend this, then click on animator, then right here in the idle aim we will drag and drop this animation there. Okay, we forgot to add this for the aiming, so just add that. Now if you try to play the game, okay, there it is. Let's walk a little bit. Now if you try to aim, as you can see, now the player is aiming fine, as you can see. Okay, so now all of the animations are working perfectly fine, and let me tell you that there are more issues which we will be fixing. For example, if you are walking and try to jump, as you can see we can't jump. This is because in the handgun script we told that if you are moving, then we don't want the player to jump, so it fixed the jumping issue. Now if we are walking and shooting, that works fine as well, as you can see. And if we are reloading, as you can see, we can still walk. We don't want that. When we are reloading, we want the player to not move. So we will do that all in the next video. For that, catch you guys in the next one. So in this video we will fix the issue which was with the animation. When the player is reloading, we don't want the player to move. So for fixing that, open up the handgun script right here in the reload. As you know that now we have the separate player speed, player sprint variables. So now when the player is reloading, we don't want the player speed. Okay, so we will make the player speed 0f. After this we will make the player sprint speed as 0f as well. After this, when the player is done reloading, what we will do, we will make the player speed back to normal, which is 1.1, and the sprint is 5, so 1.1 and then 5. So this will simply fix the issue. Save the script, get back to Unity. Okay, now we have everything set up. Let's play the game. Now you will notice that when we fire, okay, now as you can see the player is not moving. Okay, and now when the player is done reloading, now the player can move again, as you can see. Now if we try to shoot again, okay, the player is reloading, we can't move, as you can see, and when we are done reloading, now we can walk again. Okay, so now this issue is being fixed. Now the next issue is that when we try to move and shoot, as you can see, the player is not playing the animation. Okay, so we want to fix that as well. In order to fix that, what we will do is that when the player is moving, we will disable the shooting, and when the player stops or stop moving, then we will enable the shooting ability again. So that will basically fix this issue. Let's go ahead at the top right here in the rifle things. Let's create a public bool by the name of isMoving, and also let's open up the handgun 2 script as well, because we need to do the same on that script as well. So let's open that up, handgun 2 right here. Let's first of all come here, and in the player move function we need to do everything right here. But first of all, let's click on the handgun 2 script and let's create that pool right here as well. Is moving. Now let's get back to right here, and at the top, before this is moving, we need a reference to our handgun 2 script. So we will say handgun 2, and let's name this as handgun 2. Okay, because we need a reference to this script and then to this is moving bool. Okay, now we have a reference to both of this is moving. Okay, now if we get back to the player move right here after this jump range, what we will do, we will first of all say is moving equals to true, because when the player is moving, we will set this to true. And also the handgun 2 is moving bool as well, so we will say handgun 2 dot is moving is equals to true. Let's copy this and let's get down right here. Now when the player is not moving, we will set this to false. That's it. After this, let's get inside the sprint and let's paste that right here, then down below as well, and simply make this false and the other one as well false. So now when the player is moving and sprinting, we will set that to true, and when not sprinting and moving, we will set this to false. Okay, now right here we will add a if condition, and inside this if we will say that if the is moving is equals to false. Okay, it means that if the player is not moving, then we will allow the player to shoot. Okay, so just simply add that inside this curly brackets of this main if condition. So now if the player is moving, is not moving, then we will make the player to shoot. That is it. Now let's save this get back to Unity, click on player and actually go inside the player, click on handgun. It needs a reference to the handgun too, so the other handgun is in the left shoulder, so let's drag and drop that in here. It will automatically select the script from here. Okay, and let me check everything else are done. Let's minimize that, let's play the game, and now you will see that when we are moving, as you know that we can't shoot, we are just shooting on that gun. And let's check it, why is that happening? If you see the script right here, we added this if condition on this handgun and we forgot to do the same for the handgun 2. So for the handgun 2, let's add this condition right here as well. So we will say that if is moving, okay, this is moving is the same bool right here as well. Okay, you can change the name if you want, but I will leave this as it is. Okay, so if the player is not moving, then we will allow the player to shoot. If the player is moving, we will not allow the player to shoot. That is it. Let's save this now. Now if we try to play the game, we will see everything will be working perfectly fine. Okay, so here is the player. Let's try to move and let's try to shoot. As you can see, the player is not shooting, as you can see, not in the aiming and not without the aiming. Now if we stop the player and then shoot, as you can see, now the player is shooting again. Okay, and when we are reloading, the player can't move as well. So now as you can see, all of the animations are working perfectly fine. Okay, we don't have any animation issue now. Okay, and there is a problem with my mouse right button, so that's why there is some issue when I try to aim. Okay, I think the mouse button is loose or whatever happened to it, but now the animations are working perfectly fine. Let's check it out in the full view. Okay, as you can see, it looks really beautiful like this. Okay, we can shoot wherever we want. So now with all of our animations completed for the handgun, now we are ready to add the other rifles as well. So for that, catch you guys in the upcoming videos. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onwards, we will start adding different rifles to our player. So the next rifle which we will be adding will be this shotgun. Okay, so for the shotgun, first of all we need to create a new animator controller. So for that, let's duplicate the gun animator. Okay, and once you duplicate it, click on rename and let's rename this to shotgun animator. That's it. If we open this up, there is all of the parameters and animation set up already, but for now ignore this, and what we can do is to now add the animations for shotgun. So guys, go ahead and download this shotgun WinRAR file, and once you download this, click on extract here, and let me tell you that you can use your own animations if you want. Once you have the animation, then just simply drag and drop this. Actually, let me first of all open up the animations folder, then drag and drop this in here. So now we have the animations for the shotgun. Let's click on rig. As you can see, the rig is generic, so let's select all of the animations and change the rig from generic to humanoid. Click apply, and now if we select any animation, as you can see, now the player can play that animations, as you can see. So this will be animations for the player shotgun. Now we have the animator right here, and we have the animations as well. Now let's add and position the shotgun. So inside the player, first of all, what we will do is to simply select both of the handgun and simply disable them, okay, because for now we just need to focus on the shotgun. Then go inside guns, prefabs, gun model. Let's drag and drop this shotgun in the right shoulder, okay. Then click on prefab, unpack completely. Let me move this up there, and then let's rename this to shotgun. Let me minimize the left shoulder so that we focus on the shotgun now. Okay, now what we can do is to click on resources, open up the shotgun animator, then go inside the player and player character animation shotgun, and for now let's select the animation which is by the name of idle aim shotgun. So just drag and drop that in there and set this as the default, okay, and for now leave this as it is, okay, and make sure that you selected the shotgun animator controller, not the player or the gun, okay. Don't get confusing here or you will mess up all of your animations, okay. This is for the gun, this is the player, and then this is the shotgun, okay. Now click on player and now click on animator, and let's drag and drop this shotgun animator controller in here, okay. Once you do that, let's go ahead now and play the game. And now let's position our shotgun, okay. So if we first of all, let's actually reset the shotgun, okay, save the game. Now let's play the game, and the game starts. Here is our player, okay. Let's click on scene. There it is, the player is playing the idle hold animation. So what we can do now is position the shotgun correctly. So if we move it on that side, then like this, okay, let's move it outside the player body, and then let's rotate it like this. And guys, you are free to reposition your own rifles however you want, okay. So let's position the shotgun correctly, okay, right here in the player arms like that, okay. Think it looks good like that. Let me play the game and see. It looks good like this, okay, as you can see, but we need to make it perfect, okay. So let's make this minus 60, okay, and let's make this minus 60 as well. Let's make this 10, okay. Now as you can see, it is now more accurately placed. As you can see, you can just make these values closer to the whole value. For example, if it is 59, then make it 60, and if it is, for example, 89 or something, 85, then make it 90, okay. And then as you can see, it will be placed more accurately. Now if we check it in the game view, okay, it looks good like this, as you can see, but there is problem with the hand right there, and this is due to the animations, okay. Of course, can't make my own animations now. This is from the Unity asset store, but if you are using some other animation which are perfectly fine, then this will not be an issue for you to solve, okay. But we can still fix this, I think, if we move it like this, okay. Let's move it somewhere there, okay. Whoops. Okay, now if you check it out, as you can see, it shows the shotgun right here, as you can see. So I think it looks good like this. As you can see, we can move the shotgun right here. Okay, move it there. Okay, place it in the player finger. Actually, it looks more good now. Let's move it a little bit down. That. Now if you check it out, as you can see now, it looks more good now. Whoops. Click on handgun, not handgun, shotgun. Yeah. Okay, it looks good like this. Let me move it down a little. And let's rotate it a little bit like that. That's it. I think it looks good now. Okay, we will leave this as it is. You can reposition this however you want, but now it looks good. So just don't stop the game or else your values will be gone. First of all, make the values perfectly fine. For example, 10, then minus 60, and then minus 60 as well. And once you do that, then simply click on copy component and make sure that you copy it twice so that the values don't get messed up. Now when you stop the game, as you can see, the values are gone, but we already copy that, so now you can paste the component values, and as you can see, the shotgun is now in the player arms. And now if we play the game, you will notice the shotgun will be in the player arms correctly, as you can see. Okay, so now the player is holding the shotgun. For now the player can't move or shoot or anything because we don't have the shotgun script for now. So in the next video we will add the shotgun script and allow the player to shoot and walk using the shotgun rifle. So catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will work on the shotgun script. So as I told you that our code is reusable, so we can use the same script as we did for the handgun, but there will be some changes. So first of all, let's go ahead in the rifles folder, and right here let's create a new C# script by the name of shotgun. And after creating the script, let's open this up. Right here let's remove the start and update function. Then what we will do is to get back to the handgun. Right here let's copy the variables first of all. So copy it, then get back to the shotgun script and paste all of the variables. After the variables we need the awake and update function. So this is the update function and then this is the awake. So copy both of the awake and update function, then right down below paste it. After the awake and update, let's copy the player move. So copy that, then after the update let's paste it. After this we need the jump, so let's copy this jump. And after the player move on the shotgun, paste it. Then we have the sprint. Okay, I am doing this one by one so that we don't get messed up in the code. Okay, so here is the jump. After the jump we have the sprint, and then we have the shoot. So let's do the shoot, reload, and ammo out function. Okay, copy all of that 3, and after the sprint paste it. That's it. Okay, so now we have all of the functions and variables right here. Now if we scroll up right here, the shotgun movement speed will be 1.15. All of the things will be the same. Right here we will make the fire charge 50 for the shotgun. The gift damage will be, for example, 15 as well, because we want the shotgun to have more damage than the handgun. You can change these values according to your own game, okay, but I will make the values 15 and 15 for both the gift damage and fire charge. Then for the rifle ammunition and shooting, what we will do, we will make the maximum ammunition as 7, because our shotgun will contain 7 bullet shells. Then the magazines will be 10, and the reloading time for the shotgun will be 1.3 seconds, and these values are according to the reloading animation time. Okay, if you are using some other animation, okay, for reloading, then go ahead and find your reload animation. For example, in my case, if I click on shotgun, then I have a reload animation right here, and if I move this right here, as you can see the shotgun values right here, so you can just make the shotgun animation of your own length. Okay, I will make this as 1.3 because I don't want the animation to be that much longer. Okay, so after the reloading time, all of the other things will be the same. Let me show you the update function. Okay, there it is. Then we have player move, jump, sprint, and everything. So these all will be the same. Now just save that script and get back to resources, and guys, make sure that you duplicate the gun animator and name it as shotgun, okay, because everything else will be the same. Okay, the parameter must be same as all of the previous animators, okay, because we typed their name already in our scripts. Okay, so don't mess this up. Or if you are using some other name for all of the parameters in all of the animator controller, then that will be okay too. Just don't change the names. And now we have this shotgun animator. Okay, these animations are for the handgun. Okay, we will be changing that, but first of all, let's attach the script to our shotgun. So in the rifles, let's click on shotgun and add the script. Now one by one, let's add all of the things. The character controller, just simply drag and drop the player. For the animator, drag and drop the player. For the camera, we will drag and drop the camera. Then surface check, then surface layer mask. So we will say surface, add the camera. After this, we need the hand, so we will drag and drop the rifle holder, then the player transform. Then we have the handgun 2. Okay, we actually want to remove this handgun 2 because for the shotgun we don't have any handgun 2. Okay, so we have the handgun 2 right there. Remove that. Also, right here remove handgun 2 from here as well. Then if we scroll down from here as well. Okay, so make sure that you remove that as well. Now as you can see, it is gone, and now we need to add the muzzle spark. So for that, in the GMO asset, effects, muzzle flash, not muzzle flash, I think it is fire, yes. And now let's try and drop the muzzle spark in there. Let's play it where it is. It is playing somewhere right there. So don't worry, we will move this closer to the shotgun bullet hole. Okay, so it is right there. Let's click on reset. Now as you can see, the muzzle spark has been resetted. If we play it, as you can see, it is playing it up there somewhere, and it is a lot more larger, as you can see. So what we can do with this now is make the start size as 10, follow the example. Let's play it now. Okay, it is still there. Yes, make it 1 and it looks fine now. Okay, if we play it, there it is. Let's move it closer to the bullet hole of the shotgun. Right there. Okay. Move it down below, then right there. Now as you can see, it looks fine. Let's make the start size as 0.5. Okay, 0.5 is a good value as well, so you can make this as 0.5 if you want. Once that is done, now click on shotgun and drag and drop this muzzle spark in there. Now we need the metal effect, so if you go inside bullet impacts, we have the metal effect right there, so drag and drop that in there as well. Then we need the ammo out canvas, so drag and drop the ammo out canvas as well. Now the values are added. Now if we play the game, you will notice that everything will be working perfectly fine. Okay, now we can move as well, we can aim. Now if we try to shoot, as you can see, our shotgun is shooting a lot more faster, so we need to change the fire charge of it. Let's actually make the fire charge as 1, because we want the shotgun to shoot every second. Okay, and right here, where is it, right here, make the fire charge 1. I don't know why I've made that 15. I think I got a little confused there, but okay, change this to 1, and now you will notice it that it will fire 1 bullet each time. So now here it is, let's fire. As you can see, every second the shotgun fires a bullet. Okay, for now we don't have any animations for our shotgun, so what we will do in the next video is add the animation for our shotgun. So catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add animations to our shotgun. So as you know, we already have the animator in the resources. Let's open up the shotgun animator. Let's delete that, make this one the first animation. Okay, now let's close that and scripts as well. Let's go inside player, animations, then shotgun. Okay, now we need the draw shotgun animation. Okay, as you can see right here, what we will do right here is extend this. This is the animation. Okay, now what we can do is click on this. Okay, draw 2 guns, and right here, this is basically, you can say, the animation or motion. Okay, so right here it requires a motion, so what we will do, we will simply drag and drop this motion in there. So now this draw 2 guns is now, it will now play the motion of draw shotgun. Okay, now let close that. After that we have the idle, so let's find the idle. Okay, this is the idle. Now extend this. This is the motion. Click on idle, it requires the motion up there, and basically this is the motion of the handgun. Okay, we don't want the handgun, we want this shotgun motion right there. Okay, so just drag and drop it. After the idle, let's do it for the jump. Okay, so where is the jump? Here it is. Open this jump, click on this. Okay, this is the motion, so just drag and drop the motion in there. It is simple as that. Then we need the walk, so let's search for walk. Where it is, this is walk forward shotgun, and this is a simple walk. Okay, we need this one, so click on that, drag and drop this motion in there. That is it. So these 4 are done. Let's now move to this run forward rifle. So where is the, there it is, this is the run forward shotgun. Open this up, click on that, drag and drop the motion in there. That is it. Okay, now we have the shoot actually, so let's find the shoot. Where is it? This is reload, this is idle shotgun, this is idle aim shotgun, and then what is this one? This is idle hold, this is idle aim. Okay, what we will do with this is let's duplicate this. Okay, so we have idle aim shotgun 1. Now this is the duplicate copy of it. Let's rename this to idle shoot. Okay, because the aim and the shoot are both similar. Okay, for example, this is the aiming and then this will be the shooting. Okay, so these two are the same, but we need a duplicate copy for both of them. Okay, then click on this shoot primary and drag and drop the shoot one. After this we need the idle aim rifle, so where is the idle aim? There it is. Open this up, click on idle aim, drag and drop that in there. Then we need this one. Okay, this one, this is the handgun actually. Open up shotgun. Now we need the walk forward aiming, so where is it? Walk forward aiming right here. Okay, open this up, click on that, drag and drop that in there. Now as you can see, it has been added. Now we need the reload. So for reloading, there it is. Click on reload, then drag and drop this in there. That is it. So now all of the animations are added. Guys, make the speed of this shoot primary animation as 0.3. okay, because our shotgun will shoot bullets really slow, so make sure that it is 0.3. Now let's play the game. Okay, there is the now the walking. Okay, as you can see, the walking is not set to loop time, so we need to change them as well. Okay, make sure that we selected the shotgun animator. Let's click on idle, make it loop time, click apply, then walk, make it loop time, click apply, then run forward, make it loop time, then apply. Then we have the run, it is already loop time. Then we have the walk forward, make it loop time, then idle aim, it is loop time, shoot primary, loop time, the jump will be not a loop time, and that is it. Let's play it in full screen now. Okay, there it is. Okay, now let me lock the cursor to the screen. Now as you can see, there is our player now holding the shotgun. Okay, the player is I think we have added the wrong animation for the idle. Okay, we don't need this animation. Okay, but let's check the other animation. Now as you can see, the other animations are working fine. As you can see, let shoot. As you can see, we can shoot as well. Okay, now let's fix that animation for the idle. Which one we added? I think we added this one. We don't need to add that one. We need to add this idle hold shotgun. Click on idle, drag and drop it, then game view, maximize, play the game. Okay, everything works perfectly fine now, as you can see. So now we can shoot as well, as you can see. Okay, so with our shotgun animations added, now you know that we have now two different rifles, the handgun and the shotgun. Now in the upcoming videos we will add the other guns as well. For that I will catch you guys in the upcoming videos. In the previous video we have completed the shotgun functionalities. Now in this video we will be focusing on the UZ, or you can say the mini machine gun. So first of all, for that let's go inside the resources folder and create a new animator controller. But as you know that all of the animation parameters and transitions are the same, just the animation motion are different, so we can just simply duplicate this gun animator, and then what we will do with it is simply rename this to gun animator, or you can say UZI animator. That's it. Now if we open up the player, and inside the rifle holder, as you can see, I have deactivated both of the handguns and the shotgun. Okay, now we will add the UZI or UZ. So inside the guns, go inside prefabs, then gun models, and you can see this gun 03 right here. So just simply drag and drop this first right there, and then right down here. Now select both of them, then click on prefab, unpack completely. Then let's go ahead and rename them as UZ, and right here as well. Now select both of them, reset their transform, and now what we will do is we will click on player, and then instead of the shotgun animator, now we will add the UZI animator. So just drag and drop that in there. Now if we try to play the game, as you can see, here is our player. You can see there is this. For now we don't have any script available, so that's why our player isn't moving anywhere. As you can see, it plays the animation but the player doesn't move. Okay, so what we will do now is we will fix this. So let me first of all close it, then let's double click on this UZI animator, and right here what we will do is we will basically duplicate this animation. Okay, and we will set this as the default. Okay, so now if we go ahead and play this again, okay, there is our player. Now let's try to position this both UZI correctly. Okay, so let me quickly do that. So as you can see that I have positioned this right hand UZI correctly, as you can see. And now what I will do before closing the game, okay, I will first of all copy the component. Okay, I will copy all of these values, and let me copy it twice. Okay, now if we close the game, and first of all let me disable that one, or actually enable it again, because now we will be working on that one. Okay, so now simply just click on paste and then component values. That's it. Now if we play the game again, okay, let's get inside the scene view. As you can see, now it is positioned correctly. Now let's do the same for this one as well. So let me do this quickly. So now as you can see, this UZ looks perfect as well. Okay, you can position this according to your own game, but for mine it looks good like this, so I will just copy the component twice again. Okay, and then let's close the game, and after closing it, let me click on this UZ. Okay, there it is, and let me paste the values. Now as you can see, after pasting the values, it is in the player hand now. Now if we play the game again, and let's get inside scene view. As you can see now, the player is holding the rifle correctly, as you can see. Okay, so we have placed that successfully. Now in the next video we will allow shooting and movement using this UZI. So let's end this one right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a script for our UZ. Right here in the scripts folder, rifles, let's create a new C# script by the name of UZ. Then if we click on this UZ, okay, which is in the right hand, let's attach the script right here, and now we can open the script in Visual Studio Code or any of your favorite browser, which, sorry, not browser, text editor, which you are using. Now on this script, what we will do, we will be having the same code as we have on the handgun. So we can just copy first of all of the variables. Let me do it one by one. Okay, copy all of the variables from here, paste it right here. Then we will copy the awake and update function, so let me copy this as well. Okay, let's paste it right here. After this, let's copy this player move and the jump function as well. Let's paste it after the update. Okay, here it is. Then we have the sprint, and let's copy the shoot as well. Then we have the reload and show ammo. So we will copy all of them, and right here the jump function ends, so we will give one space and then we will paste it. And now we have all of the functions right here. Let me save this. And for the UZ, the maximum ammunition and the magazines will be similar to the handgun as well. All of the code will be similar to the handgun. So you can just copy all of that, paste it right here, and once you have done that, then simply get back to Unity, click on UZ, and now let's add all of the things. So the first one is the character controller, so just drag and drop the player game object. It will automatically select the character controller. Then it needs the animator, so we will do the same, drag and drop the player. Then we need the player camera. For that we will drag and drop this player camera, okay, which is the main camera. Then it needs the surface check, so drag and drop the surface check, and the surface mask will be this surface layer. Then it needs the camera again, so add that. Then it needs the hand, which will be this rifle holder. After this it needs the player transform, so drag and drop the player in there. Then it needs the handgun too. And as you know, this is the UZ script. So what we will do is we will remove that handgun 2 code. Okay, we will actually comment this out for now, because we will be using this for the UZI2 instead of the handgun. Okay, so we can just comment this out for now, and later we will be focusing on this. So let's comment all of this. Once you have done that, get back to Unity again, and now it needs the muzzle spark or and the metal effect, and then the ammo out UI. For now, let's just drag and drop the ammo out UI. Now let's add the muzzle spark as well. Go inside GMO asset, var effects, underscore effects, bullet impacts. Here is the metal. So let's drag and drop this metal in there. Now the muzzle spark. So we will go inside fire, then here it is, drag and drop that in there. Here on the scene view, here is it. Okay, it is showing the muzzle spark right there. I don't know why, for what reason. But what we will do, we'll simply click on reset, and now as you can see it is right here. It's a lot more bigger, so let's change the start size to 0.5. Now if you try to play it, it is now right there. And now let's put it in front of the bullet hole of the user eye. Okay, I think right here it looks good. Let's check it out. It is taking really long. It is such a headache fixing this thing. Okay, there it is now. Now as you can see, it looks good like right there. Now if you play it, okay, it looks good there, as you can see. So leave it right there, then simply drag and drop the other spark in there as well. And once you do that, now we have the script right here. Okay, and if you click on player, the user eye animator is already added and this player script is being disabled in the previous videos. Now if we play it, our player will be playing all of the animation correctly. Okay, let's close the game, click on animator, and let's delete that one now. Okay, and guys, let me tell you that the animation for the Uzi are similar to the handgun, so we will be not changing any of the animation right here. Just simply duplicate the handgun animator controller and it will be the same for the user eye as well, as you can see. Okay, now as you can see, the player is playing all of the animations. Okay, now if we shoot, as you can see, the player can shoot as well. Now we have both of the Uzis right here. Now in the next video we will work on this second Uzi, okay, which is that one. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Let's go ahead and create a new script for the user I2. So in the rifles folder, what we will do, we will create a new C# script by the name of UZ2. You can name this whatever you want, but I will make it as simple as it is. Okay, and then click on this second UZ and drag and drop the script. Now open this up and then remove these two functions like that, then click on handgun 2. Okay, and we will just copy all of this code from here one by one like that. You can copy it one by one, but I will do it whole and paste it right here because the code for the user I2 will be similar to the handgun 2. So once you have done this, you can see, as you can see, everything is done. Let's save the script, get back to UZI, and then right here now, instead of the handgun 2, we will make a reference to our UZI2. So let's remove the comment from there, double click on this handgun 2. As you can see, it selects all of the handgun 2, but if you guys are using some other text editor, then maybe this option will not be available to you. So for your understanding, I will do this one by one. Okay, so simply we will say public user.id2, which is the script name. Okay, and then I will, now you can name this whatever you want, but I will name this as user.id2 as well in small words. Okay, now I will copy this, and then let's get down right here, and we will, instead of the handgun 2, we will say user.id2, and right here as well. Then if you scroll down, we can paste it right here, and then remove that right here as well. Okay, and you will be thinking that where this is going to come from. This is from this script, of course. Okay, as you can see, is moving because the code is same as the handgun 2. Okay, just the script name is different and the rifle is different as well. So do all of that. Then once you have done that, get back to Unity, click on this UZ. Now it needs the camera, so we will simply drag and drop the camera in there. Then it needs the hand, which is basically the rifle holder, so drag and drop that as well. Then it needs the metal effect, so let me click on this first UZ. Okay, open up this script, let's check. There it is. This is the metal effect, so I will simply drag and drop that in there. Then the ammo out canvas as well, and then the muzzle spark. So for that, in the fire, let's drag and drop this muzzle spark in there. Click on prefab, unpack completely, and then let's reset the transform. If we play it, as you can see, it is a lot more bigger, which is 80. So let's make this as 0.5. Now if we play it, there it is. Now we will move it in front of the bullet hole of this UZ. So just move it right there. Let's play it. It is playing on the side of the gun. Now, let's set this up correctly. Move it there. Then let's play it. Okay, it is now playing correctly, as you can see. So we will leave it right here. Okay, then click on UZ, drag and drop this muzzle spark in there. That is it. Now if we play the game, you will notice that now both of the UZs will work. Okay, it shows this error which is in the user I1. Okay, it needs the UZ2. We forgot to add that, so we can just drag and drop that in there. And once you do that, now let's play the game again. And now as you will see, there is our player holding both of the rifles. Now if we try to shoot somewhere, okay, for example that place, as you can see, we can shoot whatever we want. Now the player is reloading, and as you can see, the handgun animation looks beautiful on the UZ2, as you can see. So now it looks good, and with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add bazooka to our player. First of all, let's go ahead and create a animator controller for it. So we will duplicate this shotgun animator controller, and then I will simply rename this to bazooka animator. And once you do that, then click on guns, prefabs, rocket, and in here you will find this rocket model. As you can see, we will be using this one. So now let's open up this player, and then in the player right hand we have this rifle holder. So I will simply drag and drop that in the rifle holder. And guys, if the UZ handgun shotgun is activated, make sure that you deactivate them. Okay, just leave the bazooka, or you can say rocket, activated. Now let's rename this to bazooka as well. Then before making the position of this bazooka accurate, we need the animations. For that, go ahead and download this WinRAR file, extract here, and you will find this animations in here. Then in the player folder, then the player character animations, let's drag and drop this. And after adding the animations, let's open this up, and as you can see there are many animations. Select all of them, then click on rig and change the animation type of these animation to humanoid. Click apply, and once that is done, let's click on resources, then bazooka animator. Right here what we will do is we will add the animation. So here it is. Let me check the animation. Okay, here it is. This is the idle aim. Let's drag and drop this idle aim bazooka right here, and make sure that you set this the default layer. Then click on player, and right here in the controller let's add the bazooka animator controller. That is it. Now if we play the game, it will play the idle aim animation. As you can see right here, change into scene view. And now let's set this bazooka according to the player hand. Okay, so if we see it right here now, as you can see, the bazooka looks good in the player hands. As you can see, we have the bazooka ready up. Now before closing the game, what we will do is to first of all copy the component values, okay, this transform values. And after copying this, make sure that you copy it twice, then close the game, or you can say stop the game, click on bazooka, and then paste the component values. And now let's save the game again and play the game. Now you will notice that the bazooka will be set accurately, as you can see. Okay, so now we have the bazooka right here. In the next video we will type the script for this bazooka and make this bazooka workable. So see you guys in the next one. So let's go ahead and create a script for bazooka. Right here in the scripts folder, go inside rifles, and then in here create a script by the name of bazooka. After this, click on bazooka, drag and drop the script. Now let's open this up. Right here, remove the start and update function. Then from the shotgun script, let's copy all of the variables: awake, update function, then the player move, and all of the functions actually. So copy them, then get back to bazooka. Right here, paste it. Then if we scroll up, all of the values will be same to the shotgun, but right here bazooka will give damage of 120 because it will be the most powerful weapon. Then the shooting range will be 100. The fire charge of the bazooka will be 1. Then we have the ammunition and reloading variables. It will also be the same for the bazooka and all of the other things as well. So now if we save this script, get back to Unity, right here now we have all of the variables, okay, the whole script right here. Now it needs the character controller, so drag and drop the player. Then it needs the animator, so drag and drop the player. Then it needs the camera, so here is the camera. Then the surface check, here is the surface check. Then it needs the surface layer mask. then it needs the main camera again, then the hand which will be the rifle holder, then player transform, so drag and drop the player, then it needs the muzzle spark, metal effect, and the ammo out effect, ammo out UI actually, so let's drag and drop the ammo out canvas, and now it needs the muzzle spark and the metal effect. So for the muzzle spark we will add the same one as we did for the UZ and all of the other things. So let me just duplicate this UZ muzzle spark and drag and drop this inside the rocket or bazooka if you say. And now if you try to play it, as you can see there it is playing. Okay, we want this to be played right here. Okay, let me check it. Okay, let's move it down. I think it looks good right there. Okay, if you click on rocket, delete the rocket, click on muzzle spark, and we will move this a little bit upwards. Okay, now if you check it out, as you can see it looks good right there. Okay, so I think this will be a good place for the muzzle spark. Now click on bazooka, drag and drop this. Now it needs the metal effect, which will be basically some other effect, because we don't want the bazooka to play the metal effect, because that will not be accurate for the bazooka. Okay, we need some big blast. So if we go inside JMO asset, war effects, then let's go inside explosions, and as you can see, if we double click on it, you can see different kinds of explosions. Okay, we need some bigger explosion. For example, let's try this one. So if we click on bazooka, let's drag and drop this one in there. Okay, let's save it, and now let's go ahead and test it out. But actually, if I show you the animator, for now we don't have any animation for the bazooka, but don't worry, we will be adding the animation in the next video. For now, let's just test it out and see how does it looks. Okay, don't mind the animations, let's now test the bazooka. Okay, if we now hit this, as you can see, it plays the hit effect, or you can say metal effect. Let's actually change the name from metal effect to, let's change all of the occurrence. As you can see, let's change this to hit effect. Okay, hit effect and hit effect go, that's it. If you check it out again, there it is. Okay, now let's try and drop it again. Now let's play the game. Okay, now let's try to hit it again. Okay, there it is, let's hit it, and as you can see, it shows the effect really beautifully. So now we have the bazooka working perfectly fine. Now in the next video we will add the animations, so let's end this one right here. So in this video we will add the animations for the bazooka. So first of all, let's make this draw two guns the default layer. Let's delete that animation. Now go inside player, player character, animations, then bazooka. these are all of the animations. Now let's click on idle, and as you can see we need to add the motion right there. So let's check for idle, not this one. I think this is it. This one is the animation which we need. And guys, make sure that you are on the bazooka animator, okay, like that. Now let's add the animations. So here is the idle hold. Okay, let's expand this, click on idle and drag and drop this in there. After this, let's first of all add the draw to guns. So here is the draw, here is the draw. Okay, let's open this up, click on draw, drag and drop that. Okay, so now the idle and draw is done. Now we need the jump. So let's find the jump. Here it is. Let's click on jump and drop the animation. Then we need the walk. So let's check. This is the aiming walk. We need the simple walk, which is this one. Okay, so click on walk, add that. After this we need the run. So here it is, running forward bazooka. Click on run, and then on the animation drag and drop that in there. After running we need the walk aiming. So here is the walk aiming. Let's expand it, drag and drop the animation. After this it needs the idle aim. So where is it? There is the idle aim. So click on it and drag and drop the animation. After this we need the shoot. So for the shoot we will be adding the shoot. I think this is it. Yes, idle aim and shoot bazooka. Click on that, drag and drop the animation. After this we need the reload. So let's find the reload. Here it is. Click on reload and drag and drop that. Now all of the animations are added. Now we need to make some of them loop time. So the idle will be loop time, click apply. The walk will be loop time, click apply. Then the run as well, loop time, click apply. Then this one as well. Whoops. Okay, double click on it, loop time, click apply. This one as well. And the shoot will be as well, loop time, and that is it. After doing all of that, let's expand the game view and let's play the game and see how does it looks. So as you can see, here is the bazooka. Let me lock the cursor, and now let's try to run, and we can walk as well. We can aim and walk. Okay, and let's try to hit this thing with it. And as you can see, it plays the effect really beautifully, and we can walk around in the environment as well. Okay, as you can see. So now with all of this done, and guys, in the end of this video let me tell you that the bazooka is a little bit on that side. As you can see, it should be on that side, but I think that is not that much of a problem. If you want, you can fix this for yourself, but now you know that how we can add different rifles and set them. Okay, the animation doesn't work for the bazooka that much accurately, but now we know how we can add different rifles and animations, so you can do that by yourself now. So let's just end this video right here, and in the upcoming videos we will be adding the inventory system to our game. So see you guys in the upcoming videos. Hello guys, and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start working on our pickup and inventory system. First thing first, we need the pickup system for our game. We want the player to pick up any rifle. So in order to do that, first of all we need all of the rifles: the handgun, shotgun, the bazooka and the Uzi. somewhere right here in the environment. So if we change into scene view, okay, then let's expand the player and let me disable the bazooka, okay, because now the player don't have any rifle. Okay, now we need the rifles. Right here in the environment, you can create a shop for your game if you want, okay, just like in many GTA games there is a weapon shop, okay, but for now we don't have any weapon shop, so we will just simply leave the weapons right here on the ground. So if we get inside the guns, then prefabs, then gun models, right here as you can see we have all of the weapons. So what we will do is, first of all, right here in the hierarchy, let's create a empty game object by the name of weapon shop, and as you can see it is right here. Okay, now inside this weapon shop, what we will do, we will right click, then we will create another empty game object by the name of weapon 1, and inside this weapon 1 we will add our handgun. So drag and drop the handgun from there right here as you can see, then click on prefab and then unpack completely, and now we have the gun right here. Now what we will do with it is that we will rotate it on the y-axis. So let's make the y-axis value 90. As you can see, there is the handgun. Now let's drag and drop this handgun again in the weapon shop because we want to show the visual representation to the player, okay, of two handguns, so that the player will know if he picks this gun then the player will have two handguns. Okay, so add the other gun, then let's click on prefab, unpack completely, then let's rotate this on the y-axis as well. This time the value will be -90 so that it is on this other side like that. Okay, if we zoom in it, as you can see, it looks really beautiful like this. Okay, now once you have added both of the guns, then click on this weapon and then add a component from right here, and that component will be this light component. Okay, and as you can see, there is now some lightning around this weapon 1. Now let's change the range of this light to 1. Okay, now as you can see we can't see it. Let's change the color of it to a little bit light blue color or sky blue if you want, and you can name this whatever you want. Let's change the mode to backed, the intensity and the indirect multiplier, the shadow type will be the same. Right here we will click this draw halo thing. Okay, now as you can see there is a circular light around our weapon, as you can see. Okay, we can see both of our guns right there. So you can make the presentation of the weapons as you want, but I will leave this like this. Okay, and let me select both of the guns and let me move it a little bit to this side. Okay, so that it is fully inside the light. Okay, as you can see this gun is outside of the light, so let me place it right there. Now if you see it from the front, okay, as you can see it looks good like this. You can actually increase the intensity or actually the range of it if you want like this. Okay, but I will now leave this as 1.2. So once you do this, now it is time to add the other rifles as well. So what we will do, we will simply duplicate this one and let's move it to this side. Okay, a little bit away from that one. Okay, right here, and let's rename this first of all to weapon 2. Let me remove both of the guns, and now inside this weapon 2 we will simply drag and drop the shotgun like that. Okay, and once you do that, let me make this value, okay, let's leave this as -90, and then let's click on this one, let's make this 90, and let's make this value fully 90. Okay, So minus 90, 90, 90. Your values can be different from mine, okay? But if you are following me and you are placing the weapons right here, then maybe your values will be similar to mine. Okay, so once you added the shotgun, let's click on prefab, unpack completely. Now we have the shotgun right here. If you want, you can increase the range of the light to cover all of the shotgun. Okay, so okay, I will leave this as 2. Okay, now after this shotgun, now let's add the weapon 3. Okay, so we will name this as weapon 3, and then let's actually first of all move it a little bit to that side. Okay, and now for the weapon 3 we will add the UZ. So let me drag and drop the UZ in there. Okay, and now what we will do, we will actually see the rotation of the handgun. So as you can see, it is 90 and the other values are 0. So let's make the value 0 and this one as 90, but the UZ rotation is messed up. I don't know for what reason, so we will have to make this manually. Okay, so I have fixed it a little bit, as you can see. Okay, you can fix this according to your own game. Okay, so now I think it looks good like this. Now I will just simply change these values to something accurate. For example, let's make this minus 90, and let's make this whole value as 120. Okay, and let's do this one as minus 70. Okay, so as you can see, it looks good like this on these values. Now what we will do, we will simply click on prefab, unpack completely. Now let's duplicate this again. Okay, and now let's change the facing of this other one. So if we do this, as you can see, it messed up again, but we will fix it, don't worry. Here it is. Let me actually deactivate the other one for now and focus on this one. Okay, so as you can see, it looks good like this maybe, but we need to move this a little bit away from this one. Okay, this first one. So let's move this first one somewhere right there, and this one a little bit forward. Okay, let me check it. Let's move it a little bit closer. Okay, right there. Then let's move this one closer to this. I think it looks good like this. Now you know how to position them correctly. Okay, so you can do that by your own self. But as you can see, now we have added the uses as well. Now after this weapon 3, let's add the weapon 4. So we will say weapon 4. Okay, let's move this weapon 4 right there. Let's make the range as 2. Then let's remove both of the handguns from there. And now this weapon 4 is, as you know, is for the bazooka, so we will simply drag and drop that in there. And as you can see, it is set up already. We need to just click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's make this as 2.5. Okay, 5 will be good for this. So now you can see that all of the weapons are now added and ready to be picked up. So we have the weapon shop. Now in the next video we will allow the player to pick up these rifles, and then according to each rifle we will cut the money from the player. Okay, or you can say basically we will add the money system in our game as well. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. In this video we will add the pickup system and also the money system as well. You will get to learn how you can add money, and then using that money how you can allow the player to buy different things. For example, in this course we are applying this to our rifles, but if you are making some other game, okay, and for example if you want the player to buy some clothes or shoes and you want to deduct the money for that, then you can use this system for that as well. So let's go ahead and add the futures. So first of all, right here in the scripts folder inside the player, let's create a new C# script by the name of player. Okay, and once you create that, go ahead and open it in Visual Studio or any text editor which you are using. Then at the top, let's create a header by the name of player money, and in here we will say public integer. Let's name this integer as player money. And now whatever value you assign to this variable will be the player bank balance. Save the script, get back to Unity, click on player, and right here let's assign this script, and let's give the player some value for the player money. For example, let's just say $400 or how many you want to give it. Okay, and now the player have the money. Now we want the player to spend the money on these rifles, okay, to buy that rifles. So for that we need the pickup system. Get back to the scripts, then right here let's create a new folder by the name of pickup and inventory, and in here we will create the scripts for the pickup and inventory, but that is for the next video. So let's go ahead and add the pickup system. For that, in the pickup and inventory folder, let's create a new C# script by the name of pickup item. You can name this script whatever you want, but I will leave this as pickup item. Then let's open this up. Right here, let's remove the start and update function, and at the top let's create a header by the name of item info, and in here we will create the variables which will contain the item info. For example, the price, the item tag, and then the item radius. Okay, because we will have a certain radius for one item and the player is inside that radius, then the player will be able to pick that up. Okay, so right here we will say public integer. Okay, and let's name this integer as item price. Then after this we need another integer which will be the for the radius actually, so we will say public integer, and let's name this as item radius. After this we will create a public string by the name of item tag, and by using the item tag we will know the difference if the player is inside the shotgun radius or the handgun radius or the UZ radius. Okay, we will know the difference by using the item tag. And after the item tag, let's create a reference to the weapon. Okay, so I will tell you what this game object will do, but first of all let me type it. This will be actually a reference to the specific rifle, for example the handgun, the shotgun, or the bazooka, okay, or whatever it is. And the reason we need a reference to this rifles, okay, in that variable which is this item to pick. Okay, so for example if the item to pick is this handgun, okay, and the player picks this handgun, then we want this handgun to be disabled or deleted from the environment because the player picks that up. So we don't need that right there then, because in most of the game when the player picks up any rifle or ammo or whatever, then the rifle disappear. So that will be the reference to that And after this we will create another header by the name of player info. Inside this player info we will be having many variables, but in this lecture we just need a reference to our player script, because on the player script we have this player money. So when the player picks up any item we will deduct the money according to that item price. Okay, and that item price is this right here. Okay, so now we have all of the variables set up. Now what we will do, we will now tag all of the weapons one by one. So if we get back to Unity, okay, here is all of the weapons. So if we select the weapon 1, okay, and let's add a tag from right here, let's click on add tag. Then the first tag will be for the weapon 1, so let's name this tag as handgun. Actually, let me make the G capital, handgun, then pickup. Okay, you can tag this whatever you want, but if you are a beginner in Unity, then make sure that you type all of the names similar to mine, or else you will get errors. But if you know C# and Unity a little bit, and you know how the tag system and everything works, then you are feel free to tag these weapons whatever you want. Okay, you can change the name according to your own self. So now I've tagged the first weapon by this tag, which will be handgun pickup. Okay, now if you click on weapon 1, let's see right here we don't have any tag because we didn't click save, so keep that in mind as well. Okay, that after typing the name of the tag you will have to click this save button. So click save. Now as you can see the tag has been added. Now let's add another tag for the second weapon. Okay, so for the second weapon, as you know, the second weapon is the shotgun in the line, so we will say shotgun. Let me make the G capital. Okay, shotgun pickup. Now we have the shotgun pickup as well. Now let's add another tag for the UZ, so we will say UZI pickup. Or actually let me delete this one. Okay, and let me add it again by the name of UZI. Make the ZI small and then pickup. Okay, after this let's add another one for the bazooka, so we will say bazooka pickup. So this will be all of the tags. Now if you click on weapon 1, let's tag this as handgun pickup. Select weapon 2, let's tag this as shotgun pickup. Let's select the third one, tag this as UZI pickup or UZ pickup, and the last one will be the bazooka pickup. So we have now the tags added right here, and we have the variables added as well. Now in the next video we will allow the player to pick up the rifles. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will allow the player to pick up any rifle, and then according to that rifle price we will deduct the money from the player bank account, or you can say from this player money variable which is right here. So for this, first of all we need to open the weapon shop, and as you know we already added the tags to each of the rifle. Now after the tag we need to add the script as well. So if we go inside the scripts, then the pickup and inventory, then select all of these weapons, drag and drop the pickup script. Now we need to fill all of these variables one by one. So let's select the first one, which is weapon 1, which are these two handguns. For this the item price will be, for example, $70, and the item radius will be 2. You can increase this according to your game, okay, but I will leave this as 2, and this radius will be the radius in which when the player enters, then the player will be able to pick up that specific rifle. Okay, so after this it needs the item tag, and this item tag will be this one, okay, which is handgun pickup. So we will assign the tag as well, so we will say handgun pickup, and make sure that this name is similar to the tag which you have added right there, okay, or else it will not work. So I will leave this as handgun pickup, and then right here we need a reference to our player script. So for that we'll simply drag and drop the player game object, and it will automatically select this player script, because whenever we pick up any rifle we want to decrease this player money according to the player, not the player, the rifle item price. Okay, for example, this is worth $70, so whenever we pick this, the player money will be decreased, okay, by 70. Okay, so after the handgun, let's do it for the shotgun. The shotgun will be $120. For example, the item radius will be 2, and the item tag will be shotgun pickup. After this we need to add the player, so drag and drop the player in there, and actually we can select now the third and fourth weapon and drag and drop the player. Okay, and now let's fill the third weapon, because we have completed the second one, which is the shotgun. So let's click on the third one right here. The third one is the uses, so it will be a little bit more expensive. For example, $150. Item radius, as you know, 2. The item tag will be using pickup. That's it. After this, here is the weapon 4, which is the rocket launcher. So for this, the item price will be $250, and the item radius will be 2. Item tag will be bazooka pickup, and that is it. So now we have added the item tags, price, radius, and everything. So now we are ready to move on. After completing this, open up the pickup item script, and right here we have these variables which we fill. Okay, now after this, let's add a start function, and inside the start function what we will do, whenever this script is called, or you can say whenever the game start, we want to find all of the item tags, okay, and we will assign that item tags to this item to pick up game object. Let me first of all type the code, and then I will explain to you how this will work. So we will say item to pick up, we will then say game object dot find with tag, and the tag will be the item tag. Okay, now what this will do, that as you know that this item to pick up is the game object, and we don't know that which item we are picking. So by using the find with tag, we will know that which item we are picking, because if we see our weapon shop right here, as you know, we have already added the item tag. So now, as I told you, we don't know which item we are picking, then by using the item tags we will know that which item we are picking. So for example, if the item tag is handgun pickup, then we will know by the tag that yes, this is the handgun and this is the item price, and etc etc. So we have assigned that item tag to this item to pick up, and now we know that which item we are picking inside our environment or game, if you say. Okay, so once we know that which item we are picking, after that let's go ahead and create the update function. And inside this update function, we first of all want to check that if we are inside the item radius or not. As you know, we give the item radius to each rifle as 2. So now we will check that if the player is inside the item radius or not. For that we will say if vector3 dot distance, then we will say transform dot position. This will be the rifle position, then we want the player position as well, so we'll say player dot transform dot position, and then we will say that if the item position and the player position is less than the item radius. Okay, it means that if the player is inside the item radius, then what we will do, we will allow the player to pick up that rifle using the F button. Okay, but before doing that, for now let's just print out a message that the player is inside the radius. Okay, just for testing it out. So let's do that. Get back to Unity, click on player. Let's activate the player script. Okay, and then inside the animator, let's add the player controller. Okay, and now if we play the game, the player will be able to walk and run, as you can see. Okay, so now you can see the console. For now the console is empty. Now if we try to walk near the rifle, okay, as you can see now it shows that inside the radius. And now if we get out of the radius, as you can see, it is not updating. Now if you come inside the shotgun radius, as you can see, we are inside the shotgun radius, and the same for the Uzi. So as you can see now, the radius is working perfectly fine. So now we can simply remove that and let's pick up the rifle. Guys, let me tell you one thing, that by using this player script reference, we are getting the player position, because if you see in the game, as you know, right here we have the player script attached to this player main game object. Okay, so by using the script we are getting the player position right here. Okay, simple as that. Now in here, let's add a if condition again, and inside this if condition we will say input dot get key down, and we will say that if that button is the F key, then what we will do. Now we don't want the player to pick up that rifle instantly. Of course we need some other restrictions as well, and that restrictions will be the money. Okay, so we will say that again inside this if condition we will add another if, and then we will say that if the item price is greater than the player dot player money. Okay, then what we will do, it means that if the player don't have enough money to buy any rifle, then in that case what we will do, actually we will show some UI that you don't have enough money or you are broke, etc, etc. You can show whatever you want, but for now what I will do is that in the console we will show that you are broke. That's it. Okay, and then later in the videos we will be adding the UI, but for now we can show that you are broke. That's it. And then we will add a else condition. So in the else, it means that if the player has the money, then what we will do, we will allow the player to pick up that rifle. So right here we will say that if the item price is equals to the handgun, whoops, okay, handgun pickup. Okay, so as I told you, by using the item tag we will be knowing the difference between the rifles. Okay, if it is the handgun, shotgun, or the bazooka, etc, etc. Okay, so we will say that if the item tag is equals to the handgun pickup. Okay, it means that if the player is inside the handgun radius, okay, then what we will do, we will first of all deduct the money from the player. Okay, so we will say that player dot player money minus equals to item price. And as you know, for each rifle we have a different item price number, so that item price will be deducted from the player money. And after this we will say debug.log and we want to show the item tag that whatever item we pick. Okay, so we will show that in the console as well. Okay, so this if condition was for the handgun. Now let's do it for the other rifles as well. Now we will say that else if the item tag is equals to the shotgun pickup. And guys, make sure that your item tag matches the tags which you added to the weapons. Okay, if we click on this weapon, then this is the tag, and right here as well. So now if it is the shotgun pickup, then what we will do, we will type the same thing as we did for the handgun. So we will copy that and paste it right down below. After this, let's do it for the other rifles as well. So we will say that item tag, if that is equals to the use the pickup, then we will copy and paste the code again in there, and then after this we will say if the item tag is now equals to the bazooka pickup, then copy and paste the code again. So this will deduct the money from the player according to the rifles. And for now we don't have any inventory to show the rifles and also to pick out that rifle as well, so that's why we are just deducting the money, okay, the item price from the player money, and we are showing that whatever item we pick, as you can see. So after doing this, now the next thing which we will be doing is that whenever we pick up any rifle, we want to remove that rifle from our environment. So in order to do that, we will say item to pick up dot set active false. Okay, so if for example if we pick up the handgun, then we will disable that handgun from our environment, and then it will be simply disappear. Okay, so let's now save this script and get back to Unity. Now as you can see, the item price and everything is added accordingly. If we click on player money, for now let's just make the player money as 0, and let's play the game. Let's go near the handgun. Now if we, for example, if you try to pick it up, let me open up the console. Okay, if we pick it up, as you can see, it shows that you are broke, but as you can see, the items still disappear, and this is due to this code, because this disabling code should be inside this else condition. Okay, after this else if, we will cut that from there and paste it inside this else condition. So make sure that you do the same. And now if we play the game, let's get near the item. Okay, the handgun, now try to pick it up. As you can see, it shows that you are broke because the item price is greater than the player money. As you can see, it shows you are broke on every rifle. Now let's close the game and make the player money as to $50. Okay, save the game. Let's play it again. Now let's get near the handgun. Let's pick it up, and as you can see, the player money is being decreased, okay, by 70, and now as you can see, it shows handgun pickup. So it means that we pick up the handgun, and as you can see, the handgun is being disabled from the environment. Now let me check the shotgun price. It is $120, so we will be able to pick this up. Okay, let's pick it up, and now as you can see, the player money is $60, and as you can see, it shows shotgun pickup. Now if you try to pick up the Uzi, it will show that you are broke, because now the player money is not enough to buy the other two rifles. Okay, so it means that our picking system is working perfectly fine. And now in the next video we will show all of these pickup rifles in our inventory. So for that I will catch you guys in the next video. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will create the inventory system for our game. So for that, right here in the hierarchy, let's go ahead and click on UI, and inside the UI click on canvas. Let's name this canvas as inventory canvas. After this, in the scene window, change to 2D and let's focus on the inventory canvas. Then inside the inventory canvas, let's go ahead and create a UI panel. Let's name this panel as inventory as well. And then for now, let's make it transparent. After this, inside this inventory canvas, now let's go ahead and create another panel, and this panel name will be menu. Let's make it darker, and then we will change the source image of this panel. So if we go inside sprites, right here we have this new moon, so let's drag and drop that in there. And now as you can see, this is the background, but we need to make this in the shape of a circle, so we will have to resize this. So if we click on it and then click on this react tool, then let's move it right here, then from this side as well. Actually, let's move it a little bit more like that. Okay, and turn on the gizmos so that we can know where is our inventory canvas and then where is our menu, as you can see. Okay, so I think it looks like a circle now. If we check it in our game in the full screen, as you can see now inside the maximize screen, it is not a circle. So let's go ahead right here again, and actually let's click on that and click on the alt button, and let's make it on the middle center. And once you change the react transform to middle center, then let's get back to the game window and let's click on maximize, and now as you can see it looks like a circle now. Okay, and once that is done, let's make the color of it a little bit transparent, as you can see. Now after this, we need to add the borders for our 4 rifles. So inside this menu, let's create a UI image, but we can just use an empty game object as well, because these are just the borders. Okay, this is just the borders parent main game object, so name it as border and make sure that the react transform of it is on the middle center. Okay, then now inside the borders, now we will create a image. Let's name this as line 1. Let's duplicate it and rename this second one to line 2. For now, let's disable the line 2 or delete it actually. Okay, and now for the line 1, we need this line sprite. So let's drag and drop the sprite right here in the source image, and you will not see the line because it is smaller, as you can see. So now let's resize it. First of all, make sure that it is on the middle center. Then let's drag and drop this like this. Okay, let's make the width of it as 900. The height will be 10, not 1000, but we can change this value to something like 150. And now as you can see, here is the line. Let's make it 200, and as you can see, now the line is showing right here, and if you check it in the game view, here it is. Now we need to just change the width of it, so let's make the width as 1000. Let's change it to 1200, and now let's make sure that this line meets the menu border. So do that, and let's move to the other side and do that as well. Now if we check it in the game view, here it is. As you can see, let's fix this. Okay, now as you can see, it looks beautiful like that. Now let's add the line 2 as well. So what we will do is we will duplicate this and change this to line 2, and then right here in the rotation on the z-axis, let's make this as 90, and now as you can see, it is in this direction. As you can see, okay, let me maximize it. Okay, we need to resize this a little bit. So let's get back to the scene view, click on line 2, let's focus right here and move it down below. Now right here as well. Okay, so as you can see, it looks fine. Let me just move this a little bit down below from the top side, and now it matches the whole menu panel perfectly fine. So the border and the menu is now created. Now let's go ahead and add the rifle images. For doing that, inside this menu, okay, not inside the borders, inside the menu, what we will do, we will create a UI legacy button. Let's name this button as handgun. Then let's remove this image component from the button, and also remove the text as well. Then get back to the scene view. Here is our handgun button. Let's move it to the top left. Then let's drag and drop it right here. Okay, and then let's resize the button so that it fits this whole area, okay, like this. So make sure that it fits this area, which is for the handgun. And once you do that, in here let's create a UI image, and this image will be this handgun image. And click on this handgun, make sure it is in the middle center, and also resize this a little bit, okay, like this, for example. Now if we maximize this, now as you can see, here it is, this is our handgun. Let's resize this a little bit more. Okay, and that is it. So the handgun will be showing like this in our inventory. After our handgun, now we need the shotgun, so we will duplicate this and let's change its name to shotgun, and this shotgun will be on the bottom left side right there. So let me get back to the scene view. Here it is, as you can see. Let's move this somewhere right there. Okay, make sure that it matches this gun borders. Okay, let me zoom in so that we can see it correctly. Okay, I think right here it will look fine. Let's change the image of it to this shotgun, as you can see, and then let's make sure that it is in the middle center and also resize it because the shotgun size was bigger, so make sure that this is bigger as well. Okay, now if we save this and check it on the full screen, As you can see, it looks perfectly fine. Now after the shotgun, we need the Uzi. So for that, let's duplicate the handgun again, and let's name this as user I, and then get back to scene view. Now the user I will be on the top right there, and then make sure that it matches the border of this handgun. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, I think it looks good like this. Let's move it a little bit right there. Okay, and then let's change the image to user I, and then let's resize the image as well a little bit. Okay, so it looks fine. Let me maximize the screen. Okay, it looks good, but we need to resize the image a little bit more, and that will be it, as you can see. And then after that, make sure that it is on the middle center. Okay, let me check the handgun as well. As you can see, let's make the shotgun as well on the middle center. Now after doing that, now let's duplicate the shotgun. Let's change its name to bazooka, and this bazooka will be on the bottom right. Okay, change into the scene view. There it is. Let's now move this there so that it matches the shotgun area. Okay, now let's move this right there as well, and then inside the image let's add the bazooka image, and we need to resize this image like that and make sure it is in the middle center. And you guys will be thinking that the bazooka is different in the game, and right here it is different. This is because at first I was thinking to add this bazooka, but then I changed my mind and add the other bazooka. If you want to use that bazooka image, then you can just take a screenshot of that bazooka. Okay, let me show you in the guns prefabs rocket. You can change into model, and then you can take a picture of this like this. Okay, and then you can make that image PNG image so that the background is removed, and then you can just drag and drop that image right here. And I have added this cartoon type effect to my rifle. Okay, because if you see the GTA 5 game, the weapon images in the inventory look a little bit cartoonish, so that's why I did that. Okay, so now as you can see, our menu look really beautiful if you see it. But now you guys will be thinking that how this inventory will work. Okay, because we don't want to show all of the rifles in the inventory if the player didn't pick up. Okay, we will type all of the code for that. Okay, we will add some logic, and then our inventory will be fully functional. For now we were creating the design, and as you can see, the design of the inventory is looking really beautiful. Okay, so in the upcoming videos we will make this UI, okay, this inventory UI fully functional. And the last thing which is remaining in this inventory section is that we need to add tags to all of these inventory rifles. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the tags. So the first tag will be for the handgun, so we will say handgun UI. Okay, you can name this tag similar to mine if you want to follow me. Okay, but if you are using some different tag names, Then make sure that you remember that tag names correctly, or else when we will be typing our script you will get errors. Okay, so I will suggest that you guys just follow me and type the name as it is as mine. Okay, handgun UI, and the G right here is small. Then click save. After this, let's add the other tag, which will be shotgun UI. Okay, click save. Then the next tag will be user UI, and after this the next one will be bazooka UI. Click save. Now let's add all of these tags. So this will be the handgun UI, this will be the shotgun UI, then this one will be the user UI, and this will be the bazooka UI. That is it. So once all of these tags are done, let's end this video right here. In the previous video we have completed the picking system. Now the player is able to pick up any rifle from the given choices, and right here as you can see we have the inventory UI, in which we will show all of the rifles whenever the player picks that up. So for example, if the player picks up the handgun, we will show the handgun right here, and if you pick both the handgun and shotgun, we will show that too. And if the player picks up all of the rifles, then we will show all of the rifles like this. But for now, as you know, we just only have the picking system. We don't have a fully functional inventory system, so in this video we will do that. First of all, let's disable all of the rifles right here, because the player didn't pick up any rifles, so we don't want to show anything right here. After doing that, in the pickup and inventory folder, let's go ahead and create a new C# script by the name of inventory, and let's go ahead and open the script in Visual Studio Code. Right here, remove the start and update function, and at the top let's create a header. The header name will be item slots, and inside this item slots we will add reference to our inventory canvas rifles, okay, these ones. And then we will check that if the player picks that rifle or not, and also we will check that if that rifle is active in the inventory or not. So first of all we need a reference to that rifle, so we will say public game object, and let's name this as weapon 1. After this we will check that if the player picks up this rifle or not, so for that we need a bool by the name of is weapon 1 picked, and this will be by default equals to false. After this we want to check that if the rifle, or you can say the weapon, is active or not, so we'll say public bool, and this variable will be for that purpose, so we'll say is weapon 1 active, and by default this will be equals to false, because when the game start, as you know that the player will have no weapons, so this weapon 1 picked up will be false, and also we will not show any weapons in the inventory as well, so that's why the is weapon 1 active will be false as well. After this we can just copy these three variables, and then after this let's paste it, and let's change this from weapon 1 to weapon 2, and in a similar way write down below as well. Then let's paste it 2 times. Now this time it will be for the weapon 3, so let's change it accordingly to avoid any errors, and then weapon 4. Now we have variables for all of that purpose. Now we need our references to our handguns and the all of the weapons actually, which is inside the player hand. Let me show you what I mean. If we go inside the player body, okay, then right shoulder, right arm, then thumb, and in here we have this rifle holders, and then we have all of these weapons in the player hand. Okay, we need a reference to these weapons and also all of the weapons which is inside the left shoulder as well, or you can say the left hand actually. So we need a reference to that as well, because when the player picks up any weapon, okay, then first of all we will make that weapon available in the inventory, and then if the player picks out that weapon, then by using this reference we will show that weapon in the player hand. So let's name this header as weapons to use. And now, as you know that we have added the handgun first of all, so we will add a reference to that. We will say public game object. Let's name this handgun 1. Actually, let's make the G capital. Then after this, let's copy this and then paste it down below. Change this to handgun 2, because as you know that we have two handguns for the player. Then after the handgun, we have the shotgun, so let's add a reference to that as well. After the shotgun, we have the Uzi, so we will say Uzi, and then Uzi2, because we have two Uzis, and then at the end we have the bazooka, so we will say bazooka. And now we have a references to all of that as well. If we save the script and get back to Unity, click on this inventory canvas, and let's drag and drop this script right there. And now as you can see, here is all of the references and all of the bool variables. So for now, let's add them step by step. If we open up the inventory canvas right here, the weapon 1 was the handgun, so we will drag and drop the handgun, then the shotgun, then the Uzi, and then we have the bazooka. After this, we need a reference to these rifles which is inside the player hand, so right here they are, but let me first of all open up the left shoulder as well. Okay, now the first one is the handgun 1, so we will drag and drop this handgun in there, then the handgun 2, then we have the shotgun, so drag and drop the shotgun, then we need the Uzi, then the Uzi2, and then at the end we have the bazooka, so drag and drop that as well. And that is it for the references. Now let's end this video right here, and in the next one we will make our inventory fully functional. So after adding all of the references and accordingly, let's get back to the inventory script, and right here now we need a reference to our all scripts. For example, the player script, shotgun script, handgun, Uzi, and the bazooka script. Because as you know, for each of the weapons we have a different animations and a different script. So whenever the player picks up any rifle and then hold that rifle in the hand, then we want to change the animations according to that rifle. And how we will change to that specific animations is by enabling and disabling the script. For example, if the player doesn't have any rifle, then it means that the player script is active, and then if the player draw the handgun, then we will disable the player script and enable the handgun script. So when the handgun script is activated, then the animations which are connected to the handgun will be then played. So once we type the code, you will understand how this will work, but for now let's add a header by the name of scripts. You can name this whatever you want because I am bad with the names. So now we will say public player script, and let's name this as player script as well, but the p will be small. After this, we need a reference to our shotgun script, so we will say public shotgun, and let's name this as shotgun script. And in the similar way, we need a reference to our handgun script and then the handgun 2 script. Then the same for the UZ. So make sure that you add a reference to both of the UZ script, UZ and the UZ2. And then at the end, as you know, it is the bazooka, so we will add a reference to that as well. And after adding references to all of the scripts, after this we need another header which will be by the name of inventory. And now in here we will add all of the variables which are in relation with the inventory. So the first one will be the reference to our inventory, so we will say public game object, and let's name this as inventory panel. And after this we need a bool which will be by the name of is pause. By default it will be equals to false. And after this we will create now our main function which will be is rifle active. Okay, and then inside this function we will type all of the code for checking if the player picks up a rifle or not, and then we will show that rifle in the player hand, and then according to that rifle we will enable that specific script which is in relation with the rifle. For example, if the player picks up the handgun, then we will show the handgun in the inventory and in the player hand as well, and we will enable the inventory as well, and also we will enable the handgun script as well if the player picks out the handgun. But now before moving any further, we need to make this weapon 1 picked true, or actually you can say that we need some way to check that if the player picks up the rifle in the environment or not. And if the player picks up the handgun, then we will set this to true. If the player picks up the shotgun, we will set this weapon 2 to true. And if it is the weapon 3, then we will make the weapon 3 picked to true, and the same for the weapon 4 as well. And where we did all of these things, it is inside the pickup item. In the pickup item script, we make, or you can say allow the player to pick up the weapons inside the environment. So by using this pickup item script, we will make this variable to true. But for this, first of all, we need a reference now to our inventory script. So we will say public inventory, and let's name this as inventory as well. Right here, if we pick up the handgun, then what we want to do? We first decrease the player money, and after doing that, now we will say inventory dot weapon 1 dot set active, and we will set it to true. And this weapon 1 is this variable which is weapon 1. And if you see the reference right here for the weapon 1, it is basically this handgun. So whenever the player picks up the handgun, we will set this to true like that. Okay, then it will show in the inventory. So this line of a code will just do that. And after showing the weapon in the inventory, now also we want to make the is weapon 1 picked up to true as well. Okay, this variable. So we will say inventory dot is weapon 1 picked. Okay, not active. Make sure that you select this is weapon 1 picked and set that to true. Now let's do the same to the other one as well. So in here, let's paste that, and now instead of the weapon 1, we will say weapon 2, and right here as well. So whenever now the player go ahead and pick up the shotgun, then this shotgun will be seen like this in the inventory. Okay, and the handgun as well. If the player picks both, if he picks just one, then we will show one of that rifle or weapon right here. And let me check out the errors. It shows that error on the 35 line and 36 line. It shows that this handgun cannot be found. Let me check out the rifle folder. Right here, as you can see, it is handgun and handgun 2. Right here the G is small, but we type it as capital. So right here, let me change the script name right here as well, and then down below as well. And once you change that, the error will be solved, as you can see. So it is a lesson for you guys that you type the script's name correctly. Okay, so now we have done the inventory setup for the first two weapons. Now let's do it for the third one as well. So in here we will paste that code and change this to weapon 3. Okay, and then right here as well. Then let's do it for the weapon 4 as well. So we will paste that and change this to weapon 4, and that will be it. So now if the player picks up any of the rifles, we will show that rifle in the inventory, and also we will show that yes, the weapon 1 or the weapon 2 is picked up, or both at the same time, or all of the weapon at the same time. Okay, and now once we have the weapon picked up, now, as I told you, according to that weapon, for example, if the player picks up the handgun and the shotgun, and then the player draw the handgun, then what we will do, we will disable all of the other scripts. Okay, the player script, the shotgun, Uzi, and bazooka script. We will just enable the handgun script, and then the handgun animator as well. So the player plays the handgun script and the handgun animation as well, and the same will be for the shotgun. If the player draw the shotgun, then we will enable the shotgun animations and also the shotgun script. So now guys, with this done, we will continue our work on the inventory in the next video. Okay, so let's continue our work on the inventory. In the previous video, we are now able to pick up the rifle, and we can store the data about that rifle, that which rifle we picked, if it is the shotgun, handgun, or whatever rifle it is. Now in this video, we will type the code for drawing that rifle on specific buttons. For example, if we pick up the handgun and then if we press the one button, okay, of the numeric keypad or the numbers on the top of the keyboard, then on 1 we will draw the handgun, on 2 we will draw the shotgun, on 3 we will draw the Uzi, and then on the 4 we will draw the bazooka. So for that, right here, first of all, let's add the update function. Then we will say that if input dot get button down, and that button is the one button, then what we want to do, we want to draw the handgun. But first of all, we want to check that if the player picked up the handgun from the weapon shop or not, because if we don't have the weapon, then this one button will not work. For drawing the handgun, the player should have the weapon 1 picked up. So we will say that if weapon 1 dot, or actually is weapon 1 picked, equals to true. Okay, if that is equals to true, then we will allow the player to draw this rifle. And as you know, right here on the pickup item, we set this weapon 1 picked up to true whenever the player picks up the handgun. Okay, so now if the is weapon 1 is picked and also the one button is pressed, then what we want to do, we will say that is weapon 1 active equals to true, because if the player draws the weapon 1, then we will set that weapon to active. Okay, we will active that, so we will make that 2, and all of the other weapons will be set to false. So let's do it for the weapon 3 and weapon 4. Now after this if condition, we will add a else if And in here, let me copy this line from up there and paste it down below. Now we will say that if the 2 button is pressed and this time the weapon 2 picked up is equals to true. Okay, it means that if the player picked up the shotgun and then if the player pressed the second button, then what we want to do, we want to make the shotgun active. Okay, because if the player pressed the 2 button, then we want to enable the shotgun in the player hand. Okay, for now we are not enabling it in the hand, but we are actually making this a weapon is weapon 1 active equals to true, because by using this bool we will then show that rifle in the player hand. Okay, so for now, for the shotgun we will make the weapon 1 false, and this time we will make the weapon 2 true. Now let's copy this whole else if condition and then paste it down below. Let's change this button to 3 and also is weapon 3 picked, and if that is the case, then we will make weapon 3 this time true. Now let's paste this else if block again and this time change this to 4 and then is weapon 4 picked. If that is the case, then we will make all of the other 3 false and the last one true. So once you have completed this, now let's get down to the is rifle active function. Right here, in here we will say that if the is weapon 1 is now active, then what we want to do, as I told you, if the player draws the handguns, then we want to show the handgun in the player hands, and also we will enable the handgun script so that the player will play the handgun animations and also the handgun things, for example the number of ammo, the number of magazines and the fire rate, etc, etc. Okay, so first of all we want to show the handguns in the player hand when the player draws it, so we will say that handgun 1. Okay, this is this reference to our handgun which is inside the player hand, so we will say that handgun 1 dot set active and let's set it to true, so we will enable the handgun 1. We have the other handgun in the player other hand, so we will say handgun 2 dot set active and let's set this to true as well. Then we want the shotgun, the Uzi and the bazooka to be false when the player is holding the handguns, so we will say shotgun dot set active and let's set this to false. And you guys will be thinking that why we are making them false is because that, for example, if we picks out the shotgun and then if we change to handgun, then the shotgun will be still be active. So whenever we get back to the handguns, we want the shotgun and all of the other rifles to be false as well. Okay, now after the shotgun it is the Uzi, so we will see Uzi dot set active and let's set it to false, then we use it to, so that set this to false. Then we have the bazooka, so let's set it to false as well. So now it will only show the handgun in the player hands. So now after showing the handgun in the player hands, now we need to enable the script for that as well. So when the handgun script is activated, we want all of the other script to be disabled. Okay, because I gave you an example that, for example, if we draw the shotgun first, okay, and then we switch to the handgun, then the shotgun script and the shotgun itself will be still be enabled. But right here, as you can see, we disable the shotgun and now we want to disable the shotgun script as well because we only want the handgun scripts. So for that, let's go ahead and first of all disable the scripts one by one. So right here in the references we have the player script at the top, so let's disable that as well. So we will say player script dot get component. The component will be the player script, and what we want to do with this script, we want to disable it, so we'll say dot enabled equals to false. Then if we check out the references, we have the shotgun, then handgun, and then Uzi, then bazooka. So one by one we will disable the shotgun, we will enable the handgun and disable the Uzi and the bazooka as well. So let's do it right here one by one. The next one is the shotgun, so we will say shotgun script, okay, shotgun script dot get component. The component is the shotgun script, okay, so its name is shotgun, and then we will say dot enabled equals to false. If I show you the script name right here, it is shotgun. Okay, after the shotgun, now we want to enable the handgun, so we will say handgun1 script dot get component. We want to get the handgun script, and then we will say dot enabled equals to true. Let's do the same for the other handgun script, which is by the name of handgun 2, and its name is handgun 2, and let's enable that like this. Then we want both of the UZ script to be disabled and also the bazooka script as well. So now we will show the handgun in the player hands, and then we will enable that handgun script right here, as you can see. So now after the handgun we have the shotgun. So for the shotgun we can just simply copy this if condition, paste it down below, and change this to now else if, and else if the is weapon 2 this time is set to active. So it means that if the player draws the shotgun now, then what we will do, let's set the handgun to false, because we don't want to show the handgun now, we want to show the shotgun, so we will make the shotgun true, so it will be then show in the player hands. And right here let's make this handgun script to false, and let's make the shotgun script to true. After the shotgun we have the UZ, so let's copy this, paste it down below, and change this to is weapon 3 active. And if that is the case, then all of the other things will be false, and just the UZs will be set to true. So let's set them to true. Also let's set the shotgun script to false, and then the UZ script will be set to true, and also right here as well. Now after the UZ we have the bazooka, so copy that, paste it down below, change this to is weapon 4 active. Let's set this to false, and the other one as well, and this time make the bazooka true. And for the scripts, let's disable the use script and enable the bazooka script right here. And that is it. We have the function ready. Now right here, whenever we picks up any rifle by the buttons, we want to call this function. So for example, if we press the 1 button, as you know that we want to make the weapon 1 active, and right here in the function we say that if the weapon 1 is equals to true, then we want to show the handgun, and right here we make the is weapon 2 active to true. Then when that is set to true, then it means that it is the shotgun, and then the same for the Uzi and the bazooka as well. Okay, so now in every if and else if condition we will call this function. So right here we will say that is rifle active right here as well, then in here, and right here at the end as well. And that is it for this. We can now just save the script and test it out. But if we see the function name, it is rifles, okay, not rifle. So let's add a s right here as well in the main function name. Okay, it is rifles active. Now get back to Unity. Now let's click on inventory canvas and let's add all of the references which are remaining. So the first reference is to the player script. We will drag and drop the player script, then to the shotgun script. So we will drag and drop the shotgun, then the handgun 1, handgun 2 script, then the UZ1 and the UZ2 script. After that we need a reference to the bazooka script and then to the inventory panel. So if we open this up, here is the inventory panel. So click on inventory canvas and drag and drop this panel right there. Okay, that is it. Make sure that you add the inventory panel, okay, not the inventory canvas, or else your inventory will be not working. So for now, let me disable the inventory panel. Now if we play the game, you will notice that it is showing us this error. It shows that the buttons are not set up, and this is because to this code, because right here instead of the get button down we need to type get key down, and similar to the other ones as well. So make sure that you change this to get key down from get button down, and once you do that, save it, get back to Unity again, and let's play the game. And if we click on the inventory canvas, now as you can see, none of the rifles are picked up. Okay, now if we try to walk towards the handgun, now let's try to pick up the handgun. Okay, it is showing this that the inventory reference is not set. I don't know why we have set it this in the previous videos. So let me select all of the rifles, and actually this was the references which we forgot to add it. Okay, so make sure that you select all of the rifles, okay, this weapons which is inside this weapon shop, and then you drag and drop the inventory canvas, because on the inventory canvas we have this script. Because if you see the pickup item right here, we have added the reference to the inventory, and then by using the inventory we were showing the specific weapon in the inventory, and also we are setting the is weapon 1 picked to true and the other one as well. Okay, so make sure that you add this reference as well, and I hope so this time we will not have forgotten any references. Okay, now let me click on inventory canvas and let's work toward the handgun. Let's pick it up, and as you can see now it shows that is weapon 1 picked is equals to true. Okay, it is set to true. Now let's enable the inventory, and as you can see now in the inventory we have the handgun right here, as you can see. Now let me disable the inventory. Let's get right here. Okay, let's try to take out the handgun. Okay, and then you will notice that is weapon 1 active will be set to true, and it will be inside the player hand. As you can see now, there are the handgun, but it didn't play the animations because we didn't add a code for that, but we will do that in the upcoming videos. Don't worry about that. For now, as you notice that the player is not playing the animations because we didn't assign the animator for now. Okay, let's pick up the shotgun, and you will notice that his weapon 2 picked is now equals to true as well. And if we check out the inventory, here is the shotgun now inside our inventory. Okay, and now if we try to pick out the inventory, the shotgun from the inventory, now as you can see it is inside the player hand, and the shotgun is now active, and as you can see now right here the handgun is being disabled. Okay, now let's pick up the UZ. We can't pick up the UZ because it shows Right here in the console you are broke because the player money has been finished, so we just only buy these two rifles which you can see in the inventory right here. So now this means that our inventory is working perfectly fine. Now we have two things which are remaining. The first one is showing this inventory by some button, for example the tab button, and the next one is playing that specific animations according to the weapons, okay, and we will do that by using the script. So don't worry about that, and see you guys in the next one. In the previous video we have completed the picking up system and the inventory system. Now the player can pick up any weapon from the environment and then that weapon will be added to the inventory, but whenever we draw that weapon it doesn't play that animation which are related to that weapon. For example, if we pick up the handgun, it will not play that handgun animations. This is because we are not assigning the handgun animator controller whenever we draw the handgun. So in this video we will do that. As you know that in our resources folder we have added all of these animator controller for different weapons, as you can see for the bazooka and the handgun. And then if you see right here in the inventory, whenever we draw the handgun or the shotgun, we are enabling and disabling the scripts according to that rifle or weapon, and also we are enabling and disabling that weapon in the player hands as well. So in the similar way we need to assign that specific animator controller at runtime, and we will do that in the handgun script. So go inside scripts, rifles, then open up the handgun script. We will start from the handgun. For this right here at the top, first of all create a bool by the name of handgun active and set this to true, because whenever this script becomes enabled, okay, right here we are doing just that. If you see this lines, whenever the player draws the first weapon which is the handgun, we will show the handgun in the player hands, and then we are enabling and disabling the scripts. Okay, so right here we enable the handgun script. So now whenever the handgun script is enabled, this will be, as you know, will be equals to true, and when this is equals to true, then what we will do, we will say that if the handgun active is true, then we will change the animator at the runtime. In the game, if you see right here, we have this animator controller attached. So for now, as you can see, it is the player controller, and we want that whenever we draw the handgun, we want to change this controller to the gun controller, okay, which is inside the resources folder at runtime. So we will say animator dot runtime animator controller. This will be equals to resource. Actually the folder name is resources, as you can see right here, resources, and then inside the resources we have this gun animator. So make sure that you name this as resources as well, because it will not work in any other name. So resources dot load, and we want to load the animator controller at runtime, so we will say runtime animator controller. Then right here we will say gun animator, which is basically our gun animator controller. As you can see right here, it is gun animator. So get back right here, make sure that you type the names correctly, the resources and the gun animator, and also the other code as well. And once that is done, save the script, get back to Unity, click on player, and right here as you can see we have for now the player controller right here, and also the player script is enabled by default. Okay, now if we play the game, you can still see that the player controller is activated right here and the player script as well. Now if we walk towards the handgun and let's buy it, Now as you can see, it shows handgun pickup, and if we see our inventory, as you can see right here, this is our handgun now inside our inventory. Okay, now let's move to this side and actually click on player again, and now if we try to press 1, then you will notice that this controller will be changed and also the script will be disabled, as you can see. Now as you can see, the player script is disabled and also the controller is changed to gun controller. And if we see inside the player body, in the rifle holder, as you can see, the gun is activated, and now we can walk, we can aim and walk. As you can see, we can now shoot wherever we want. For now my mouse is a little bit funky, but as you can see now it working perfectly fine. So it means that now we can change the animator controller at runtime for the handgun only. Let's do it for the other weapons as well. So if we click on scripts, rifles, we have done it for the handgun. Now let's open up the shotgun script. Let's get back right here. Let's copy this if condition, get back to the shotgun script. Right here in the update, we will say that now create a pool first of all by the name of shotgun active. This will be equals to true by default, and then down below we will say that if shotgun active is equals to true, then we will change the animator at runtime. So let me check out the animator name. It is shotgun animator. So we will say shotgun animator. So if we now save the script, and now let's open up the other scripts as well, which will be now the UZ and also the bazooka. Now let's click on the UZ, and right here in the update we will do the same. Let's copy this if condition, paste it right here, and then at the top we will say bool. Let's now name this as UZ active, which will be by default equals to true. And let's copy that, paste it down below. Let's check out the animator name. It is UZ animator. Let me check out the bazooka. It is bazooka animator. Okay, so get back right here. Now change this to UZ animator. That's it. Now get back to bazooka. For this, at the top, let's create a bool by the name of bazooka active. It will be equals to true. Then let's copy the if condition from here. In the update, let's paste it and change this to bazooka active, and the animator name is bazooka animator. That's it. So we have done it for all of the weapons, as you can see. Now get back to Unity, and now when we pick any weapon, the animator of the player will be changed according to that weapon, and also the scripts and the weapons in the player hand will be enabled disabled accordingly. So let's play the game. Okay, let's go ahead and pick up the handgun, and also for now, for this testing, we will pick up the bazooka actually. Okay, we can't buy that. Let's just pick up the shotgun. Okay, so now if we see the inventory, as you can see, we have the handgun and the shotgun. So now click on player. Now as you can see, the player script is enabled and also the controller. So now if we press the one button, as you can see, the player draws the handguns, and now the script is being disabled and the animator has been changed. Now as you can see, it plays the animations accordingly. Okay, as you can see, now we can shoot wherever we want. Now let's try to draw the shotgun, and as you can see, it draws the shotgun as well. And if you notice, the controller has been changed automatically, and now we are holding down the shotgun and we can fire wherever we want. And now the same thing will be for the Uzi and for the bazooka as well. You can test it out by your own, but now as you see, we can change rifles, we can update our inventory, and also we can update the animator controllers, just like in most of the games. Just like in GTA 5, the player has more than one animator controller. So with this done, I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, so in this video we will work on our inventory again. If we start the game, you will notice that we don't have any button to pop up our inventory. We are doing it manually by enabling and disabling like this. Okay, and we don't want that. We want a specific button for our inventory. So for doing that, open up the inventory script, and then right here, as you can see, we have the reference to our inventory panel, and then also we have a bool which is by the name of is pause. Now what we want right here is to create two functions. The first one will be for showing the inventory and the second one will be for hiding the inventory. So after this is rifle active, let's create our first function, which will be show inventory. When we are showing the inventory, we will set the inventory panel active. So we will say set active, and let's set it to true. After that, when the inventory pops up, we want the time, or you can say the game, to be paused. So we will set the time scale to 0f, and after this we will set the is pause to true. We will say that yes, the game is paused. After this, we have another function which will be for hiding the inventory. We will name this as hide inventory, and in here we will say inventory panel dot set active. Let's set this to false. After this, we will say time dot time scale. Now we need to unpause the game, so we will set the time to 1f, and then we will set the is pause to false. That is it. Now after this, we need a specific button for showing our inventory. So right here at the bottom, we will create a else if, and in here we will say that if input dot get key down, and that key is the tab key. Okay, using the tab key we will show the inventory just like in most of the games. And then we will say that if the game is not paused, then we want the inventory to be hidden, so we will call the hide inventory function, and then in the else we will show the inventory. So let's call the function which is show inventory. That is it. Let's save the game and see how our inventory looks. Let's start the game. Now if you try to press the tab button, as you can see our inventory is showing. Let's pick up some rifle. Okay, the first one, if you check it out, here it is. Let's pick up the second one. Here is the second one, and now all of the rifles are showing perfectly fine. Now let's try to increase the player money so that we can buy all of the 4 weapons. As you can see, all of the weapons are there. Now let's try to pick out the Uzis, and as you can see, here is the Uzi. Let's try to pick up the bazooka. Here is the bazooka. Okay, so now everything works perfectly fine, as you can see. But there is now only one problem. Let me show it to you guys. Some of you guys which are following our courses, they told me that there is this issue with the menus and also with the inventory as well. If you see that whenever we show the any menu or inventory, as you can see the game is paused, but we can still rotate our cameras, as you can see, and we don't want that. We want the cameras to be paused as well. So in the next video we will fix this issue, and let's end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will fix this issue with our inventory. As you can see, we can still rotate and change between the cameras. We don't want this issue. So for solving this, first of all, at the top right here, let's create a public reference to our switch camera script. So we will say switch camera. Let's name this as switch camera as well. Then we need a reference to our aim camera. So we will say public game object aim cam. After this, we need a reference to our third person camera as well, so we will say third person cam. After the references, let's scroll down to the show inventory and the hide inventory functions, and right here at the top, when we are showing the camera, we want the switch camera script to be disabled so that the player is not able to change between the first person camera and the second person camera. So we will say switch camera dot get component, and we want to get the switch camera script, and then what we want to do with that, we will say dot enabled will be equals to false. Then let's disable the third person camera, so we will say third person cam dot set active, and let's set it to false. After this, we need the aim camera to be disabled as well, so we will say aim cam dot set active, and let's set this to false as well, and that is it. Now let's copy this from up here and right down below, let's paste it. And now whenever we hide the inventory, we want the script to be again enabled and also the cameras as well, so we will now this time set it to true. That is it. Now let's save the script, get back to Unity, let's click on inventory canvas. Right here it needs the switch camera script, so we will drag and drop the player and it will automatically select the switch script from right here from the player game object, as you can see. Then for the aim camera, let's drag and drop the aim camera and then the third person camera, and once you add all of that, let's play the game. And now as you can see, we can now switch between cameras, as you can see. But now whenever we try to show the inventory, as you can see, we now can't move the camera, and nor we can switch between the aim camera and the third person camera, as you can see. And now when we unpause the game, we can again now switch between cameras, as you can see, and now we can rotate around as well. Now let's pause it again and unpause it, pause it and unpause. Okay, so now this issue has been fixed. And for the guys who were following me from the previous courses as well, you can solve this issue like this. The code and everything will be the same, but make sure that you type this code in the area which this is needed. Okay, so with this done, now the next issue which is really to be fixed is disabling this mouse whenever this player script is enabled, because as you can see, this is not locked to our screen. Okay, and the mouse is floating around freely, so we don't want that as well. Let's open up this player script, and right here we need to type the code for it. So in the awake function, we will say that cursor dot lock state, this will be equals to cursor lock mode, and then the lock mode will be locked. That is it. And also the next thing, which will be the assigning animator thing, okay, because if we are holding down the gun and then if we try to remove the gun and the player have now no rifle or weapon in the hand, then we want the player controller to be assigned at runtime as well, but we didn't type a code for that in our player script, so let's type that as well and fix this issue as well. So from our handgun script we can copy this if condition and get back to player script. Right here in the update, let's add it, and at the top let's create a bool for it, and the bool will be player active, which will be equals to true. And then right here we will say that if the player active is true, then we will play the player controller animations, and that is it. Get back to Unity. Now everything is set up. Just for testing, let's remove this. Let's play the game. And now as you can see, when the game starts, the controller is being attached automatically at runtime, and also now as you can see, the cursor is locked at the center of the screen. I can't see the cursor, but in a recording you will see the cursor on the canvas, okay, so don't worry about that. The cursor has been locked, okay, that the cursor just showed in the recording and not like this, okay. So now we can see our inventory, and as you can see, the cursor is still locked, can't move anywhere, as you can see. Now let's pick up the gun, here it is. Let's pick up the shotgun, here it is, okay. Now let's try to pick up the gun, and as you can see, the gun animator has been changed, and now everything works perfectly fine. Let's take out the shotgun. Here is our shotgun, we can shoot wherever we want. So now our inventory is being completed, and let's end this video right here. Hello guys, and welcome back. So now from this video onwards we will start working on our AI character system. You will learn a lot of things step by step, and then you will be able to create your own AI system that can be used inside your own open world game. So as you know that for AI character system we need some characters, so you guys can just go ahead and download your own characters and animations from wherever you want, but I will suggest the Miximo website. Right here you will find the characters right here, and also the perfect animations for that characters as well. I have downloaded all of my characters from this website and all of the animations, so I don't have to download it again. But if you want to download different characters, then you can just go ahead and download different characters and then the related animations for that characters. But if you are following me, I will provide you this AI characters Unity package, so just go ahead and download this. So just simply double click on it, and it will open up Unity automatically, as you can see. Then it will show preparing package. After that it will show this window which is import Unity package, and in here you will notice that here is our main folder, which is by the name of AI characters, and in here we have all of the textures, materials, the character itself, and the animations, and we have a total number of 6 characters. And as you can see, this AI characters will be saved inside the prefabs folder. So let's click on import, and as you can see, it is imported inside our prefabs folder. Your folder might be different, so make sure that you check it out in your assets, okay. Now if you click on prefabs AI characters, right here as you can see we have this 6 characters. Let's select the first one. Here is our first character, as you can see, and if we click on the first character rig, its animation type will be generic, and you can see all of the other data as well. If you are using some other characters, then make sure that your character is generic as well. And let's check out the animations for this character. The animation type will be also generic, as you can see, and the avatar definition will be no avatar. Now if we click on animations, and as you can see, here is our character. Inside the animation, the first character is the dying, and the second one is flying back, death, as you can see, and the third one is the walking animations. And as you can see, our character is playing the animations perfectly fine. Now let's check out our second one. Here is the second one. All of the settings will be the same. Let's click on animation. Okay, and then right here change to animation as well. Let's drag and drop our second character, and you can notice right here that this is our second character. Let's play the animation. As you can see, it is playing the animation perfectly fine. So it means that all of our characters are ready to be used for our AI system. So in this video we have imported all of the characters and animations. In the next video we will start working on our AI system. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. In the previous video we have added all of our AI characters. Now in this video we will create the traffic AI system for our game. So for that, first of all, in the scripts folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder by the name of traffic AI. You can name this whatever you want. Then in here we will create a C# script by the name of Waypoint. After this, in the editor folder we will create another script, but as you know that we don't have the editor folder right here, so we will going to create a editor folder. And if you have the editor folder, then you don't need to create another one. Okay, so just name it as editor like this, press enter. Then in here we will create another C# script by the name of Waypoint Manager window. Press enter. Here is our Waypoint Manager window script. And once this is created, then get back to the scripts folder, traffic AI, and let's open up this Waypoint script. In here, let's remove the start and update function. Then right here at the top, we will create a header by the name of Waypoint status. And in here we will be needing two references. The first reference will be to our previous waypoint, and the second reference will be to our next waypoint. So first of all, let's create that. We will say public waypoint previous waypoint, and then again we will say public waypoint, and this will be now next waypoint. So let me tell you that how our traffic AI, or you can say how our waypoint system will work. So consider this as the AI character. To this AI character we will assign a waypoint navigator script. Don't worry, we will do that in the upcoming videos. Okay, so we will assign that script to this AI character. Okay, and on that script we will navigate the waypoints. So for example, this AI character is looking for this first waypoint, so it will actually come closer to this first waypoint, okay, or walk towards this first waypoint. Then on this first waypoint we will assign this waypoint script, and as you know, on this waypoint script we will have a previous waypoint and next waypoint data stored. So for example, this first waypoint right here, for the first waypoint the next waypoint will be 2, and for the 2 the previous waypoint will be 1. So now when the character reach this first waypoint, the next waypoint will be 2, so the character will move towards the second waypoint. Now for the second waypoint the next waypoint will be 3, and for the 3 the previous waypoint will be 2. So now when the character reach to this second one, then for the second one the next will be third one, so the character will move towards the third one. And similar in the other waypoint as well, when he reaches the third one, for the third one the next will be 4, and for the 4 the previous will be 3 and next will be 5. So he will move to this waypoint, then to 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then when he reaches 9, for the 9 the next waypoint will be 1, and for the 1 the previous waypoint will be 9. So now when the character reaches the 9 one, then for the 9 the next will be 1, so the character will move towards the first waypoint. So in this way our character will move between many waypoints which we will be setting in the upcoming videos. This is just an example of how our traffic AI will works. And once we created this waypoint system, after this we will be also creating a branching system. But that system is for the next video. For now we will just focus on this one. So now we have the previous waypoint and next waypoint data right here. Let's give a range to our waypoint width. So we will say range. The range minimum value will be 0f and the maximum value will be 5f. Okay, this will be basically our waypoint width. After this, let's create a public float by the name of waypoint width, and this will be equals to 1f. After this, let's create a public vector3 by the name of get position. Let's actually make the p capital, and in here we will be getting the random waypoints. So let's create a vector3 by the name of minimum bound. This will be equals to transform dot position plus, then we will say transform dot right, and let's multiply that by the waypoint width, and let's divide that by 2f. After this we will create another vector3 by the name of maximum bound. This will be equals to transform dot position, and we will say minus transform dot right, and let's multiply that by the waypoint width and divide that by 2f. Then we will say return vector3 dot lerp, and this will be equals to, or actually let's add round brackets. First of all we will pass the minimum bound, then the maximum bound, and then after this we will say random dot range, and the range will be from 0f to 1f. So what this vector3 minimum bound and maximum bound will do, this will actually give some space between the waypoints for the AI character to walk in, and you will know how this will work once we will be adding, or you can say creating, the waypoints. So let's end this video right here, and I will see you guys in the next one. So in the previous video we have created the waypoint. Now let's go ahead and create a waypoint manager window so that we can be able to create a waypoint for our AI character. So in the editor, as you know, in the previous video we have created this script. Let's open this up and let's remove the start and update function for now, and at the top we will say using Unity editor. And as you know, this will be our waypoint editor, or you can say creator window. So right here, instead of mono behavior, we will say editor window. Then in here we will say menu item. Let's name our menu item. I want this to be in a separate menu, and that menu name will be waypoint. And then inside the waypoint main menu I want a sub menu which will be by the name of waypoints editor tools. That's it. After this, down below we will say public static void show window. You can name this function whatever you want, but I will name this as show window, and in here I will say get window, and in here let's copy and paste the script name. Then I want the name of it to be waypoints editor tools, and make sure this name is inside double quotes. That is it. Now if we save this and get back to Unity, now at the top you will notice that now we have a menu right here by the name of waypoint, and if we click on it, in here we have this sub menu which is by the name of waypoints editor tools. If we click on it, it will open up this window, and if you see the script, as you can see, we have the main menu waypoint, then we have this sub menu. You can change this name to whatever you want. For example, let's just change this to waypoint tools, like that. Save the script, get back to Unity, and now if we click on waypoint, now as you can see the name is changed, and you can notice the window name, we didn't change that, but you can change the window name from right here. Okay, but now I will just leave my name as waypoints editor tools and this one as well. And then if we save the script, get back to Unity, now you will notice the name is again changed. So in this way you can create your own menu at the top, or if you don't want to create a main menu, then you can just add your sub menus in the other main menus as well. For example, the windows or the game object. For example, let's add it inside our window. So right here, instead of the waypoint, we will say window. Now you can notice that waypoint is being removed. Now if you click on window, you can see the waypoint editor tool right here. So in the same way you can do whatever you want with this now, but I will leave this as it is, and let's end this video right here. So now we have a waypoint editor window. Now after this we will create a public transform by the name of waypoint origin, and this will be a reference which we will be adding or assigning, which will be used as a parent for the waypoints. After this, let's create a on GUI function, and in here we will create a serialized object by the name of obj. It will be equals to new serialized object, and we will say this, and basically this serialized object will be for our window, so we can easily draw its properties. After this, let's create a property for our waypoint origin, so we will say editor GUI layout dot property field, and in here we will say obj dot find property, and the property name will be our waypoint origin. And after this, make sure that we applied the modified properties, so we will say obj dot apply modified properties. And after this, let's check if our waypoint origin is assigned, and if it is not, then we will add a message that assign the waypoint origin. So for that we will say if the waypoint origin is not equals to, or actually equals to null, then what we will do, we will say editor GUI layout dot help box, and in here we will add a message which will be please assign a waypoint origin transform, and after this the message type will be a warning, so we will say message type dot warning. After this, if the waypoint origin is assigned, then what we want to do, when the waypoint origin is being assigned, then we will show some buttons, and that buttons will be for creating the waypoint. So right here we will call a function which will be by the name of create buttons, don't worry, we will create this button, and also we want this button to be shown in a vertical direction. So for that we will say editor GUI layout dot begin vertical, and in here we will say box, and after this we will show the button in the vertical layout. Then we will say editor GUI layout dot end vertical, and that is it. Now let's go ahead and create this function. So after this, on GUI right down below, we will paste the name, then we will say void create buttons, and now it is time to create all of the buttons. So in the list, the first button will be for creating the waypoint. So we will say if GUI layout dot button, and let's name this button as create waypoint. If that is the case, then we will call a function which will be by the name of create waypoint. And now let's go ahead and create this function as well. After this create buttons, we will say create waypoint. Let's make it a void create waypoint. In here we will create a new game object by the name of waypoint object, and in here we will give it a new name. So we will say new game object. Let's name it as waypoint plus, and this will be followed by our waypoint origin child count. So we will say waypoint origin dot child count. And what this will do is when we click on this create waypoint button, it will create a new game object inside our waypoint origin by the name of waypoint, and that name will be followed by the waypoint origin child count. So for example, if we create the first button, then its name will be waypoint 0, and then if we create another one, then it will be waypoint 1, then waypoint 2. Like this it will go in the forward direction. And after this, let's assign the waypoint component as well. So we will say dot type of, and the type will be the waypoint. After this, let's set this waypoint object as a child of our waypoint origin. So we will say waypoint object dot transform dot set parent. The parent will be the waypoint origin, because we want all of the waypoint object to be inside in our waypoint origin. Okay, after this we want to make our waypoint system automatically link waypoint when we create new waypoints. So let's say waypoint dot waypoint, this will be equals to waypoint object dot get component, and let's get the waypoint component, okay, which is our script. And the reason we are uh, needing the waypoint script right here is we want the reference to our waypoint components, such as previous waypoint, next waypoint, and the waypoint width. So once you do that, we will say if waypoint origin dot child count is greater than 1. Okay, it means that if the waypoint object is being created, then what we want to do, we will say waypoint dot previous waypoint, and this will be equals to waypoint origin dot get child, and the child will be the waypoint origin dot child count minus 2, then dot get component, and let's get the waypoint. So what this means, that if the waypoint origin has more than one child, then we will assign the previous waypoint. And so after this we will say waypoint dot previous waypoint dot next waypoint will be equals to the waypoint. After this, now let's also set our new waypoint facing the same direction as the previous waypoint. So right here we will say waypoint dot transform dot position, and this will be equals to waypoint dot previous waypoint dot transform dot position. After this we want to place it in the forward direction, so we will say waypoint dot transform dot forward, and then this will be equals to waypoint dot previous waypoint dot transform dot forward. And after this we want to select the newly created waypoint in order to edit it, so we will say selection dot active game object, and this will be equals to waypoint dot game object. So now if we save this and get back to Unity, now if we click on waypoint, then waypoint editor tool right here, as you can see, it is showing us this warning which is please assign a waypoint origin transform. And if you notice our code right here, we are giving a warning to the user that please assign a waypoint origin transform. So everything is working perfectly fine. Now as you can see, we can't see the create waypoint button because we don't assign that. So let me put it right there, and then let's create a waypoint origin right here. So we will create a empty game object by the name of waypoint origin. You can name this whatever you want, but I will name it as waypoint origin. As you can see, it is right here. Now let's drag and drop that in there, and now as you can see, we have the create waypoint button. Now if we click on create waypoint, as you can see, it has created a waypoint right here, which is followed by the child count of the waypoint origin, and the first child, as you can see, it starts from 0. If you notice our code right here, we say that if the waypoint origin is not assigned, we will show this warning, and if it is assigned, we will show the buttons. And as you know, the first button was the create waypoint button right here, as you can see, and when the user click on that, it called this function, and inside this function it created this waypoint followed by the child count of the waypoint origin. And as you know that when we created the waypoint object, okay, we have assigned this script, the waypoint script, to that object, and then we have assigned our previous waypoint and our next waypoint. If you click on this waypoint 01 or just 0, as you can see here, it is our previous waypoint and next waypoint. For now we don't have any next waypoint, so that's why this value is empty. Let's for example create another one. Now if we click on 0, as you can see, for the next waypoint it is 1, and for the 1 the previous waypoint is 0. And if you notice that whenever we create a new waypoint, it is being selected right here in the hierarchy by default, and that is due to this code. So I hope you understand this code step by step, and now you can make changes according to your own choice. So now if we create as many waypoints we want, you will notice that the previous and next waypoint will be added automatically. As you can see, for the 1 the next waypoint is 2 and previous is 0. Now if we get back to 2, the next is 3 and the previous is 1, and in similar way to that as well. And now for the last waypoint 6, we can just add this manually, that the next waypoint will be 0, and for the 0 the previous waypoint will be 6. So now all of these waypoints are connected to each other. So I hope now you guys know how to create the waypoint system. We have many more functionalities and features for our traffic AI, but don't worry about that, we will do that in the upcoming videos. For this video, I hope you understand how all of these things work and you are able to make any changes now. With this done, catch you guys in the next one. So now we have the waypoint editor right here. We can create new waypoints, and that waypoints are connected to each other, as you can see. But the real problem right here now is that we can't see the connection between the waypoints, and also we can't see our waypoints. So in order to fix this issue, we will use gizmos in Unity, and gizmos will help us achieve this visualization task. So for that, right here in the editor script, we will create a new C# script by the name of waypoint editor. Let's delete the previous waypoints, and then let's open up this waypoint editor in Unity, or not in Unity but in our text editor. And then let's remove that two functions, and also let's remove this mono behavior from here, and then at the top we will say using Unity editor. Then in here we will visualize our waypoint. But first of all, at the top, let's initialize the onload attribute. So we will say initialize onload, and that is it. After this, we will create a public static function by the name of onDraw scene gizmos, because as you know that we will only see the gizmos in our scene window but not inside the game window. And since we will be seeing it in the scene view, so that's why I name it like this. You can name this whatever you want. In here we will be adding two parameters. The first one will be for the waypoint, so we will say waypoint, and then the gizmos type, and let's name this as gizmos type as well. Then at the top right here, let's add a gizmos attribute, so we will say draw gizmo, then the gizmo type will be dot non selected, then we will say gizmo type dot selected, and then the gizmo type will be pickable. Right here we are just telling the Unity to draw a gizmo regardless of whether or not the game object is selected or not, and also pickable or not. So now in here we will say that if the waypoint is selected, then we will add a blue color, so we will say gizmo type dot selected, okay, and make sure that these two are inside double quotes. If that is not equals to 0, then what we want to do, we want to highlight that waypoint in a color blue, so we will say gizmos dot color, and the color will be color dot blue. After this we will say that if the waypoint is not selected, then we want the color of our waypoint to be a little bit fade away, so we will say gizmos dot color, and the color will be equals to color dot blue, and we will multiply that by 0.5 f, because it is in dot value, so we need to add the f right here. After this we want to draw a sphere, or you can say a circle, around our waypoint. So for drawing a circle we will say gizmos dot draw sphere, and we want to draw the sphere around the waypoint dot transform dot position, and we want that sphere size to be 0.1 f. Now if we save this and get back to Unity, first of all turn on the gizmos right there, and after that, as you can see, the waypoint origin is already added. Now if you click on create waypoint, you can notice the blue color around our waypoint. Now if we create another one, you can see the other one right here. Now if we create another one, then there, as you can see, and you can notice when the waypoint is selected, its color is dark blue, and if it is not selected, its color fades away from blue to light blue, and that is due to this if else condition. And this is the sphere size, we can change its size to 0.2f and get back to Unity. And now as you can see, the size of the waypoint has been increased, but we want the size of it to be 0.1f, that is it. And now all of the other thing works perfectly fine. Now the next thing which we want to do is to show the connection between these waypoints. We want to show the next waypoint line and the previous waypoint line, but that is for the next video. So in the previous video we have visualized our waypoint. As you can see, now we know that where our waypoint exists in our environment. Now in this video I want to visualize the waypoint width area. As you know that we have a width value right here for each of the waypoint. So for the width we will draw a line, and that line will show us the walkable area for the AI character to walk in. So after this sphere code, we need to color our width line. So for that we will say gizmos dot color, and this will be equals to color dot white. After this, I want to show the width line from the center of this waypoint to the left and to the right side, so it means that in a straight line, and that straight line will increase whenever we increase the width of the waypoint. So for that right here we will say gizmos dot draw line, and we want to draw a line, as I told you, from the waypoint position. So we will say waypoint dot transform dot position, and then in which direction we will type that here. As I told you, I want to draw it in the straight line, okay, which means it will start from here, then it will go to the left side and to the right side, so it will be shown as a single line, and that line will increase with the waypoint width. So we will say waypoint dot transform dot right, and we will multiply that by the waypoint width, as I told you, because it will increase whenever we increase the waypoint width. So we will say waypoint dot waypoint width, let's divide that by 2f, then let's add double quotes again, and in here we will say waypoint dot transform dot position. Now we want to draw the line in the left direction as well, so we can't use the dot left keyword. For that we will use the minus sign, and actually let's remove these round brackets from there, and let's add it right here, okay. And in here we will say waypoint dot transform dot right, and from the right side it will also increase with the waypoint width. So we will say dot waypoint dot width, and let's multiply this by 2f, that is it. Now after this waypoint width, now we will draw a line from the previous waypoint to the next waypoint, but that is for the next video. For now let's just test this out. If we save this and get back to Unity, now you can notice the width of each of the waypoint. As you can see, now when we try to increase or decrease the value, the waypoint increase and decrease with it, okay, this line. Now let me delete all of these three waypoints. Let's create another one. Now as you can see, it is facing that side, but we can change the side of it like this. Okay, now we can create another one and move that in the forward direction, and as you can see, it is facing now in the same direction. And when we try to increase the width of it, the line also increase with it, and the maximum value is 5, so that's why it can only be increased to 5. So this is it for this video, and in the next video we will connect our waypoints. Okay, so now in this video we will connect our waypoints. We will draw a line from our previous waypoint to the next waypoint, and then from the next waypoint to the previous waypoint. So as you know, we have left a comment right here for us. After this comment, we will create a if condition, and in here we will say that if the previous waypoint is not equals to null, then what we will do, we will color our previous waypoint as in red color, and then after that we will say vector3 offset, and this will be equals to waypoint dot transform dot right, and we will multiply that by the waypoint dot waypoint width, and let's divide that by 2f. After this we will create another vector3 by the name of offset2, and this will be equals to waypoint dot previous waypoint dot transform dot right, and we will multiply that by the waypoint dot previous waypoint dot waypoint width, and we will divide that by 2f. And after this we will draw a straight line from our previous waypoint to the next waypoint. So we will say gizmos dot draw line, and we want to draw a line from our waypoint, okay, from our main waypoint game object. So we will say waypoint dot transform dot position, and then we want to draw that line from the offset to the waypoint dot previous waypoint dot transform dot position, and we will now draw the line to the offset 2. So let me tell you what this code will do. This will basically color the straight line as in red color, and then right here in the vector3 offset we take the current waypoint position, and then in here we take the previous waypoint position, and then from the current waypoint to the previous waypoint we created a line, and as I told you, that line will be in red color. So now if we save this code and get back to Unity, now as you can see there is a line from our current waypoint to the previous waypoint. As you can see now, if we try to create more waypoints, you will see that this line will go for them as well. Okay, and now if we add the 0 to the next waypoint, and for the 1 we add the waypoint 3, you will notice that now this 0 is connected with the 3. So in this way it will show the connection between the waypoints. Now let me delete that, and now for the next waypoint we also want to draw a line. So for that we will simply copy this code and paste it down below, and now we will say that if the next waypoint is not equals to null, then we will color that as green. Then right here we will use the minus sign, because now the line will go from the current waypoint to the next waypoint. And right here as well we will use the minus sign. And once that is done, now let's save it, get back to Unity. Now if we try to create a waypoint, as you can see here it is, let me rotate it to that side. Now let's create another one. Let's move it in the forward direction. As you can see, you can now only see the previous waypoint line, but now if we create another one, you can now see the green line as well. So as you know that the waypoint 1 previous waypoint is 0, so that's why I draw a line from this 0 to this, sorry, from this 1 to this 0, and then for the 0 the next waypoint is 1, as you can see, so that's why it draw a green line. And the reason it is showing this error is because if you click on 0 1, it doesn't have the previous waypoint because we didn't connected all of the waypoints for now. But if you drag and drop the second one in there, and then in the second one drag and drop the 0 waypoint, now this error will be fixed as well. Now as you can see, they are all connected with each other. And don't worry, when we will be having a AI character, then all of this will make even more sense. And as I told you, this width of these waypoints are the walkable area. In here the player will be able to walk freely. And guys, the reason we use this minus sign right here, because as I told you, we can't use the dot left keyword in Unity, so that's why instead of the left we use the minus sign. So now as you can see on the left side it shows the previous waypoint line, and then on the left side it shows the next, and on the right it shows the previous. And this is it for this video. Hello guys and welcome back. So now we can create waypoints, and also we have connected all of that waypoints. Now we know that which waypoint is connected to which one. As you know that if we create waypoint right here, as you can see, that waypoint will be automatically connect to the other one, as you can see. But now if we want to create a waypoint in between two waypoints right here, we can't do that. Right here our system just simply fails, as you can see. So we need to type new methods for that in order to fix this issue. We want to create a waypoint in between two waypoints, and also we want to create a waypoint after the previous one, and also we want a button right here to delete the waypoint. So for now let me just now delete all of these and get back to the waypoint manager window script. Right here we will say that if we selected any waypoint, then we want to show some certain new buttons. So we will say selection dot active game object is not equals to null. It means that if we selected any waypoint, and also we want to check that if that there is a waypoint attached, so we will say selection dot active game object dot get component, and that will be the waypoint script. So if it has the script and also that waypoint is selected, then we want to show the buttons. So the first one will be the create waypoint before, so we'll say gy layout dot button create waypoint before. This will be the button name, and when this button is clicked we want to call a function, and let's name that function as create waypoint before. That's it. After this we want to show another button which will be by the name of create waypoint after, and when this button is pressed we will call a function which will be create waypoint after. After this the last button will be for deleting, or you can say removing the waypoint. So we will say if gy layout dot button, and that button name is remove waypoint, then we will call the remove waypoint function. Now let's copy this first one, and after this create waypoint, let's say void create waypoint before. In here we want to create a new waypoint, and to that waypoint we want to add the waypoint script, but we did the same thing in the create waypoint function. So we will just copy that two lines from up there and paste it down below. After this we will also get a reference to our selected waypoint, so we will say waypoint new waypoint will be equals to waypoint object dot get component, and let's get the waypoint. And after this we will position our selected waypoint with our new waypoint. So for that we will say waypoint selected waypoint, this will be equals to selection dot active game object dot get component, and we want the waypoint script, so we will say waypoint. Then after this we will say waypoint object dot transform dot position, this will be equals to selected waypoint dot transform dot position, then waypoint object dot transform dot position. This will be equals to selected waypoint dot transform dot forward. Then after this we will check that if the selected waypoint has a previous waypoint assigned, and if it does we will set that as our new waypoint previous waypoint, and after this we will set our new waypoint as the next waypoint. So for that we will say selected waypoint dot previous waypoint dot next waypoint will be equals to new waypoint. After this, as I told you, we will set our new waypoint as the next waypoint, so we will say new waypoint dot next waypoint will be equals to selected waypoint, and then the selected waypoint dot previous waypoint will be equals to new waypoint. And after creating the new waypoint, let's reset the sibling index as well. So we will say new waypoint dot transform dot set sibling index, and in here we will say selected waypoint dot transform dot get sibling index, and we want the newly created waypoint to be selected, so we will say selection dot active game object will be equals to new waypoint dot game object. After this we have another function which is create waypoint after. So let's copy the name right here, we will paste its name, and in here everything will be the same. So we will just copy that lines, paste it right here, and the only changes which we will be doing right here is that we will be swapping out the next waypoint reference instead. So we will just say if selected waypoint dot next waypoint is not equals to null, then the selected waypoint dot next waypoint dot previous waypoint will be equals to the new waypoint, and the new waypoint dot next waypoint will be equals to the selected waypoint dot next waypoint. Then after this, let's equal the next waypoint of the selected waypoint to the new waypoint. So type selected waypoint dot next waypoint is equals to new waypoint, and at the end, as you know, we will set the sibling index. So we can just copy that two lines from up there and paste it down below. Now after this we have this remove waypoint, so let's copy that, and after this create waypoint after, we will say void remove waypoint. In here we will swap out the reference on our currently selected waypoints to the previous and the next waypoint before destroying a selected game object. So first of all, let's create a reference. Then we will add a if condition in which we will say that if the selected waypoint next waypoint is not equals to null, then the selected waypoint next waypoint dot previous waypoint will be equals to the selected waypoint dot previous waypoint. And if the selected waypoint dot previous waypoint is not null, then in this case the selected waypoint dot previous waypoint dot next waypoint will be equals to the selected waypoint dot next waypoint, and then we will select that game object, and after that we want to destroy that, so we will say destroy immediate. We want to destroy the selected waypoint dot game object. That is it. So now if we save this and get back to Unity, let's click on our waypoint origin, let's create a waypoint, and as you can see, when we select the waypoint you will see all of these buttons now right here. So now let me rotate this. Okay, And now if we try to create another one, you can see that we can create another one as well. Now if we create one before it, as you can see that before one comes between these two, as you can see, but we just need to rotate it like that. Now we can create a new waypoint between two, and if you want to create one after this one, so we'll say create waypoint after, and as you can see it created the waypoint after as well. So like this we have now a really useful tool. Now let's create a waypoint right here around this building in order for our AI to walk in. So let's create a new one and let's rotate it like that. Then let's create another one. Let's move it to that side. Let's create another one. Let's move it forward. Create another one. So as you can see we have created a loop. Now let's select our first one. Into this one the previous waypoint will be this 26. As you can see they are now connected, and to the 26 the next one will be the waypoint 0, and now they are connected with each other as you can see. So we have created a loop of waypoints around this building, and inside this waypoints our AI character will walk in. You can just expand this and you can make this waypoints around all of the map. Don't worry, I will show you all of that, but in this video we have added all of these. Now in the next video we will add our AI character and then allow that AI character to walk inside this waypoints. So let's just end this video right here. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous video we have added the waypoint path, as you can see. Now in this video we will add the AI character. So as you know that in our prefabs folder we have added all of our AI characters and the animations for them as well. So let's go ahead and add our first character. So we can just simply drag and drop this character to the environment like this, and as you can see he is already on the ground set up. Let me drag and drop him down. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's change its name to AI character. And for this AI character, as you can see, the animator is already added and also the avatar for that as well. After the animator we will add a rigid body to this character, so we will say rigid body. Add that component. We will leave the mass as 1, the drag will be 0, angular drag will be also same. Then if we open up this constraints right here, for the freeze position we will freeze the y-axis position, and then for the rotation we will freeze the x and z rotation. So make sure that you do these steps, and once that is done, now let's add the capsule collider. So we will say capsule collider here. As you can see, let's change the y value to 1. Let's change the height of it to 1.7, and the radius of this will be 0.3. That is it. Once we added the capsule collider, now it is time for the script. So for that, if we go inside our scripts folder, then traffic AI, right here we will create a new C# script by the name of character navigator script. Press enter, then click on the AI character and let's drag and drop the script right there, and let's move it to the top. And now let's open this script in Visual Studio Code. For now, let me just remove the start and update function, and let's add a header by the name of character information. You can name this header whatever you want, and inside this header we will add the variables for the player movement rotation. So let's go ahead and add a public float by the name of moving speed. As you know by the name, this will be the moving speed for the character. Then after this we will create another public float by the name of turning speed, and this will be equals to 300f. You can set this turning speed according to your own character, but if you are following me then you can use this value as well. I will tell you what this will do when we will be testing our character. Okay, so after the turning speed we will create another float by the name of stop speed, and the stop speed will be 1f for now. Then after this we will create another header by the name of destination variable, and in here we will create a public vector 3 by the name of destination, and this vector 3 will contain the destination information for our AI character. Basically it will tell the AI character that if the character is closer to the waypoint or not, and if it is closer to the waypoint then we will assign the next waypoint. So that variable is for that purpose. Then after this we will create a public bool by the name of destination reached, and using this bool we will say that if the destination for the character AI is reached or not. So if it is reached it will be true, and if it is not then we will set it to false. Now after these variables let's add a start function, and for now leave this as it is, and right down below let's create a public void by the name of walk. And now inside this walk function we will type all of the code which will allow the character AI to move and rotate in the environment. So first of all let's check that if the character AI reached the destination or not. So for that we will create another function by the name of locate destination, and in here we will pass a vector 3 as a parameter by the name of destination, and then we will say that if this dot destination is equals to the destination, it simply means that if the character AI has reached the destination, which is this vector 3 destination, we will be assigning a destination to this vector 3, but don't worry about that right now. So it means that if the AI character reached the destination, that what we want to do, we want the destination reached bool to be set to false. Then right here in the walk function let's say that if the transform dot position, it simply means the AI character position is not equals to the destination. As you know that vector 3 has 3 values which is xyz. So if the AI character position xyz values is not equals to the destination xyz values, then what we want to do, that means the same as I told you, if the AI character position doesn't equals to this destination, then we want to find a new destination for our AI character. So we will create a vector 3 in here by the name of destination direction, and this will be equals to destination minus transform dot position. Then right down below we will say destination direction dot y will be equals to 0. Then let's create a float by the name of destination, actually distance. So destination distance will be equals to destination direction dot magnitude. Then right down below we will say that if the destination direction is greater than or equals to the stop speed, it means that if the character reach one of the waypoint, or you can say one of the destination, then at that point we want to apply the stop speed to our AI character, because if there will be any turning, then we want to stop the player and turn the AI character first of all, and then we will allow the character to move again. So as I told you, first of all there will be turning, so let's add a comment for that. And right here we will set the destination reached to false, because if the AI character reaches any destination, then this destination reached will be equals to false again. Because when the AI character reach one of the destination, then we will assign the next one. So this will be set to false. And then right here we will say quaternion, and let's name this as target rotation, and then quaternion dot look rotation, and we want to rotate towards the destination direction. And also we want to change the facing of the AI character towards that destination direction. So for that we will say transform dot rotation. This will be equals to quaternion dot rotate towards, and we will rotate the AI character towards the destination direction, and that destination direction is inside the target rotation, so we will say target rotation. And we will right here pass the turning speed, and we want to make the turning smoother and on time dependent, so we will multiply the turning speed by the time dot delta time. And once the player rotate, then we want the AI character to move again. So right here we will move the character towards the forward direction. So for that we will say transform dot translate, and then we will say vector3 dot forward. Let's multiply that by the moving speed, and we want this movement to be time dependent as well, so we will say time dot delta time. So this was the if condition. Now in the else condition, it means that now if the character reaches the destination, then we want this destination reached to be true. And as you know that when the destination is reached, this will be equals to true, and after that right here we will set it to false. And then right here we are first of all rotating the character towards the waypoint, and then moving the character towards that waypoint as well. So this is just a simple code. Let me just explain it to you again. Now right here we are just simply locating the destination, and if we locate any waypoint, then we will set this destination reach to false, because we located it. Now the AI character will walk towards it, so we want this destination reach to be false. And then right here we are simply rotating and moving the AI character towards that destination. So right here first of all we have found a one destination for our AI character. Right here this code will simply do that. And then we said that if we find any waypoint or destination, then we will move the player towards that destination, and if that the destination is reached, then we will set this destination reach to true. It is simple as that. Now let's call this function. In the update function, change the start to update, and then in here let's call the walk function. So now we will be able to locate a destination for our AI character and move that character towards that destination. And as you know that the destination will be the waypoints. So for now we don't have any code for that to tell the AI character that this waypoint is your next destination and this waypoint is your previous destination. So let's go ahead and tell the AI character, or you can say assign the waypoints to our AI character and tell that AI character that these waypoints are your destination. So for that, in our traffic AI, we will be creating a new C# script by the name of waypoint navigator. Let's press enter, click on AI character, and let's assign the script right there. Okay, it is not being assigned. I think it is due to this errors on our script right here. Let's remove that R from there, and if you get back right here, as you can see, it is being removed. Now the next one is on 32, and that is due to this variable. This should be the destination distance, not destination direction. So make sure that you type destination distance right here. And as you can see, that error is also gone now. And now if you try to drag and drop the script, as you can see, it has been added. So let's move it to the top, and now let's open this up. So on this script, at the top we will create a header by the name of npc character, and in here we need a reference to our AI character script, and that script is, as you know, the character navigator script. So we will say character navigator script. Let's name this as character, and then we need a reference to one of our waypoints which we will be assigning to our AI character. So for that we will say public waypoint, and we will name this as current waypoint. Okay, after this, in the awake function, we will assign the character navigator script to this character. So for that we will simply say character will be equals to get component, and we want to get the character navigator script. That's it. Now we want to give the current waypoint to this destination, because as you know this function is used for locating the destination for the AI character, and as I told you, the destination will be the waypoint. So let's pass the waypoint to that function, and as you know, the waypoint will be the current waypoint which we will be assigning to this. So first of all, let me show you that. So if we click on our character, and as you can see right here, it needs this character navigator script and then our current waypoint. So let me open up the waypoints right here. As you can see, the first waypoint right here is this waypoint 0. So if we click on our AI character, we will simply drag and drop this waypoint 0 in the current waypoint. Okay, now this current waypoint position xyz values will be passed to this destination xyz values, and then this AI character will know that this is my destination. And as you know that right here we say that if the destination is reached, then we will assign the next destination to our AI character. So in this way, this waypoint will be keep changing and changing whenever this AI character reaches one of the waypoints. So let me now put the AI character a little bit away from the waypoint, and now let's assign, as I told you, the current waypoint to the vector3 destination. So for that, right here we will say character dot locate destination, and let's pass the current waypoint dot get position, because we just want to get only the position of the waypoint, because as you know that vector3 only takes 3 float values, which is the xyz. So we will pass the current waypoint position to that vector3, Then after this, in the update function, what we will do, we will say that if the character dot reach destination, it means that if the character reached the destination, let me check the name of it. It is actually destination reached, not reached destination. So let's say if the character dot destination reached, okay, it means that if the character reaches the waypoint 0, then we want to assign the next waypoint. So for that we will say current waypoint will be equals to current waypoint dot next waypoint. And as you know that, let me show you that on each of the waypoint we have the previous waypoint data and the next waypoint data. So for example, now right here we assign this waypoint 0 to this AI character. So now if this AI character reaches this waypoint, then on this waypoint, as you know, we have already assigned the next waypoint, which is the waypoint 1. So now the character current waypoint will be then set to waypoint 1, and then the character will simply move to that waypoint. So let's go ahead and type a code for that. So right here we will say character dot set destination, and the destination will be the current waypoint dot get position. So now the character will move to the waypoint 1, and when he reaches there on the waypoint 1, the next waypoint will be waypoint 2. So that waypoint 2 will be assigned to the AI character, and then the AI character will move to that waypoint as well. So in this way we will be telling the AI character that this is your destination. Let me check the name of the function. Actually it was locate destination. So instead of the set destination, type locate destination, or whatever your function name is. Mine one is locate destination. So once that is done, save the script, get back right here, click on AI character. Let's add a moving speed. So let me add the moving speed as 1.4, and then all of the other things are already assigned. Let me move the character a little bit right there, and let's go ahead and play the game. And now you will notice this current waypoint will be changing whenever the AI character reaches one of it. As you can see, now it is changed to waypoint 1, and the AI character is moving towards the waypoint 1. And then you will notice that when he reaches the waypoint 1, it is now waypoint 2, and in this way the AI character will move. Let me increase the speed of him. As you can see now, the AI character is moving now towards the waypoint 4, and the AI character is rotating as well, if you notice it. For now we don't have any animation for the AI character, so that's why it looks a little bit ugly, but you can notice the movement and rotation is working perfectly fine, as you can see. So the AI character is moving all of the waypoints. Let me show you all of it. As you can see, let me increase the speed of him to 3. So he is moving perfectly fine, as you can see. So now we have the AI character working perfectly fine, and in the next video we will continue our work on our AI system. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add some other AI characters as well as we did for the first AI character. So let's go ahead and add the other ones as well. Right here in the prefabs, let's go inside the AI character, and now let's add our second character, for example right there. Then in the hierarchy, let's drop it down and click on prefab, unpack completely. Now let's name it as AI character 1, and if you go in there, Inside the AI character you can see all of the things about the AI character. Now let's go ahead and add an animator to this AI character, and it needs an avatar. And as you can see, this character doesn't have any avatar, so we will just leave this as it is. After the animator, let's go ahead and add the rigid body, and inside the rigid body we will do all of the same thing as we did for our first character. So we can just simply click on our first character and then click on copy component. Then right here we can just simply click on these three dots and click on paste component values, and now if we see the constraints and everything is similar to the first one. Then after this, let's add a capsule collider as well. So add the capsule collider. Then if we change the y value to 1, as you can see, there it is, the capsule collider. Let's make the height as 1.7 and the radius to 0.3. That's it. After this we need to add the scripts. So if you click on scripts folder, traffic AI, let's go ahead and add the character navigator script and then the waypoint navigator. Let's move both of these script up there. Let's drag and drop the script in there. Then we need to assign the waypoint. So for this character I will assign the second waypoint, which is waypoint 2. So let's drag and drop that in there. After this, set the moving speed to 1.4, and that will be it. Now if we play the game, you will notice that now both of the characters are working perfectly fine, as you can see. Now in the similar way we can add the other characters as well, so let's go ahead and add them too. And I am doing this one by one so that you guys can learn easily that how all of this can be done. So there is our third one, here is the fourth one, and then we have the fifth one right here. Okay, now let me try and drop all of them right down below, and then let me select all of them, click on prefab, unpack completely. Now let's name them one by one. So let me copy the AI character thing from here. Okay, then let's paste it right here and change this to AI character 2, then AI character 3, then the last one will be AI character 4. Now let me select the three characters, but first of all let me copy the rigid body component from there and select three of them and then click on paste component as new, and as you can see all of the values are added automatically. Then after this we need to add the capsule collider, so let me copy that, select the three of them and then click on paste component as new, and as you can see the capsule collider has been added. Then after the capsule collider we have the animator, so let's add the animator as well. After the animator we need to add the scripts, so let's just open up the scripts, add the first one, then the second one, and let's move them up there, and now we can just fill each of them one by one. So this AI character 2 moving speed will be 1.1 right here. Let's drag and drop the script and then let's assign a waypoint for this character. So the waypoint for this character will be, let's just say, this waypoint 3. So if you click on it, let's assign this waypoint 3. Then now let me move to the next one, which is this third one. Its moving speed will be 1.4. Let's drag and drop the script, and for the current waypoint we will assign the same waypoint, but I will move this character to this side. Okay, and then from here he will walk to that waypoint. So let me add the waypoint 3 right there. That's it. Then we have the last one. For this last character, I will leave the moving speed as 0.9. Then let's add the character and the waypoint. For this one, the waypoint will be that one. So it is, I think, waypoint 4. So let me drag and drop that and let's check it. Okay, it is that one. Okay, and actually let me move this character a little bit to this side. That is it. Now everything has been added. Now let's play the game. And guys, let me tell you that you can change this movement speed according to your own game and your own character animations. Okay, now as you can see, all of them are working perfectly fine. Okay, as you can see, all of them are working now. But for now we don't have the animations, and in the upcoming videos we will be adding animations. Don't worry about that, but for now I was just testing the characters. Right here they are getting into each other, so don't worry about that. We will fix that in the upcoming videos. We need to just give some space between all of these characters, and also we will change the direction of their moving. Some will be moving in the forward direction, some in the backward direction. Okay, so don't worry about that. For now we just have a little small space right here, so that's why they are doing this. Okay, now with this done, now in the next video, as you know that we can't just add these characters one by one like this, because that will be really difficult for us. So what I want right here is that we need to create some spawning system in which we can just simply spawn different characters. So for that I will see you guys in the next one. In the previous video we have added all of our AI characters. Now in this video we will create a system in which we will spawn different AI characters inside our environment. So for that, first of all, let's create a prefabs of all of these 5 characters. So if we go inside prefabs, then AI characters, let's start from the first one. Let's drag and drop the AI character right in there. And then for the second one, let's drag and drop the second one. Then open up the third folder, drag and drop the third character. Then the fourth one, so drag and drop the fourth character. Then the last one is this one, so we will drag and drop that one as well. Now select all of these 5 characters, then click the mouse right button, click on prefab and click then on unpack completely, because now we have all of the prefabs ready right here, as you can see. Now once you have the prefabs, go inside the scripts folder, then inside the traffic AI, and right here we will create a new C# script by the name of AI spawner. Press enter, then click on the waypoint origin. Right here we will just simply drag and drop the script, and then let's open this up in Visual Studio Code. Right here we will remove the start and update function, and at the top we will create a array. So we will say public game object, we will add these brackets. It means that this is an array, and let's name this array as AI prefab. Inside this array we will drag and drop all of our AI characters prefab, and then we will spawn that prefabs. After this we need a value to determine how much AI characters we want to spawn. So for that we will create a public integer by the name of AI to spawn. You can name this variable whatever you want. After this, let's create a enumerator function by the name of spawn, and let's call this function inside the start function. So right here we will say start quarantine, and in here we will call this spawn function. Then inside this spawn function we will type all of the code which will spawn the AI characters. So in here, let's create an integer by the name of count, which will be by default equals to 0. And then let's add a while condition. And in here, we will say that if the count is less than the AI to spawn, for example, if we set the AI to spawn to 50, then it means that yes, AI to spawn is greater than the count. So when that is the case, we will then spawn different AI characters. So right here, first of all, let's create a random index which will choose different characters from the characters array which we created right here. So let's name this one as random index. This will be equals to random dot range. And the range will go from 0 to the AI prefab dot length. So for example, if we have 5 characters, then this random index will go from 0 to 5, and it will choose between that 5 characters and then spawn some random character inside our environment. Okay, so after this, now let's just simply instantiate our prefab array. So for that, we will type game object, or you can name this whatever you want. I will name this as obj, as you can see. Then I will say instantiate. I want to instantiate the AI prefab, and then as I told you, we will spawn different AI characters, or you can say random. So for that, we will use the random index which we created right here, which is from 0 to the AI prefab length. And as you know, the AI prefab length will be 5, so it will choose different characters from that 5 options, and then it will simply instantiate that inside our environment. Now after this, let's go ahead and create a random child from our waypoint list. So for that, we will say transform child, and this will be equals to transform dot get child. Then we will say random dot range. The range will be from 0 to the transform dot child count -1. Then after this, let's set that as our current waypoint for the AI character. So we will say obj dot get component. Then we will say waypoint navigator. Then dot current waypoint will be equals to child dot get component. We want to get the waypoint script, and that is it. So what this will do, as I told you, this will get a random child from our waypoint list, and then right here it will set that random child as our current waypoint for the AI character. So in simple words, what this will mean that whenever we instantiate a new character, we will give a random waypoint to that character, or actually you can say that we will spawn that AI character on a random waypoint, and then from that waypoint in the forward direction our AI character will move. For now we don't have anything for moving that character then in the forward direction, so let's move them towards the newly assigned waypoint position. For that we will say obj dot transform dot position, and this will be equals to child dot position. Then we want to set the time for how many seconds later we will spawn another character. So for that we will say yield return new wait for seconds, and we want to wait for 1 second, and after that we will spawn another character, and after that we will say count plus plus. So whenever we instantiate a new AI character, we will increase our count value by 1. So now for example, if the AI to spawn number is for example 20, then it will just simply run this loop again and again, and when this count become equals to 20 as well, and then this loop just expires, then after that this loop will simply ends. So it was simple as that. Now let's go ahead and save this script. And before saving, if you notice this, make sure that you make the O small. Okay, it is wait for seconds, only W, F and S is in capital form. Now if you get back to Unity, click on Waypoint Origin. Now as you can see, we have the AI prefab array right here, and then we have the AI to spawn number. So in the AI prefab, we, as you know, only have 5 prefabs. If you have more than 5, then you can just type that value right here and it will give you an option for that. Okay, now let's try to add all of the prefabs right here. So if we click on prefab AI characters, let's go ahead and add our first one. Let me log this inspector so that it doesn't disappear whenever we click on the folders right there. Okay, so now let's drag and drop our first prefab. Make sure that you drag and drop the prefab, not this .fpx. Okay, so here is the first one, then we have the second one, after this we have the third one, then the fourth one, and at the end we have this fifth one. And let's set this AI to spawn value to for example 20, and now it will spawn 20 different characters from these options. Let's now just simply play the game, and you can notice that after every 1 second a new character is being spawned. Let me unlock this inspector, and as you can see, all of the values are assigned by default. Now let's check it out. As you can see, there is all of our AI characters. As you can see, don't worry about this issue. As you can see, they are in the air because we didn't use gravity thing in the rigid body. If we use that, then all of the things will be sorted out. As you can see now, spawning the AI characters working perfectly fine. So now let's fix this issue, which is the AI character spawning in the air. I think this is not due to this rigid body use gravity, because that is already being ticked. This is the issue with our waypoints. If you notice right here, our waypoint is in the air, as you can see, so that's why it is spawning the AI character right here in the air, and we actually don't want that. So what we will do, we will select our waypoint origin. Let me turn on the gizmos, and now let's try to move all of these to the ground like that. Okay, for example right here. Now if we save the game and let's play it again, and now you can see all of the characters are spawning on the ground, as you can see. Okay, there are all of the characters, as you can see, spawning on the ground. For now we don't have the animations, so that's why they look really ugly, but don't worry about that. In the next video we will add animations to our character as well. But for now, as you can see, it looks really beautiful. So now we have some basic traffic AI system right here. Now in the upcoming videos we will work on this traffic AI system even more and make this perfectly fine. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add animations to all of these characters. If we start from the first one, in the animations folder, as you can see, we have these 3 animations for all of these characters. So let's start from the first one right here in the animations folder. Let's create an animator controller by the name of 1. You can name this whatever you want, and then select the first AI character. and drag and drop this one right there. Okay, now let's double click on it and let's move this entry any state and exact up there. Then let's add the walking animation. Here it is. Let's drag and drop the walking animation right here and double click on it and make sure that this walking animation is in loop time. And if you drag and drop the character, as you can see, the character will walk like this. Now after this we can add the dying animations as well, and then right here create a parameter which will be a bool, and this bool name will be die. Press enter, then create a transition from walking to dying and remove this as exact time 0, and right here when the die becomes true we will play this dying animation. That is it. Now we can just duplicate this animator, and now let's move this inside our second AI character and then inside the animations folder, and then let's rename this to 2. Now right here as you can see we have the walk and the dying animation. So now for the walking, let's drag and drop the female walk animation, and then the dying animation right here, make transition to dying and remove as exact time 0 and set die to true, and make sure that this walk animation is in loop time. Now if we select our second character, which is that woman right there, then drag and drop the animator for that one as well. Then let's do it for the third one. So for the third one, create an animator controller by the name of 3. Let's open that up. Create a bool by the name of die. Then let's move it up there. Add the walking animation first of all, and make sure this is in loop time. Then add the dying animation, add a transition, remove as exact time 0 and set die to true. Now let's select our third character and drag and drop the animator in there. Then we have the fourth and fifth. So let's do the same for the other one as well. Let me just drag and drop, or actually first of all let's duplicate this and drag and drop this inside the fourth one. Let's duplicate it again and drag and drop it inside the fifth one, so that we don't need to do it again and again. Then move it inside the animations folder, then rename this to 4, double click on it, remove these two animation, add the walking, and then add the dying, make a transition, and simply add the condition which is die true. That's it. Let's move to the fifth one, drag and drop this inside animations, and now rename this to 5, double click on it, remove these animations, add the walking, and then the dying, and simply make a transition, and right here just simply add a condition die true. Now if you drag and drop this character, as you can see it is not playing the animation. For now let's just leave it and let's test out the game and see which character works perfectly fine. So as you can see that character is playing the animation perfectly fine. The prefabs are not playing the animations. This is because we need to add the animator to the prefabs as well. So if we select the first one, right here we need to add the animator controller. Let's go inside animations. Here is the controller. So let me select the prefab, lock it right there, and now let's add the animator in there. Then let's unlock it. Let's move to the second one, select the character, lock the inspector, go inside animation folder and drag and drop the controller right there, then unlock it. Let's move to the third one, and let's drag and drop the animator in there. That's it. Now we have the fourth one. So let's drag and drop the animator. That is it. Now unlock it. Then we have the fifth one. So lock this one as well, and simply drag and drop the animator in there, and that is it. Now if we play the game again, now you can see we don't have any errors, and these two characters and also the prefabs of these two characters are playing the animation perfectly fine, but the other three characters are not playing the animations, as you can see. Now this character looks perfectly fine, as you can see they walk really realistic, as you can see. So I have found out the issue. If you notice that the prefab for this character is the same, as you can see for the second one it is the same as well, and the animations as well, but if you check the third one, the .fbx file was for this character and we added the wrong prefab right here, as you can see. So we need to change this prefab with the right one. If you check the fourth one is correct, as you can see. If you check the fifth one right here, we replace that. I don't know how, but we did it. So now let me move this prefab from here to the third one, and then from the third one let's move it to the fifth one. That is it. Now if we go inside animations of the fifth one, and let's click on one of the animation, change into the animation tab as well. Let's drag and drop the character. Okay, inside this animation, as you can see it doesn't play it on that one, but if we drag and drop the second one it will play the animation on that one, as you can see. So we just messed that up, so let me just now check it out. This was our first one, this was the second one, then this one was the third one. Okay, so now for this one let's add the animator of this character. So this was the fifth one right here, as you can see. So let's click on the animation, let me log that. Actually let me unlock it. First of all, let's select this character right here and drag and drop this animator right there. That's it. Now let's check the third one. For the third one we didn't add any animator, so let's add the animator of this character. Where it is, right here. Let's select it and add the animator. Then let's select the fourth one. Here it is, and right here this is the character. So let me drag and drop the animator in there. That's it. Now let's do it for the prefabs as well. For this one we have added it, for the second one as well. Now let's do it for the third one. So select the prefab and lock the inspector, then go inside the animations and drag and drop this animator controller in there. Then let's unlock it, then open up the fourth folder, select the character, then lock it again, and let's drag and drop the controller. It was added already. Okay, let's do it for the last one. Select the prefab, lock the inspector, and right here drag and drop that, and that will be it. Now let me just play the game in the maximize window. As you can see now all of the characters are playing the animations perfectly fine. Okay, they are walking just like some realistic movie, as you can see. they are playing the animations really beautifully, as you can see. And now with this done, let me explain you what was the issue. The issue was with that I have added the controllers of each of the character randomly. Okay, so make sure that if your first character is this one, then you should make sure that you added the animator controller of this character. Okay, and if this is your character, then make sure that you added the animator controller of this character from here, and also in the prefabs as well. So make sure that you do that, and once that is done, you will be able to create a beautiful traffic AI like this. But now, as you can see, they are all walking in a single direction, and we actually don't want that. We want the character to move in the opposite direction as well. So for doing that, I will see you guys in the next video. Hello guys and welcome back. So now we don't want our AI characters to move in the same direction. So in this video we will add a support for our AI characters to move the other way. So let's stop the game and let's just simply open up the Waypoint Navigator script. Right here at the top, after the current waypoint, we will add an integer number by the name of direction. Then in our start function, let's just simply generate a random number. So for that we will say direction equals to mathf dot round to integer, then random dot range, and the range will be from 0f to 1f. So it will create a random number between 0 and 1 whenever the game starts. And after that, what we want to do is, let's cut that from there and add a if condition, and inside this if condition we will say that if the direction is equals to 0, we want the next waypoint as our current waypoint. So we can just simply paste that which we copied before, and then in the else if we will say that if the direction this time is equals to 1, then in this case we want the previous waypoint as our current waypoint. So we will say current waypoint equals to current waypoint dot previous waypoint. So simply now if we save this script and get back to Unity, now let's just simply play the game. Let me play it in the maximize window, and now you will notice that some of the characters are now moving backwards and some of them are moving forward. Let me check it out on the other side. As you can see, some are walking on that side and some in the backward direction, and as you can see, so in this way you can create a really beautiful traffic AI if you want. So now they are working perfectly fine, and with this done, I will catch you guys in the next one.